Test one, two, three. What's up, y'all? How y'all doing? I'm just getting everything ready and also bringing up, getting some a little bit more information and background for you after the debate. Everybody share out, max, relax. We'll be on in about, I say, 10 minutes. Check you out later. Peace. What's up, y'all? How you doing? This is Jay Da Vinci. Alrighty, running through some issues at the moment. On here, I cannot put the link on there just because I'm streaming this video of the debate. So I don't know why, but that's what's happening. So I've been messing with that. But anyways, get ready to get this debate up and moving.
It's outside. That's a big difference according to the experts. When we do them outside, we have tremendous crowds, as you see.
And as I sit there and said, man, everybody, people's welcome to come in. I figure out a way to bring this link. If you come on, then I will put the links. If you want to, look at Jay Foster at Facebook. In Facebook, and you will have the link. So you can just look inside my inbox, and the link will be there if you want to tap in, which I'm putting it on right now.
Yes, I would. He's been totally irresponsible the way in which he has handled the social distancing, people wearing masks, basically encouraging.
All right, so if you want to come in and tap into the show, tap in and give your thoughts on this debate and stuff like that, it will be the first post on my Facebook. So you just tap in, follow the link, and then also you can sit there and come on there. Now I'm sitting there waiting to see about this sound on this bad boy.
The Federal Reserve says the hit to growth, which is going to be there, is not going to be nearly as big as they had expected. President Trump, you say we are in a V-shaped recovery.
Okay, no wonder. Alrighty, we're going to go live.
Does that mean to the American people?
Alright, got the volume up and moving and stuff like that.
So we built the greatest economy in history. We closed it down because of the China plague. When the plague came in, we closed it down, which was very hard psychologically.
Okay. Oh, man. I tell you what, today's been like... Oops. Sorry, my phone went off. But today, as I said, man, today's the actual debate, and a lot of things happening politically. And as I said before, I'm not Democrat, I'm not Republican, I'm a registered independent, and I'm basically, I'm basically a classic liberal. I lean more conservative. And it's been crazy, you know what I'm saying? It's really been crazy. I know there's some people that's undecided in the election, which I really do understand that people are a little bit, what you call it, I ain't got my sound. But anyways, I know that some people are undecided, some people that are decided, some people want Biden, some people want Trump. Me, of course, I support Trump, but I don't support Trump just because of a party. I support Trump just for policy. That's all I'm worried about. I don't care who he's sleeping with or anything, long as it's not anything that messes with the national security of this country, then basically I don't care really what he does. Also at the same time, I ain't gonna say I don't care really, because there's some things I do disagree with Trump on. I ain't gonna lie to y'all about this, you know what I'm saying? As I said before on other shows, I think I said here dealing with the bombing of Syria, I really didn't agree with it, but in generalization, that's what it is. And other than that, I think he did a good job. Things that I disagree with Biden is the 65% tax. I don't believe in the Medicare for all. I believe everybody should have their private or buy their job or have some sort of system better than Obamacare. But I'll talk about that a little bit after the debate, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. I don't want to really go into issues and cause people to get in their feelings at the moment. But let alone, as we're seeing, I guess they're sitting there getting ready, and there's not really any sound going or anything like that from what I see. So all the sound's up, everything's, Everything's up and moving, and it's 8:34, and they're late when they sat there and said it was going to be 8. It's going to be 8:30. Meanwhile, politics itself, what's happening inside the United States, is affecting every walk of life. I mean, in a way, for me, it's getting a little bit irritating. You know what I'm saying? It's irritating to a point that, as I said, it's basically, I just go to work, you know what I'm saying? I kick back. I am a weed advocate, you know what I'm saying? I ain't going to lie about that. You know, I really think it should be defederalized. And I like video games. I'm a geek. I like, you know, I geek with swag, if you want to call it that way. You know what I mean? As a matter of fact, here, I'm going to sit there and just put my cam on, you know what I'm saying, not hide myself or anything like that. You know, as I said, for those who are in, welcome to the spin. See, I got some people see me, I got my gray coming. You know, I say another 2 years, it's going to be all gray. Thank God it's not that much gray on my head. But, and if you see me looking the other way, that's why, because I have a screen. I've got a screen TV, like about this big, and I use it for my monitor, a 32-inch. And back to nature at hand, as I digressed. Politics has entered every walks of life. It has entered inside, you know, some of my leisure stuff, dealing with video games, movies, and all that stuff, which I pretty much thoroughly enjoy. And I've seen a lot of stuff, you know what I'm saying, dealing with what's his name, Chris Pratt, and how people are turning on him because he said he was straight, Christian man, married, and all that. Then a lot of his cast members and stuff like that, you know, had his back because everybody was attacking him, you know. And these are like these, they call them they call them social justice warriors or something like that, you know. I mean, it doesn't matter. I just call them, like, not to be on the name calling tip, but I really call it like a straight, like, idiocracy, you know, personally. Because it's like people have no understanding of what people's preference is, you know, which I really I value other people's preferences. I value other people's perspectives. Even though I don't agree with them, I still respect them. And when it infiltrates as bad as our sports and our entertainment and all that stuff, it really becomes annoying in a lot of ways. Some people, they just completely turn themselves off on it. Some people get very, very into it. And me personally, I'm pretty much balanced with it. You know, as I'm really, really looking at it, I'm really, really balanced. So any of y'all are sitting there watching and I've sent you a text on your phone or something like that, that's because I can't put the link on. You know what I'm saying? But if you want to get on the show, then go on Facebook, hit Jay Foster, and you will see. Matter of fact, I'll show you my page. You know what I'm saying? Just in case if you want to look. I mean, just in case you want to look and see what I'm talking about. Right here is my Facebook. Yes, I'm known as Jay Foster. When you look on my Facebook, when you look for me, you'll see this profile picture. All right, Free Speech USA, which I'm really down with it, you know, and I feel very strongly about free speech. I feel strongly about the ideas of other people have, and I'm always open for a discussion. All right, as I said, this is my Facebook. If you sit there and you scroll down, that's the stream. That's the StreamYard. Also, what I'll do is, if you're a regular friend, I will share it to share the news feed, send it Messenger, share the group. I gotta do that from my phone. All right, but anyways, this is my Facebook, Jay Foster, aka Jay Da Vinci, and that's the link right there to actually come into the show if you want to tap in and give your ideas while it's going on. Now that we got that done, okay, back to the debates. Alrighty, it's getting ready to get started. So what I'm going to do is share the screen. And what's up with my sound? And is this like YouTube doing this? Because all my volumes are up. All my volumes are up. Couldn't get into the studio. All right. Hey, Mike, did you I'll hit you up on the phone. And I'll send it there. Hold on. Okay. And I gotta find this. I wonder why the sound ain't coming out. Let me check this audio. Okay, hold on 1 second. Okay, display audio test. Okay, but there's no audio coming. There's no audio coming from the. Okay, let me try to find another feed real quick, because this should be. There's no sound on my phone with it either. Okay. There you go. I want to send you the link in a hot second, bro.
What a beautiful place this is. I hope you all got a chance to walk around and see this marvelous camp.
Okay, it's on right there, but it's not on on my phone. Wow.
What a beautiful place this
there
is.
There we go.
I hope you all got a chance to walk around
and
see this
Okay, here we go. All right, I'm going to send you the link.
Have a crew. You see some of the people working around. There are cameramen, lighting people who produce this great background. We have over 60 of them. And we've had 4 debates in 4 different parts of this country. And thanks to United Airlines, which stepped up to the plate and is providing free of charge air service for our entire crew back and forth from one city to another. And so we really owe United Airlines. Now this one sounds funny, but we also owe Anheuser-Busch a great thank you. Not only for their beer, but
there you go, Bowser.
For what they've done.
Let me know if you got text to you.
Years. It's a little less of a lift now. Normally, if we were here with normal times, there'd be 900 of you probably in this audience. But with coronavirus, it just wasn't necessary for us to, and possible for us to do that. But they have always provided a giant tent with the food to feed the 5,000 reporters that usually come from all over the world, our crew, the news people who are here. And Anheuser-Busch is with us again this year, and we thank you. A Pentagram was really responsible for some of the great work you see here. Kroll and Mooring, a firm in Washington, law firm. And tonight at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C., the National Press Club is putting on for the 4th time a media filing center. If those of you walk around the campus, you'll see a giant tent out here. And that's where media from all over the world are sitting at tables, watching this on television, and filing their stories. And many, because of the coronavirus, were not able to come here for this. And so the National Press Club has set up a national filing center a media filing center for them. Now, there's been a lot of controversy about this debate, and so I want to spend a few minutes telling you what the rules are, because I think there's been some misconceptions and misstatement of what the rules are. We published in the same that the 90 minutes would be divided into 6 15-minute segments, with the moderator of each being able to name the subject matter, the general subject matter of each of those 6 segments. And the parties agreed that for the first 4 minutes of those 15-minute segments, each of them would, for 2 minutes,
all right.
have the ability to speak without interruption of any sort. Then after they each spoke for 2 minutes, it was open to open debate. Now, unfortunately, if you happen to watch the first debate, those rules were not necessarily followed. And so the commission felt that we could not put in a new rule, and what we thought we would do would just put in a way to enforce what they had agreed to, the original rule, no interruption. Now, there also is a rule on masks. It's not only our rule, it's the rule of the city, it's the rule of this university, so that you must wear a mask to come in, and you must keep your mask on. If you remove your mask while you're here, you will be approached, and you'll be asked to put it back on, and if you don't put it back on, you'll be asked to leave, and if you won't leave, you'll be escorted to leave. So, which will cause you some embarrassment, and will take time away from the important things that are going on today. One other thing, at exactly 8 o'clock, you're going to hear a lot of noise. Because if you turn around and look behind you, those are the anchor booths of the major networks. And at exactly 8 o'clock, they're all going to go on at the same time. And you're going to hear a lot of voices that you'll recognize from different networks. So don't be surprised. That'll go on, and then they'll settle down as we go, and the moderator comes out and also says some words. So with that, let me introduce my co-chairman, Ken Wallach.
Good evening. I join Frank, Janet, and fellow board members, including Yvonne Howe and John Griffin, who are with us tonight, in welcoming you to the 24th presidential debate sponsored and organized by the Commission on Presidential Debates, and the second hosted by Belmont University. As the newest co-chair of the Commission, I am proud to work alongside dedicated board members and a talented staff and crew who, against uphill odds, have built a nonpartisan institution since the commission was established in 1987. Our sole mission continues to be the holding of debates that serve and inform the American people. Now, please spare me a moment to explain the commission's efforts. Debates have evolved over the past 3 decades. More transparent criteria for qualification of debate participants, the trend toward a single moderator in order to focus greater attention on the candidates, and the allocation of time for different subject areas are but a few of the many changes that have been made. Many of the details for organizing the debates are left to agreement by the candidates themselves. The commission has selected the times and places for debates, the moderators, and the debate formats. Based on experience, these are issues that, if left to the negotiations between the candidates' campaigns, are nearly impossible to resolve in a timely manner. In fact, it were protracted and at times unworkable negotiations on these types of issues that led in part to the establishment of the commission itself. While there is always drama every 4 years, and this year is no exception, the process has worked. And post-debate research shows that the American people have considered these debates an important part of our political process. Debates have also created civic education opportunities for the schools and communities that have hosted them. Here at Belmont, the university has launched the Debate Programming Series that explores issues ranging from democracy to social media. The Commission has augmented these voter education efforts by establishing Debate Watch, which allows participants in all 50 states and Puerto Rico to exchange views on issues raised in debates and to listen respectfully to each other's opinions. Debate Watch 2020 will include more than 1 million participants. Overseas, the Commission, in partnership with the National Democratic Institute, has helped organize more than 400 candidate debates in 45 countries, most importantly, in new and emerging democracies. This initiative has led to the formation of Debates International, a support network of debate organizers from nearly 40 countries. I wanted to recognize the Commission's longest-standing supporter. For the past 32 years, the Judy and Peter Bloom Kovler Foundation has given its trust to the nonpartisan work of the Commission, and we are deeply grateful for their generous contribution to this year's debates. Now, it is my distinct honor to introduce Dr. Bob Fisher, President of Belmont University. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Frank, how are you? Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, everyone. Tonight's a night to celebrate America, but if you're Belmont, it's a night to just express gratitude and thankfulness for all that's been done and the opportunities that we've been given. I want to thank the Commission for your support. Janet Brown, thank you. Thank you to the co-chairs. Thank you so much. You know, it's one thing to be a partner when times are kind of easy. It's amazing when times get tough. That's when real partnerships get formed that stick. And this has been a bonding experience. So thank you so much to the Commission. Thank you to HCA Healthcare. They're the ones that have given you all these tests and have made sure that everybody here tonight is safe. Their goal was to make this the safest place in America tonight, along with the Secret Service, who I also want to thank, and Metro Police, who I want to thank. All together have made this the safest place in America tonight. I'm so grateful for that. Thank you, Mayor Cooper, for your support. Thank you, Governor Lee. Thank you to the Nashville Convention and Visitors Corporation and the Nashville Chamber of Commerce, all of you. But most of all, I just want to say a heartfelt thank you to the students of Belmont University for sharing their campus with you, all of you this week. This has been a complicated and unusual semester, to say the least. I want to thank the Ryman Hospitalities Corporation for taking several hundred of our students and letting them stay overnight last night and through the day today. I was worried the students would be complaining about that. Actually, they say they don't want to come back. They have a water park out there, and all, but we're going to get them back. But our students have embraced the challenge of living safely together, and we simply couldn't have done that without them. You're probably wondering who these two people are that are standing here beside me. Well, this is Molly Deakins, and this is Kendra Turner. They co-chaired the student volunteer group of 250 students who made this thing happen here at Belmont University. I'm so grateful to them. Thank you, and thank all the Belmont volunteers for what you've done here. And finally, I have to say this. I've prayed enough about this happening that it'd be totally disingenuous if I didn't say thank you, God, that this is about to happen. God bless America. Thank you.
Hey, what's up, man? You got the link, John? All right, man, let's get it. I hope some answers be answered, like the packing of the courts. I really want to get more information on. All right, come on through, bro. I'll patch you in. I'm trying to get my friend Mike that I went to school with, but he never. But he can't get through. Look up Mike. Look up Mike Bowser on Facebook, and I'll send you the StreamYard link and try to send it to him. Mike, this is John. He'll be sending you a link if you can do that. Man, they're taking such a long time to get started. Shoot.
Moderator for this evening's debate is Kristen Welker of NBC News.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Thank you so much for being here. It is such an honor for me to moderate this debate tonight, the final debate. I want to welcome the First Family and the First Lady. We're so glad and thankful that you are feeling better. I want to welcome the Biden family, Dr. Jill Biden. Thank you all for being here tonight. Right. We are so excited. We're looking forward to a really robust discussion. And the only thing I would reiterate are the CPD guidelines that when the candidates are talking, please hold any applause or any other reactions, except, of course, when they walk out. Make sure you cheer and loud and applause so that everyone can hear you. Thank you for having me. This is really the honor of a lifetime. I am going to sit down and just get organized and get settled, and the show will start very soon. Thank you for being here.
What's up, John?
Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up?
Oh man, kicking back. I don't know why Mike can't get in. This is my old high school buddy. That we grew up together. Yeah. And he said he can't get in because it's asking for a password or something like that.
Try a different browser.
Yeah, Mike, try a different browser, brother.
Because StreamYard doesn't ask for a password. You just have to log in with Google or Facebook.
He said it's not accepting my password for whatever reason. Just say, they actually hit the link, Mike. Man, they're taking so long, bro. This was supposed to start at 8:30, but nothing.
Did you see that press conference?
I didn't get a chance to because I was putting up.
I sent you the link on Messenger. That's what it was. That thing I sent you.
The press conference before? Yeah, I wanted to put it on.
That guy, one of Hunter's business partners came out.
Oh, really?
He said I got 3 phones that I'm going to turn over. And everything is true that's in the email.
I want to put it on after the show because I got like some cool articles that I've been reading and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying, to go over. One of them is hold on, I'm trying to. New twist on Hunter Biden saga: a White House meeting for elite Chinese group.
Yeah.
Documents reveal even more Biden links to the Russia oligarch.
Yep, that came out too.
Yeah, breaking Hunter's ex-business associate will be Trump's special guest in tonight's debate.
Yeah, that's the guy that did the press conference.
Right. Yeah, I do have that. I do have that. What you call it?
The video.
I have the video. No, I have the article, but you gave me the video, and I have that. I just got to go back on Facebook and go get it. But then, right, and
the one I gave you is a YouTube.
Okay, so we got the article and a thing. That's great. Then all of a sudden I got a key source will turn over Hunter Biden docs to the FBI. That was by.
Yeah, that's the same guy.
Okay, that's I got this from.
He was a lieutenant in the Navy.
All right, I got yeah.
So a veteran and a patriot.
Yeah.
And he's a Democrat.
Yeah, that's by PJ Media by Tyler O'Neill. So that was today. Then this is the next one is from American News or postmillennial.com, excuse me. NR, the National Review. And actually what's really cool is that the way I get my articles, because there's a lot of stuff that I'm interested in, is the Bongino report. And stuff like that. Because they have all the articles inside the notes and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
So it's a lot easier instead of going out just looking at a whole bunch of different, you know what I'm saying? Different articles.
Yeah.
A lot of the main stuff that I actually look at, the Bongino report has. So I don't have to actually go to their sites. You know what I'm saying? It makes the research a lot easier and stuff like that.
Yeah. You know that lump was cancer, right?
Pardon me?
That lump.
Yeah, but he said it's treatable. That's what he said on it, though. But he retweeted me, man. You know what I'm saying? I love that dude, man. You know what I'm saying? I learned so much from him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just on government structure and stuff like that. I mean, basically, when I first started, like, really, really looking at this stuff, right? I started watching Dan Bongino, not because he was on Fox, because I really didn't watch TV. I think it was like one time when I was watching Tucker Carlson, right? And I did. It was from Fox. He came on, you know what I'm saying? And just what he was saying, it really, interested me. So I wanted to go more into seeing, what he was about. And this was a time that I think it was writing his second book. What was his second book? Spygate?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was his second book. Well, on time he was doing Spygate, so that was about like 2 years ago. I started really watching Dan Bongino almost religiously. You know what I mean? And here we go.
Yeah. Good evening from Belmont University in Nashville, Tennessee.
She works for MSNBC.
I'm Kristen Welker of NBC
That's
and
what I
I
heard.
welcome you to the final 2020
like my coffee
presidential
cup?
debate between President Donald J. Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden.
Deep State
Tonight's
Project.
debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. It is conducted under health and safety protocols designed by the Commission's health security advisor. The audience here in the hall has promised to remain silent. No cheers, boos, or other interruptions, except
my shirt?
right now, as we welcome to the stage former Vice President Joe Biden and President Donald J. Trump.
Joe, try pressing, putting up that link and see what happens to you, because it's not letting me put the link up.
And I do want to say a very good evening to both of you. This debate will cover 6 major topics. At the beginning of each section, each candidate will have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
On the YouTube chat room?
Question.
Yeah.
The debate commission will then turn on their microphone only when it is their turn to answer, and the commission will turn it off exactly
I'll
when
try
they
to drop the you want me to drop the screen
Both microphones will remain on, but on behalf of the voters, I'm going to ask you to please speak one at a time. The goal is for you to hear each other and for the American people to hear every word of what you both have to say. And so with that, if you're ready, let's start.
It's not letting me do it.
We'll begin with the fight against the coronavirus. President Trump, the first question is for you. The country is heading into a dangerous new phase. More than 40,000 Americans are in the hospital tonight with COVID, including record numbers here in Tennessee. And since the two of you last shared a stage, 16,000 Americans have died from COVID. So please be specific. How would you lead the country during this next stage of the coronavirus crisis? 2 minutes, uninterrupted.
So, as you know, 2.2 million people modeled out were expected to die. We closed up the greatest economy in the world in order to fight this horrible disease that came from China. It's a worldwide pandemic. It's all over the world. You see the spikes in Europe and many other places right now. If you notice, the mortality rate is down 85%. The excess mortality rate is way down and much lower than almost any other country. And we're fighting it, and we're fighting it hard. There is a spike. There was a spike in Florida, and it's now gone. There was a very big spike in Texas. It's now gone. There was a very big spike in Arizona. It's now gone. And there are some spikes and surges in other places. They will soon be gone. We have a vaccine that's coming. It's ready. It's going to be announced within weeks, and it's going to be delivered. We have Operation Warp Speed, which is the military is going to distribute the vaccine. I can tell you from personal experience that I was in the hospital. I had it, and I got better. And I will tell you that I had something that they gave me, a therapeutic, I guess they would call it. Some people could say it was a cure. But I was in for a short period of time, and I got better very fast, or I wouldn't be here tonight. And now they say I'm immune. Whether it's 4 months or a lifetime, nobody's been able to say that, but I'm immune. More and more people are getting better. We have a problem that's a worldwide problem. This is a worldwide problem. But I've been congratulated by the heads of many countries on what we've been able to do. If you take a look at what we've done in terms of goggles and masks and gowns and everything else, and in particular ventilators. We're now making ventilators all over the world, thousands and thousands a month, distributing them all over the world. It will go away, and as I say, we're rounding the turn, we're rounding the corner. It's going away.
Okay, former Vice President Biden, to you, how would you lead the country out of this crisis? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
220,000 Americans dead. You hear nothing else I say tonight. Hear this. Anyone who's responsible for not taking control, in fact, not saying I take no responsibility initially, anyone who's responsible for that many deaths should not remain as President of the United States of America. We're in a situation where there are 1,000 deaths a day now, 1,000 deaths a day, and there are over 70,000 new cases per day. Compared to what's going on in Europe,
as the New England Medical Journal said, they're starting from a very low rate. We're starting from a very high rate. The expectation is we'll have another 200,000 Americans dead between now and the end of the year. If we just wore these masks, the president's own advisors have told him, we could save 100,000 lives. And we're in a circumstance where the president thus far and still has no plan, no comprehensive plan. What I would do is make sure we have everyone encouraged to wear a mask all the time. I would make sure we move in the direction of rapid testing, investing in rapid testing. I would make sure that we set up national standards as to how to open up schools and open up businesses so they can be safe.
Hippies for Trump, get your ass on here.
Resources to be able to do that. We're in a situation
Send him a link.
Where the New England Medical Journal, one of the most serious journals in the whole world, said for the first time ever that the way this president has responded to this crisis has been absolutely tragic. And so, folks, I will take care of this. I will end this. I will make sure we have a plan.
President Trump, I'd like to follow up with you in your comments. You talked about taking a therapeutic. I assume you're referencing Regeneron. You also said a vaccine will be coming within weeks.
Yes.
Is that a guarantee?
No, it's not a guarantee, but it will be by the end of the year. But I think it has a good chance. There are two companies, I think, within a matter of weeks, and it will be distributed very quickly.
Could you tell us which companies?
Johnson & Johnson is doing very well. Moderna is doing very well. Pfizer is doing very well. And we have numerous others. Then we also have others that we're working on very closely with other countries, in particular Europe.
Let me follow up with you because this is new information. You have said a vaccine is coming soon, within weeks now. Your own officials say it could take well into 2021 at the earliest for enough Americans to get vaccinated. And even then, they say the country will be wearing masks and distancing into 2022. Is your timeline realistic?
No, I think my timeline is going to be more accurate. I don't know that they're counting on the military the way I do, but we have our generals lined up, one in particular that's the head of logistics, and this is a very easy distribution for him. He's ready to go as soon as we have the vaccine, and we expect to have 100 million vials. As soon as we have the vaccine, he's ready to go.
Vice President Biden, your reaction, and just 40% of Americans say they would definitely agree to take a coronavirus vaccine if it was approved by the government. What steps would you take to give Americans confidence in a vaccine if it were approved?
Make sure it's totally transparent. Have the scientists world see it, know it, look at it, go through all the processes. And by the way, this is the same fellow who told you this is going to end by Easter last time. This is the same fellow who told you that, don't worry, we're going to end this by the summer. We're about to go into a dark winter. And he has no clear plan, and there's no prospect that there's going to be a vaccine available for the majority of the American people before the middle of next year.
President Trump, your reaction, he says you have no plan.
I don't think we're going to have a dark winter at all. We're opening up our country. We've learned and studied and understand the disease, which we didn't at the beginning. When I closed and banned China from coming in heavily infected, and then ultimately Europe, but China was in January. Months later, he was saying I was xenophobic. I did it too soon. Now he's saying, oh, I should have, moved quicker. But he didn't move quicker. He was months behind me, many months behind me. And frankly, he ran the H1N1 swine flu, and it was a total disaster, far less lethal, but it was a total disaster. Had that had this kind of numbers, 700,000 people would be dead right now, but it was a far less lethal disease. Look, his own person who ran that for him, who, as you know, was his chief of staff, said it was catastrophic. It was horrible. We didn't know what we were doing. Now he comes up and he tells us how to do this. Also, everything that he said about the way every single move that he said we should make, that's what we've done. We've done all of it. But he was way behind us.
Vice President Biden, your response.
Our response is he is xenophobic, but not because he shut down access from China. And he did it late after 40 countries had already done that. In addition to that, what he did, he made sure that we had 44 people that were in there in China trying to get to Wuhan to determine what exactly the source was. What did the president say in January? He said, no, he said, he's being transparent. The president of China is being transparent. We owe him a debt of gratitude. We have to thank him. And then what happened was we started talking about using the Defense Act to make sure we go out and get whatever is needed out there to protect people. And again, I go back to this. He had nothing. He did virtually nothing. And then he gets out of the hospital and he talks about don't worry. It's all going to be over soon. Come on. There's not another serious scientist in the world who thinks it's going to be over soon.
President Trump, your reaction?
I say over soon. I say we're learning to live with it. We have no choice. We can't lock ourselves up in a basement like Joe does. He has the ability to lock himself up. I don't know. He's obviously made a lot of money someplace, but he has this thing about living in a basement. People can't do that. By the way, I, as the president, couldn't do that. I'd love to put myself in the basement or in a beautiful room in the White House and go away for a year and a half until it disappears. I can't do that. And Kirsten, every meeting I had, and I'd meet a lot of families, including Gold Star families and military families, every meeting I had, and I had to meet them. I had to. It would be horrible to have canceled everything. I said, this is dangerous. And you catch it. And, I caught it. I learned a lot. Great doctors, great hospitals. And now I recovered. 99.9 of young people recover. 99% of people recover. We have to recover. We can't close up our nation. We have to open our school, and we can't close up our nation, or you're not going to have a nation.
And of course, the CDC has said young people can get sick with COVID-19 and can pass it. Vice President Biden, I want to talk broadly about strategy, though.
Can I respond to that?
30 seconds, please, and then I have a question.
No, number one, he says that we're learning to live with it. People are learning to die with it. You folks home will have an empty chair at the kitchen table. Respond to that.
30 seconds, please, and then I have a question.
No, number one, try to touch their out of habit where their wife or husband is gone. Learning to live with it. Come on. We're dying with it because he's never said, he said it's dangerous. When's the last time? Is it really dangerous still? Are we dangerous? You tell the people it's dangerous now? What should they do about the danger? And you say, I take no responsibility.
Let me talk about your two.
Excuse me, I take full responsibility. It's not my fault that it came here. It's China's fault. And you know what? It's not Joe's fault that it came here either. It's China's fault. They kept it from going into the rest of China for the most part, but they didn't keep it from coming out to the world, including Europe and ourselves.
Vice President Biden.
Fact is that when we knew it was coming, when it hit, what happened? What did the president say? He said, don't worry, it's going to go away. Be gone by Easter. Don't worry, warm weather. Don't worry, maybe inject bleach. He said he was kidding when he said that, but a lot of people thought it was serious. A whole range of things the president has said. Even today, he thinks we are in control. We're about to lose 200,000 more people.
President Trump.
Look, perhaps just to finish this, I was kidding on that, but just to finish this, when I closed, he said I shouldn't have closed. And that went on for months. What Nancy Pelosi said the same thing. She was dancing on the streets in Chinatown in San Francisco. But when I closed, he said, this is a terrible thing, you're xenophobic. I think he called me racist even, and because I was closing it to China. Now he says I should have closed it earlier. It just, Joe, it doesn't work.
I didn't say either of those things.
You certainly did. You certainly did.
I talked about his xenophobia in a different context. It wasn't about closing the border to Chinese coming to the United States.
All right, I want to talk about both of your different strategies to handling.
He thought I shouldn't have closed the border.
Well,
that's obvious.
Do you want to respond to that quickly, Vice President?
No.
Okay. Let's talk about your different strategies toward dealing with this. Mr. Vice President, you suggested you would support new shutdowns if scientists recommended it. What do you say to Americans who are fearful that the cost of shutdowns, the impact on the economy, the higher rates of hunger, depression, domestic and substance abuse outweighs the risk of exposure to the virus?
What I would say is I'm going to shut down the virus, not the country. It's his ineptitude that caused the country to have to shut down in large part. Why businesses have gone under, why schools are closed, why so many people have lost their living, and why they're concerned. Those other concerns are real. That's why he should have been, instead of in a sand trap at his golf course, he should have been negotiating with Nancy Pelosi and the rest of the Democrats and Republicans about what to do about the acts they were passing for billions of dollars to make sure people had the capacity.
But you haven't ruled out more shutdowns.
Well, no, I'm not shutting down the nation, but there are, look, you need standards. The standard is if you have a reproduction rate in a community that's above a certain level, everybody says, slow up, more social distancing, do not open bars and do not open gymnasiums, do not open until you get this under control, under more control. But when you do open, give the people the capacity to be able to open and have the capacity to do it safely. For example, schools. Schools, they need a lot of money to open. They need to deal with ventilation systems. They need to deal with smaller classes, more teachers, more pods. And he's refused to support that money, or at least up to now.
Let's talk about schools. President Trump,
I think we have to respond, if I might.
Please, and then I have a follow-up.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. Look, all he does is talk about shutdowns, but forget about him. His Democrat governors, Cuomo in New York, you look at what's going on in California, you look at Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Democrats all, they're shut down so tight, and they're dying. They're dying. And he supports all these people. All he talks about is shutdowns. No, we're not going to shut down, and we have to open our schools. And it's like, as an example, I have a young son. He also tested positive. By the time I spoke to the doctor the second time, he was fine. It just went away. Young people, I guess it's their immune system.
Let me follow up with you, President Trump. You've demanded schools open in person and insist they can do it safely. But just yesterday, Boston became the latest city to move its public school system entirely online after a coronavirus spike. What is your message to parents who worry that sending their children to school will endanger not only their kids, but also their teachers and families?
I want to open the schools. The transmittal rate to the teachers is very small, but I want to open the schools. We have to open our country. We're not going to have a country. You can't do this. We can't keep this country closed. This is a massive country with a massive economy. People are losing their jobs. They're committing suicide. There's depression, alcohol, drugs at a level that nobody's ever seen before. There's abuse, tremendous abuse. We have to open our country. You know, I've said it often. The cure cannot be worse than the problem itself. And that's what's happening. And he wants to close down. He'll close down the country if one person in our massive bureaucracy says we should close it down.
Vice President Biden, your response.
Simply not true. We ought to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. We ought to be able to safely open, but they need resources to open. You need to be able to, for example, if you're going to open a business, have social distancing within the business. You need to have, if you have a restaurant, you need to have plexiglass dividers so people cannot infect one another. You need to be in a position where you can take testing rapidly and know whether a person is in fact infected. You need to be able to trace. You need to be able to provide all the resources that are needed to do this. And that is not inconsistent with saying that what we're going to make sure that we can open safely. And by the way, all you teachers out there, not that many of you are going to die, so don't worry about it. Come on.
President Trump, let me follow up.
Come on, man.
I will say this. If you go and look at what's happened to New York, it's a ghost town. It's a ghost town. And when you talk about plexiglass, these are restaurants that are dying. These are businesses with no money. Putting up plexiglass is unbelievably expensive, and it's not the answer. I mean, you're going to sit there in a cubicle wrapped around with plastic. These are businesses that are dying, Joe. You can't do that to people. You just can't. Take a look at New York and what's happened to my wonderful city for so many years. I loved it. It was vibrant. It's dying. Everyone's leaving New York.
Take a look at what New York has done in terms of turning the curve down in terms of the number of people dying.
Are people fucking leaving, dude?
In terms of the way
Idiot.
Blue states and red states. They're all the United States. And look at the states that are having such a spike in the coronavirus. They're the red states. They're the states in the Midwest. They're the states in the upper Midwest. That's where the spike is occurring significantly. But they're all Americans. They're all Americans.
Not here.
And what we have to do is say, wear these masks, number one. Make sure we get the help that the businesses need that has money's already been passed to do that. It's been out there since the beginning of the summer, and nothing's happened.
President, New York has lost more than 40,000 people, 11,000 people in nursing homes.
President Trump, what about...
When you say spike, take a look at what's happening in Pennsylvania, where they've had it closed.
Damn, I wish my friend Mike was here, man, because they're fucked up. He tell you. You know what I'm saying? That's my home state.
It's been like a prison. Now it was just ruled unconstitutional. Take a look at North Carolina. They're having spikes, and they've been closed, and they're getting killed financially. We can't let that happen, Joe. You can't let that happen. We have to open up And we understand the disease. We have to protect our seniors. We have to protect our elderly. We have to protect especially our seniors with heart problems and diabetes problems. And we will protect them. We have the best testing in the world by far. That's why we have so many cases.
Let me follow up with you before we move on to our next section. President Trump, this week you called Dr. Anthony Fauci, the nation's best-known infectious disease expert, quote, a disaster. You described him and other medical experts as, quote, idiots. If you're not listening to them, who are you listening to as you fight this?
I'm listening to all of them, including Anthony. I get along very well with Anthony. But he did say, don't wear masks. He did say, as you know, this is not going to be a problem. I think he's a Democrat, but that's okay. He said, this is not going to be a problem. We are not going to have a problem at all. When Joe says that, I said, Anthony Fauci said, and others, and many others, and I'm not knocking him a lot. Nobody knew. Look, nobody knew what this thing was. Nobody knew where it was coming from, what it was. We've learned a lot. But Anthony said, don't wear masks. Now he wants to wear masks. Anthony also said, if you look back, exact words, here's his exact words. This is no problem. This is going to go away soon. So he's allowed to make mistakes. He happens to be a good person.
Vice President Biden, your response quickly, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
My response is that think about what the president knew in January and didn't tell the American people. He was told this was a serious virus that spread in the air, and it was much worse than the flu. He went on record and said to one of your colleagues, recorded, that in fact he knew how dangerous it was, but he didn't want to tell us. He didn't want to tell us because he didn't want us to panic. He didn't want us. Americans don't panic.
Yeah, they do. They've been panicking for the past 10 months.
Try looking for toilet paper back then.
Yeah, motherfucker.
And a memo out of that meeting, not from his administration, but from some of the brokers, said sell short because we got to get moving. It's a dangerous problem.
Well, this is
and also they were busy impeaching his ass. Tell him, man. You shut Congress down for a fucking impeachment hearing.
You have raised a lot of money, tremendous amounts of money. And every time you raise money, deals are made, yo. I could raise so much more money. As president and as somebody that knows most of those people, I could call the heads of Wall Street, the heads of every company in America.
Try to get in again,
I
hippie.
would blow away every record, but I don't want to do that because it puts me in a bad position. And then you bring up Wall Street. You shouldn't be bringing up Wall Street because you're the one that takes the money from Wall Street, not me. I could blow away your records that like you wouldn't believe. We don't need money. We have plenty of money. In fact, we beat Hillary Clinton with a tiny fraction of the money that she was able to.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to move on.
Don't tell me about average contribution, $43.
All right, we're going to move on to our next section, which is national security. And I do want to start with the security of our elections and some breaking news from overnight. Just last night, top intelligence officials confirmed again that both Russia and Iran are working to influence this election. Both countries have obtained U.S. voter registration information, these officials say, and Iran sent intimidating messages to Florida voters. This question goes to you, Mr. Vice President. What would you do to put an end to this threat? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
I made it clear, and I asked everyone else to take the pledge. I made it clear that any country, no matter who it is, that interferes in American elections will pay a price. They will pay a price.
We already are.
Clear this election, I won't even get into the last one, this election, that Russia has been involved, China has been involved to some degree, and now we learn that Iran is involved. They will.
You see that shit, my man? How the spin's coming out.
He's the one that did the Iran deal.
Sovereignty.
Right. Welcome to the spin, y'all. We're watching the spin right here.
Putin about it. I don't think he's stalking them a lot. I don't think he said a word. I don't know why he hadn't said a word to Putin about it. And I don't know what he has recently said, if anything, to the Iranians. My guess is he probably
did say
with regard to the Iranians. But the point is this, folks. We are in a situation where we have foreign countries trying to interfere in the outcome of our election. His own national security advisor told him that what is happening with his buddy, I will. His buddy, Rudy Giuliani, he's being used as a Russian pawn. He's being.
I knew he was going to do that shit. I knew
it. Now he coming up the laptop.
Wow.
And then you find out everything that's going on here about Russia is wanting to make sure that I do not get elected the next president of the United States because they know I know them and they know me. I don't understand why this president is unwilling to take on Putin.
Exactly the opposite. They know him, and that's why they want him.
Afghanistan. when he's engaged in activities that are trying to destabilize all of NATO. I don't know why he doesn't do it, but it's worth asking the question. Why isn't that being done? Any country interferes will, in fact, pay a price because they're affecting our sovereignty.
President Trump, same question to you. Let me ask the question. You're going to have 2 minutes to respond.
He wants to say something so bad. He's heated and he has to say cold. I want a motherfucker right there, dude. They don't want me to be president.
$3.5 million from Russia, and it came through Putin because he was very friendly with the former mayor of Moscow, and it was the mayor of Moscow's wife, and you got $3.5 million. Your family got $3.5 million, and
boom!
Someday you're gonna have to explain why did you get 3.5. I never got any money from Russia. I don't get money from Russia. Now, about your thing last night, I knew all about that, and through John Ratcliffe, who is fantastic, DNI, he said the one thing that's common to both of them, they both want you to lose. Because there has been nobody tougher than Russia between the sanctions. Nobody tougher than me on Russia. Between the sanctions, between all of what I've done with NATO. You know, I've got the NATO countries to put up an extra $130 billion, going to $420 billion a year. That's to guard against Russia. I sold, while he was selling pillows and sheets, I sold tank busters to Ukraine. There has been nobody tougher on Russia than Donald Trump. And I'll tell you, they were so bad. They took over the submarine port. You remember that very well. During your term, during you and Barack Obama, they took over a big part of what should have been Ukraine.
I want to see Biden's face.
You were getting a lot of money from Russia. They were paying you a lot of money, and they probably still are. But now, with what came out today, it's even worse. All of the emails, the horrible emails of the kind of money that you were raking in, you and your family. And Joe, you were vice president when some of this was happening, and it should have never happened. And I think you owe an explanation
you're uncomfortable
to the
now,
American
motherfucker.
people. Why is it? Somebody just
You're
had
moving
a
your
news
feet.
conference a little while.
Joe will be stuttering.
But what he said was damning. And regardless of me, I think you have to clean it up and talk to the American people. Maybe you can do it right now.
Woo! Boom!
Biden, you may respond in 30 seconds.
Here.
And then I do want to follow up on
I have not taken a penny from any foreign source ever in my life.
Bullshit!
This president paid 50 times the tax in
That's
China.
because they gave it to his son.
And you got half.
Son gave it to him.
Right.
And in fact, is talking about me taking money. I have not taken a single penny from any country whatsoever, ever.
Oh,
really?
Number two, we'll see about that after this.
22 years. Go look at them. 22 years of my tax return. You have not released a single solitary year of your tax return. What are you hiding?
What is your money? Where's the millions of dollars at? Why is there paperwork with it?
Paying you a lot.
Oh, come
China's
on.
paying you a lot.
How are you able to buy 5 houses
around the country?
On a senator's salary.
China's building a new road to a new a golf course you have overseas. So what's going on here? Why don't release your tax return or stop talking about corruption?
President Trump, your response.
First of all, I called my accountants, under audit. I'm going to release them as soon as we can. I want to do it.
How you doing, Carol?
How successful, how great this.
I'm good. This is crazy, man.
I'm
waiting for that death blow.
I asked them a week ago. I said, what did I pay? They said, sir, you prepaid tens of millions of dollars. I prepaid my tax. Tens over the last number of years. Tens of millions of dollars I prepaid. Because at some point they think it's an estimate. They think I may have to pay tax. So I already prepaid it. Nobody told me that.
Did your accountant
Nobody
tell
told you that. Excuse
them?
me. And it wasn't written whenever they write this. They keep talking about $750, which I think is a filing fee. But let me just tell you, I prepaid millions and millions of dollars in taxes. Number one. Number two, I don't make money from China. You do. I don't make money from Ukraine. You do. I don't make money from Russia.
You do.
You made $3.5 million, and your son gave you. They even have a statement that we have to give 10%.
Any national security.
No, maybe you're not, but you're the big man, I think. Your son said we have to give 10% to the big man. Joe, what's that all about? It's terrible.
All right, I'm going to ask you both some questions about all of this. I'm going to let you both respond very quickly.
Respond.
You just said you spoke to your accountant
Yes.
about potentially releasing your taxes. Did he tell you when you can release them? Do you have a deadline for when you're going to release them?
I get treated worse than the Tea Party got treated. Because I have a lot of people in there, deep down in the IRS, they treat me horribly. We made a deal, it was all settled until I decide to run for president. I get treated very badly by the IRS, very unfairly. But we had a deal all done. As soon as we're completed with the deal, I want to release it. But I have paid millions and millions of dollars, and it's worse than paying. I paid in advance. It's called prepaying your taxes. I paid in advance.
I want to ask you both about questions regarding your potential foreign entanglements and questions that have been raised to give you both a chance to talk about this more broadly. Respond very quickly, and then I'll get to my question.
Why did he's been saying this for 4 years? Show us. Just show us. Stop playing around. You've been saying for 4 years you're going to release your taxes. Nobody knows, Mr. President. What they do know is you're not paying your taxes, or you're paying taxes that are so low. When last time he said what he paid, he said, I only pay that little because I'm smart. I know how to game the system. Come on.
Come on, man.
President Trump, and then I want to get to two questions to both of you.
Sure.
I was put through a phony witch hunt for 3 years. It started before I even got elected. They spied on my campaign. No president should ever have to go through what I went through. Let me just say this. Mueller and 18 angry Democrats and FBI agents all over the place spent $48 million. They went through everything I had, including my tax returns, and they found absolutely no collusion and nothing wrong. 48 million. I guarantee you, if I spent 1 million on you, Joe, I could find plenty wrong. Because the kind of things that you've done and the kind of monies that your family has taken, I mean, your brother made money in Iraq.
Shots fired.
Your other brother made a fortune. And it's all through you, Joe. And they say you get some of it. And you do live very well. You have houses all over the place. You live very well.
All right, gentlemen, let me just ask some questions about all of this broadly. Vice President Biden, there have been questions about the work your son has done in China and for a Ukrainian energy company when you were vice president. In retrospect, was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
Nothing was unethical. Here's what the deal.
Yeah.
With regard to Ukraine, we had this whole question about whether or not, because he was on the board, I later learned, of Burisma, a company, that somehow I had done something wrong. Yet every single solitary person, when he was going through his impeachment, testifying under oath who worked for him, said, I did my job impeccably. I carried out U.S. policy. Not one single solitary thing was out of line. Not a single thing, number one. Number two, the guy who got in trouble in Ukraine was this guy trying to bribe the Ukrainian government to say something negative about me, which they would not do and did not do, because it never, ever, ever happened. My son has not made money in terms of this thing about, what are you talking about, China. I have not had it. The only guy who made money from China is this guy. He's the only one. Nobody else has made money from China.
President Trump, let me ask my question to you.
Could I just one thing?
Very quickly.
His son didn't have a job for a long time, was sadly no longer in the military service. I won't get into that. And he didn't have a job. As soon as he became vice president, Burisma, not the best reputation in the world. I hear they paid him $183,000 a month. Listen to this. $183,000, and they gave him a $3 million upfront payment.
All right.
And he had no energy.
I'm going to let the Vice President respond to that quickly, and then I need to get to a question to you.
No basis for that. Everybody investigated that. No one said anything he did was wrong in Ukraine.
Okay, President Trump, this is for you. Since you took office, you've never divested from your business. You've personally promoted your properties abroad. A report this week, which was referenced, does indicate that your company has a bank account in China. So how can voters know that you don't have any foreign conflict of interest?
I have many bank accounts, and they're all listed, and they're all over the place. I mean, I was a businessman doing business. The bank account you're referring to, which is everybody knows about it, it's listed. The bank account was in 2013. That's what it was. It was open to do. It was closed in 2015, I believe. And then I decided, because I was thinking about doing a deal in China like millions of other people, I was thinking about it, and I decided I'm not going to do it. Didn't like it. I decided not to do it. Had an account open, and I closed it.
Okay.
Excuse me. And then, unlike him, where he's vice president and he does business, I then decided to run for president after that. That was before. So I closed it before I even ran for president, let alone became president. Big difference. He is the vice president of the United States, and his son, his brother, and his other brother are getting rich. They're like a vacuum cleaner. They're sucking up money every
President Trump,
place
thank
he
you.
goes.
We do need to move on. I do want to ask you, Vice President Biden, about China. Let's talk about China more broadly. There have, of course, President Trump has said that they should pay for not being fully transparent in regards to the coronavirus. If you were president, would you make China pay? And please be specific. What would that look like?
What I'd make China do is play by the international rules, not like he has done. He has caused the deficit of China to go up, not down, with China, up, not down. We are making sure that in order to do business in China, you have to give all your intellectual property. You have to have a partner in China that's 51%. We would not do that at all, number one. Number two, we're in a situation where China would have to play by the rules internationally as well. When I met with Xi, when I was still vice president, he said we're setting up air identification zones in the South China Sea. You can't fly through them. I said we're going to fly through them. We just flew B-52, B-1 bombers through it. We're not going to pay attention. They have to play by the rules. And what's he do? He embraces guys like the thugs like in North Korea and the Chinese president and Putin and others, and he pokes his finger in the eye of all of our friends, all of our allies. We make up we're 25% of the world's economy. We need to be having the rest of our friends with us saying to China, these are the rules. You play by them or you're going to pay the price for not paying by them economically. That's the way I will run it, and that's what we did in upholding steel tariffs and a range of other things when we were president and vice president.
All right, let's talk about North Korea.
Excuse me, no, I have to respond to that.
Okay. Very quickly, and then we're going to move on to North Korea.
$1.5 billion from China to manage after spending 10 minutes in office and being in Air Force 2, number one. Number two, there's a very strong email talking about your family wanting to make $10 million a year for introductions.
President Trump, on China policy, though, what specifically are you going to do? What specifically are you going to do to make China pay? You said you're going to make them pay.
China is paying. They're paying billions and billions of dollars. I just gave $28 billion.
New sanctions?
I just gave $28 billion to our farmers.
Taxpayers' money.
It's what?
Taxpayers' money.
You know the taxpayers. It's called China. China paid $28 billion, and you know what they did to pay it, Joe? They devalued their currency, and they also paid out. And you know who got the money? Our farmers, our great farmers, because they were targeted. You never charged them anything. Also, I charged them 25% on dumped steel because they were killing our steel industry. We were not going to have a steel industry.
Okay.
And now we have a steel industry.
Okay, Vice President Biden, your response, please.
Our response is, look, this isn't about, there's a reason why he's bringing up all this malarkey. There's a reason for it. He doesn't want to talk about the substantive issues. It's not about his family and my family. It's about your family. And your
here we go.
Badly.
Here we go again, like on the last one.
You're a middle-class family. You're getting hurt badly right now. You're sitting at the kitchen table
playing on our fucking emotions,
we can't get
man.
Tires of the ball because we have to wait another month or so. Or are we going to be able to pay the mortgage? Or who's going to tell her she can't go back to community
Why don't you fucking talk about Pelosi? Why don't you talk about Pelosi?
Families like I grew up in Scranton and Claymont. They're in trouble. We should be talking about your families, but that's the last thing he wants to talk about.
I want to talk about North Korea. I do want to turn to 10 seconds.
Let him talk.
That's a typical political statement. Let's get off this China thing, and then he looks. The family, around the table, everything.
Right. There you boom.
When I see that.
Let's talk about North
Korea. I'm not a typical politician.
Okay.
That's why I got elected. Let's get off the subject of China. Let's talk around sitting around the table.
All right.
She keeps interrupting.
Even Biden interrupted. Now, President Trump, you've met with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un 3 times. You've talked about your beautiful letters with him. You've touted the fact that there hasn't been a war or a long-range missile test. And yet North Korea recently rolled out its biggest ever intercontinental ballistic missile and continues to develop its nuclear arsenal. Do you see that as a betrayal of the relationship you forged? Just 30 seconds here because we need to get on to the next one.
So when I met with Barack Obama, we sat in the White House right at the beginning, had a great conversation. It was supposed to be 15 minutes, and it was well over an hour. He said the biggest problem we have with North Korea. He indicated we will be in a war with North Korea. Guess what? It would be a nuclear war, and he does have plenty of nuclear capability. In the meantime, I have a very good relationship with him. Different kind of a guy, but he probably thinks the same thing about me. We have a different kind of a relationship. We have a very good relationship, and there's no war. And you know, about 2 months ago, he broke into a certain area. They said, oh, there's going to be trouble. I said, no, they're not, because he's not going to do that. And I was right. Look, instead of being in a war where millions of people, Seoul, you know, is 25 miles away, millions and millions, 32 million people in Seoul, millions of people would be dead right now.
President Trump, that's 30 seconds. Thank you. Vice President Biden, to you. North Korea conducted 4 nuclear tests under the Obama administration. Why do you think you would be able to rein in this persistent threat?
Because I'd make it clear, which we were making clear to China, they had to be part of the deal. Because here's the reason. I made it clear, and as a spokesperson of the administration when I went to China, that they said, why are you moving your missile defense up so close? Why are you moving more forces here? Why are you continuing to do military maneuvers with South Korea? I said, because North Korea is a problem, and we're going to continue to do it so we can control them. We're going to make sure we can control them and make sure they cannot hurt us. And so if you want to do something about it, step up and help. If not, it's going to continue. What has he done? He's legitimized North Korea. He's talked about his good buddy who's a thug, and he talks about how we're better off. And they have much more capable missiles, able to reach U.S. territory much more easily than ever did before.
Let me follow up with you, Vice President Biden. You've said you wouldn't meet with Kim Jong-un without preconditions. Are there any conditions under which you would meet with him?
On the condition that he would agree that he would be drawing down his nuclear capacity to get that the Korean Peninsula should be a nuclear-free zone.
All right, let's move on to American families.
Kristen, they tried
Very
to
quickly,
meet with
10
him.
seconds, President.
They tried to meet with him. He wouldn't do it. He didn't like Obama. He didn't like him. He wouldn't do it.
Okay, I got to give him a chance to respond to that before we move on.
And that's okay. You know what? North Korea, we're not in a war. We have a good relationship. You know, people don't understand. Having a good relationship with leaders of other countries is a good thing.
We have a lot of questions to get to.
And they be cutting him off, man.
With Hitler before he, in fact, invaded Europe, the rest of Europe.
Oh, God.
The reason
Come on, man.
President Obama is because President Obama said, we're going to talk about denuclearization. We're not going to legitimize you. We're going to continue to put stronger and stronger sanctions on you. That's why he wouldn't meet with us.
All right, let's move on. Let's move on and talk about American families.
He left me a mess, Kristen.
President Trump, okay, we do need to move on.
They left me a mess. North Korea was a mess. And in fact, if you remember the first 2 or 3 months, there was a very dangerous period in my first 3 months before we sort of worked things out a little bit. There was a very
She keeps interrupting
us, a mess. And Obama would be, I think, the first to say it was the single biggest problem he thought that our country.
Okay, let's move on to American families and the economy. One of the issues that's most important to them is health care, as you both know. Today there was a key vote on a new Supreme Court Justice, Amy Coney Barrett, and health care is at the center of her confirmation fight. Over 20 million Americans get their health insurance through the Affordable Care Act. It's headed to the Supreme Court, and your administration, Mr. President, is advocating for the court to overturn it. If the Supreme Court does overturn that law, those 20 million Americans could lose their health insurance almost overnight. So what would you do if those people have their health insurance taken away? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Sure. First of all, I've already done something that nobody thought was possible. Through the legislature, I terminated the individual mandate. That is the worst part of Obamacare, as we call it. The individual mandate where you have to pay a fortune for the privilege of not having to pay for bad health insurance. I terminated. It's gone. Now it's in court because Obamacare is no good. But then I made a decision. Run it as well as you can to my people, great people. Run it as well as you can. I could have gone the other route and made everybody very unhappy. They ran it. Premiums are down. Everything's down. Here's the problem. No matter how well you run it, it's no good. What we'd like to do is terminate it. We have the individual mandate done. I don't know that it's going to work. If we don't win, we will have to run it, and we'll have Obamacare, but it'll be better run. But it no longer is Obamacare, because without the individual mandate, it's much different. Pre-existing conditions will always stay. What I would like to do is a much better healthcare, much better, will always protect people with pre-existing. So I'd like to terminate Obamacare, come up with a brand new, beautiful healthcare. The Democrats will do it because there'll be tremendous pressure on them, and we might even have the House by that time, and I think we're going to win the House, okay? You'll see, but I think we're going to win the House. But come up with a better healthcare, always protecting people with pre-existing conditions. And one thing very important, we have 180 million people out there that have great private health care, far more than we're talking about with Obamacare. Joe Biden is going to terminate all of those policies. These are people that love their health care, people that have been successful, middle-income people, been successful. They have 180 million plans, 180 million people, families, under what he wants to do, which will basically be socialized medicine. He won't even have a choice. They want to terminate 180 million plans. We have done an incredible job on health care, and we're going to do even better.
Okay, Vice President Biden, yes, this is for you. Your health care plan calls for building on Obamacare. So my question is, what is your plan if the law is ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
What I'm going to do is pass Obamacare with a public option, become Bidencare. Public option is an option that says that if you, in fact, do not have the wherewithal to be, if you qualify for Medicaid and you do not have the wherewithal in your state to get Medicaid, you automatically enroll, providing competition for insurance companies. That's what's going to happen. Secondly, we're going to make sure we reduce the premiums and reduce drug prices by making sure that there's competition that doesn't exist now by allowing the Medicare to negotiate drug prices with the insurance companies. Thirdly, the idea that I want to eliminate private insurance, the reason why I had such a fight with 20 candidates for the nomination was I support private insurance. That's why I did not one single person with private insurance would lose their insurance under my plan, nor did they under Obamacare. They did not lose their insurance unless they chose they wanted to go to something else. Lastly, we're going to make sure we're in a situation that we actually protect pre-existing. There's no way he can protect pre-existing conditions. None. Zero. He's been talking about this for a long time. He's never come up with a plan. I guess we're going to get the pre-existing condition plan the same time we get the infrastructure plan that we've been waiting since 17, 18, 19, and 20. The fact, I still have a few more minutes. I know you're getting anxious. The fact is that he's already cost the American people, because of his terrible handling of the COVID virus and the economic spillover, 10 million people have lost their private insurance. And he wants to take away 22 million more people who have it under Obamacare, and over 110 million people with pre-existing conditions. And all the people from COVID are going to have pre-existing conditions. What are they going to do?
I have a follow-up for you, Vice President Biden. It relates to something that President Trump said. He's accusing you of wanting socialized medicine. What do you say to people who have concerns that your health care plan, which includes a government insurance option, takes the country one step closer to a health care system run entirely by the government? What's your response to that?
It's ridiculous. It's like saying that, the idea that the fact that there's a public option that people can choose, that makes it a socialist plan. Look, the difference between the president, I think healthcare is not a privilege, it's a right. Everyone should have the right
to healthcare. I'm Joey.
Proud of my plan. It's gotten endorsed by
now he's trying to appeal to the Bernie brothers.
As well as a whole range of other people who, in fact, are concerned in the medical field. This is something that's going to save people's lives, and this is going to give some people an opportunity to have health care for their children. How many of you home are worried and rolling around in bed tonight wondering what in God's name you're going to do if you get sick? Because you've lost your home insurance, your health insurance, your company's gone under. We have to provide health insurance for people at an affordable rate, and that's what I do.
President Trump,
he was there for 47 years. He didn't do it. He was now there as vice president for 8 years, and it's not like it was 25 years ago. It was 3 3/4. It was just a little while ago, right? Less than 4 years ago. He didn't do anything. He didn't do it. He wants socialized medicine, and it's not that he wants it. His vice president, she is more liberal than Bernie Sanders and wants it even more. Bernie Sanders wants it. The Democrats want it. You're going to have socialized medicine, just like you want it with fracking. we're not going to have fracking. We're going to stop fracking. We're going to stop fracking. Then he goes to Pennsylvania after he gets a nomination where he got very lucky to get it. And he goes to Pennsylvania and he says, oh, we're going to have fracking. And you never ask that question. And by the way, so far, I respect very much the way you're handling this, I have to say.
By the way.
But somebody should ask the question.
You can ask
he goes for a year. There will be
we have a number of topics.
No, but that's a big question.
We're going to get to.
It's the same thing with socialized medicine.
I have to respond.
Vice President, your response, please.
My response is people deserve to have affordable health care. Period. And the Biden care proposal will, in fact, provide for that affordable health care, lower premiums. What we're going to do is going to cost some money. It's going to cost over $750 billion over 10 years to do it. And they're going to have lower premiums. You can buy into the better plans, the cheaper plans, lower your premiums, deal with unexpected billing, and have your drug prices drop significantly. He keeps talking about it. He hasn't done a thing for anybody on health care. Not a thing.
Because of fucking McCain, dude. They had the votes.
Talking about socialized medicine.
And McCain at the last moment bummed out. I remember.
Public option. He's talking about destroying your Medicare, totally destroying, and destroying your Social Security. And this whole country will come down. You know, Bernie Sanders tried it in his state. He tried it in his state. His governor was a very liberal governor. They want to make it work.
Okay, let's let Vice President Biden respond.
It doesn't work.
He's a very confused guy. He thinks he's running against somebody else. He's running against Joe Biden. I beat all those other people because I disagreed with them. Joe Biden he's running against.
You beat him because it was fixed.
We're in a situation that they're going to destroy Medicare. This is the guy that the actuary at Medicare said, if in fact, at Social Security, if in fact he continues to withhold his plan to withhold the tax on Social Security, Social Security by 20,
oh, I know. I want what? Have you been timing it?
With no way to make up for it.
What?
This is the guy who's tried to cut Medicare. So I mean, the idea that Donald Trump is lecturing me on Social Security and Medicare? Come on.
He tried to get rid of. He tried to hurt Social Security years ago. Years ago. Go back and look at the records. He tried to hurt Social Security years ago.
All right, let's move on. I'm going to move on. Mr. President, I have to move on to the next question.
They said the stock market will boom if I'm elected. If he's elected, the stock market will crash.
Okay, let's move on to the next question very quickly.
Look, the idea that the stock market is booming is his only measure of what's happening. Where I come from in Scranton and Claymont, the people don't live off of the stock market. Just in the last three years during this crisis, the billionaires in this country made, according to the Wall Street, $700 billion more. $700 billion more. Because that's his only measure. What happens to the ordinary people out there? What happens to them?
Let's talk about what's happening on Capitol Hill. We're going to move on.
401ks are through the roof.
We're going to move on.
Stock are through the roof.
All right.
And he doesn't come from Scranton. That's like he lived there for a short period of time before he even knew it.
We're going to move on to the next
left.
question.
And the people of Pennsylvania
Let me
will
move
show
on
you
to my
that.
next question,
They
gentlemen.
understand.
As of tonight, more than 12 million people are out of work. And as of tonight, 8 million more Americans have fallen into poverty, and more families are going hungry every day. Those hit hardest are women and people of color. They see Washington fighting over a relief bill. Mr. President, why haven't you been able to get them the help they need? 30 seconds here.
Because Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve it. I do.
But you're the president.
I do, but I still have to get. Unfortunately, that's one of the reasons I think we're going to take over the House, because of her. Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve anything because she'd love to have some victories on a date called November 3rd. Nancy Pelosi does not want to approve it. We are ready, willing, and able to do something. Don't forget, we've already approved 3 plans, and it's gone through, including the Democrats, in all fairness. This one she doesn't want. It's near the election because she thinks it helps her politically. I think it hurts her politically.
All right, Mr. Vice President.
The Republican leader in the United States Senate said he can't pass it. He will not be able to pass it. He does not have Republican votes. Why isn't he talking to his Republican friends?
Let me follow up with you, Vice President
we made a
Biden,
deal,
because let me ask Vice President Biden a question. You are the leader of the Democratic Party. Why have you not pushed the Democrats to get a deal for the American people?
Well, I have, and they have pushed it. Look, they passed this act all the way back in the beginning of the summer. This is like it's not new. It's been out there. This HEROES Act has been
But there's so much
there.
fucking pork inside of it. You know that shit's fucking public, man.
The Recovery Act with $800 billion.
What does rebuilding the cities that the Democrats,
to local communities
that the Democrats fucked up, have to do with the relief? That can go on another blame. That can go on another blame session.
So they can keep
real quick
cities and counties running. He will not support that. They have not done a thing for them.
Bullshit.
McConnell said, let them go bankrupt. Let them go bankrupt. Come on. What's the matter with
these guys? The bill that was passed in the House was a bailout of badly run, high crime, Democrat, all run by Democrats, cities and states. It was a way of getting a lot of money, billions and billions of dollars to these kids. It was also a way of getting a lot of money from our people's pockets to people that come into our country illegally. We were going to take care of everything for them. And what that does, and I'd love to do that, I'd love to help them, but what that does, everybody all over the world will start pouring into our country. We can't do it. This was a way of taking care of them. This was a way of spending on things that had nothing to do with COVID, as per your question. But it was really a big bailout for badly run Democrat cities and states.
All right,
if I get elected, I'm running as a proud Democrat, but I'm going to be an American president. I don't see red states and blue states. What I see is American, United States. And folks, every single state out there finds themselves in trouble. They're going to start laying off, whether they're red or blue, cops, firefighters, first responders, because they have to balance their budget. And the founders were smart. They allowed the federal government to deficit spend to compensate for the United States of America.
I want to talk about the minimum wage, gentlemen. Mr. Vice President, we are talking a lot about struggling small businesses and business owners these days. Do you think this is the right time to ask them to raise the minimum wage? You, of course, support a $15 federal minimum wage.
I do, because I think one of the things we're going to have to do is we're going to have to bail them out, too. We should be bailing them out now, those small businesses. You got 1 in 6 of them going under. They're not going to be able to make it back. They passed a package that allows us to be able to call PPP. Money is supposed to go to help them do everything from organize how they can deal with their businesses being open safely. Schools, how they can make classrooms smaller, how they can hire more teachers, how they can put ventilation systems in. They need the help. The businesses as well as the schools need the help. But these guys will not help them. It's not giving them any of the money.
We are going to move on to immigration, but I want to get your reaction.
We have to help our small businesses by raising the minimum wage. That's not helping. I think it should be a state option.
I want to use that against them right there.
New York is different from Vermont. Every state is different. It should be a state option.
You said very recently.
We have to help. It's very important. We have to help our small businesses. How are you helping your small businesses when you're forcing wages? What's going to happen, and what's been proven to happen, is when you do that, these small businesses fire many of their employees.
You said very recently you would consider raising the
federal minimum wage. Where's the money coming from, asshole?
You said recently you would consider raising the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour. Is that still the case?
And I would consider it to an extent, but
in a second
administration, but not to a level that's going to put all these businesses out of business. It should be a state option. Look, in different places, I know different places. They're all different. Some places,
that is true. I've been from state to state.
Bad. In other places, other states, $15.
Okay, President Trump, thank you. Quick response, Vice President Biden.
2 jobs, 1 job, be below poverty. People are making $6, $7, $8 an hour. These first responders, we all clap for as they come down the street because they've allowed us to make it. What's happening?
What first responder makes $6 an hour?
$15. Anything below
I never heard of that.
Below the poverty level. And there is no evidence that when you raise the minimum wage, businesses go out of business. That is simply not true.
We're going to talk about immigration.
All right, man. You better go back to elementary school for a fucking math class and basic arithmetic, man.
Separated children from their parents at the border. At least 4,000 kids. You've since reversed your zero tolerance policy, but the United States can't locate the parents of more than 500 children. So how will these families ever be reunited?
Children are brought here by coyotes and lots of bad people.
Pedophilia.
Cartels, and they're brought here, and they used to use them to get into our country. We now have as strong a border as we've ever had. We're over 400 miles of brand new wall. You see the numbers.
Yep, people get less hours.
They have to come in legally, and they come in through
But
merit.
how will you reunite these kids with their families, Mr. President?
They built cages. You know, they used to say, I built the cages. And then they had a picture in a certain newspaper. There was a picture of these horrible cages. And they said, look at these cages. President Trump built them. And then it was determined they were built in 2014. That was him.
Do you have a plan to reunite the kids?
Yes, we're working on it we're trying very hard. But a lot of these kids come out without the parents. They come over through cartels and through coyotes and through gangs.
Vice President Biden, let me bring you into this conversation. Quick response and then another question to you.
These 500 plus kids came with parents. They separated them at the border to make it a disincentive to come to begin with. They real tough. We're really strong. And guess what? They cannot, it's not coyotes didn't bring them over. Their parents were with them. They got separated from their parents. And it makes us a laughing stock and violates every notion of who we are as a nation.
Let me ask you a follow-up question.
They did it. We changed the policy.
Your response to that?
They did it. We changed.
Did not.
They built the cages. Who built the cages, Joe?
Let's talk about
who built the cages, Joe.
Boom!
Parents were ripped. Their kids were ripped from their arms and separated.
Man, bullshit,
now
dude.
They cannot find over 500 sets of those parents, and those kids are alone.
Some of these kids are not even. These parents are not. They're not even their parents.
It's criminal.
Let me ask you about
I will say this. They went down. We brought reporters, everything. They are so well taken care of. They're in facilities that were so clean.
But some of them haven't been reunited.
But just ask one question. Who built the cages? I'd love you to ask him that. Who built the cages?
Let me ask about your immigration policy.
No. Who built the fucking cages? Man, shut up, dude. Bullshit.
Which had been a key promise during the administration. It also presided over record deportations as well as family detentions at the border before changing course. So why should voters trust you with an immigration overhaul now?
Because we made a mistake. It took too long to get it right. It took too long to get it right. I'll be president of the United States, not vice president of the United States. And the fact
is, did he just put Obama under the table?
100 days, I'm going to send to the United States
after he campaigned with them.
For over 11 million undocumented.
I thought that was your boy, Joe.
Those so-called dreamers, those DACA kids, they're going to be immediately certified again to be able to stay.
He just put Obama under the bus.
The idea that they are being.
I'm going to be president.
They want to do that. Is they go into a country they've never seen before. I can imagine you're 5 years old, your parents are taking you across the Rio Grande River, and it's illegal. And you say, oh no, Mom, leave me here. I'm not going to go with you. They've been here. Many of them are model citizens. Over 20,000 of them are first responders out there taking care of people during this crisis. We owe them. We owe them.
President, he had 8 years
He's getting mad.
to do what he said he was going to do. And I've changed without having a specific. We got rid of catch and release. We got rid of a lot of horrible things that they put in and that they lived with. But he had 8 years he was vice president. He did nothing except build cages to keep children in.
Vice President, your response.
The catch and release, you know what he's talking about there? If in fact you had a family came across and they were arrested, they in fact were given a date to show up for their hearing.
They never show up.
And guess what? They showed up for a hearing. And this is the first president in the history of the United States of America that anybody seeking asylum has to do it in another country. That's never happened before in America. That's never happened before in America.
Different day.
You come to the United States and you make your case that I seek asylum based on the following premise, why I deserve it under American law. They're sitting in squalor on the other side of the river.
President Trump.
Most of them people ain't even Mexicans, and I got video to prove that shit.
No understanding of immigration of the laws. Catch and release is a disaster. A murderer would come in, a rapist would come in, a very bad person would come in. We would take their name. We have to release them into our country. And then you say they come back. Less than 1% of the people come back. We have to send ICE out and Border Patrol out to find them. We would say, come back in 2 years, 3 years. We're going to give you a court case. You need Perry Mason. We're going to give you a court case. When you say they come back, they don't come back, Joe.
Yeah.
They never come back. Only the really, I hate to say this, but those with the lowest IQ, they might come back.
Okay, President Trump, let's give Vice President Biden a chance to respond, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
You don't know the law, Joe.
Vice President Biden, your response.
Know the law, what he's telling you is simply not true.
Well, check it out. They don't come back.
Check it out.
All right, let's move on.
But we don't have to
the
worry
next
about it because they
section.
terminated it, so we don't have to worry about
Let's
it.
move on to the next
And you have
section.
525 kids not knowing where in God's name they're going to be and lost their parents.
Go ahead.
All right, let's talk about our next section, which is race in America. And I want to talk about the way Black and brown Americans experience race in this country. Part of that experience is something called the talk. It happens regardless of class and income. Parents who feel they have no choice but to prepare their children for the chance that they could be targeted, including by the police, for no reason other than the color of their skin. Mr. Vice President, in the next 2 minutes, I want you to speak directly to these families. Do you understand why these parents fear for their children?
I do. You know, my daughter is a social worker, and she's written a lot about this. She has a graduate degree from the University of Pennsylvania in social work. And you know, one of the reasons why I ended up working on the east side of Wilmington, Delaware, which is 90% African American, was to learn more about what was going on. I never had to tell my daughter, if she's pulled over, make sure she puts, for a traffic stop, put both hands on top of the wheel and don't reach for the glove box because someone may shoot you. But a black parent, no matter how wealthy or how poor they are, has to teach their child, when you're walking down the street, don't have a hoodie on when you go across the street.
I wonder why.
Sure that you, in fact, if you get pulled over, yes sir, no sir, hands on top of the wheel, because you are in fact the victim, whether you're a person making child of a $300,000 a year person or someone who's on food stamps. The fact of the matter is there is institutional racism in America, and we have always said, we've never lived up to it, that we hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women are created equal. But guess what? We have never, ever lived up to it. But we've always constantly been moving the needle further and further to inclusion, not exclusion. This is the first president to come along and says, that's the end of that. We're not going to do that anymore. We have to provide for economic opportunity, better education, better health care, better access to schooling, better access to opportunity to borrow money to start businesses. All the things we can do, and I've laid out a clear plan as to how to do those things, just to give people a shot. It's about accumulating the ability to have wealth as well as it is to be free from violence.
President Trump, same question to you, and let me remind you of the question. I would like you to speak directly to these families. Do you understand why these parents fear for their children?
Yes, I do. And again, he's been in government 47 years. He never did a thing except in 1994 when he did such harm to the black community. And they were called, and he called them super predators. And he said that. He said it, super predators. And they have never lived that down. 1994, your crime bill, the super predators. Nobody has done more for the black community than Donald Trump. And if you look, with the exception of Abraham Lincoln, possible exception, but the exception of Abraham Lincoln, nobody has done what I've done. Criminal justice reform. Obama and Joe didn't do it. I don't even think they tried because they had no chance at doing it. They might have wanted to do it, but if you had to see the arms I had to twist to get that done, it was not a pretty picture. And everybody knows it, including some very liberal people that cried in my office. They cried in the Oval Office. 2 weeks later, they're out saying, gee, we have to defeat him. Criminal justice reform, prison reform, opportunity zones with Tim Scott, a great senator from South Carolina. He came in with this incredible idea for opportunity zones. It's one of the most successful programs. People don't talk about it. Tremendous investment is being made. Biggest beneficiary, the black and Hispanic communities, and then historically black colleges and universities. After 3 years of coming to the office, I love some of those guys. They were great. They came into the office and they said, I said, what are you doing? After 3 years, I said, why do you keep coming back? Because we have no funding. I said, you don't have to come back every year. We have to come back because President Obama would never give them long-term funding. And I did. 10-year long-term funding, and I gave them more money than they asked for because they said, I think you need more. And I said, the only bad part about this is I may never see you again because I got very friendly with them, and they like me and I like them. But I saved colleges and universities.
Okay, and we're going to talk about both of your records, but your response to that, Vice President.
My response to that is I never, ever said what he accused me of saying. The fact of the matter is, in 2000, though, after the crime bill had been in the law for a while, this is a guy who said, the problem with the crime bill, there's not enough people in jail. There's not enough people in jail. And go on my website, get the quote, the date when he said it. Not enough people. He talked about marauding gangs, young gangs, and the people who are going to maraud our cities. This is a guy who in the Central
That's what's happening now, Dick White.
Black kids, he continued to push for making sure that they got the death penalty. None of them were guilty of the crimes they were.
What about these riots now? Bring that shit up, bro. Bring that shit up.
He did, in fact, let 20 people.
What about these riots? Portland, Oregon.
We committed over 1,000.
Chicago.
Over 1,000. The very law he's talking about is a law that
I can't even pronounce the blame. City Kiyoshi or whatever it is.
And secondly, we're in a situation here where the federal prison system was
New York City,
38,000 people under our administration. And one of these things we should be
Portland,
doing,
Oregon, Chaz.
No minimum mandatories in the law. That's why I'm offering $20 billion to states to change their state laws to eliminate minimum mandatories and set up drug courts. No one should be going to jail because they have a drug problem. They should be going to rehabilitation, not to jail. We should fundamentally change the system, and that's what I'm going to do.
Yep.
Why didn't he do it 4 years ago? Why didn't you do that 4 years ago, even less than that? Why didn't you do it? You were vice president. You keep talking about all these things you're going to do and you're going to do this, but you were there just a short time ago and you guys did nothing.
We did.
You know, Joe, I ran because of you. I ran because of Barack Obama, because you did a poor job. If I thought you did a good job, I would have never run. I would have never run. I ran because of you. I'm looking at you now. You're a politician. I ran because of you.
All right, Vice President Biden, your response to that, and then I do have some questions for both of you.
Well, I tell you what, I hope he does look at me, because what's happening here is, you know who I am, you know who he is, you know his character, you know my character, you know our reputations for honor and telling the truth. I am anxious to have this race. I am anxious to see this take place. The character of the country is on the ballot. Our character is on the ballot. Look at us closely.
Let me ask some follow-up.
Yeah, we are.
Respond, and then we're going to have follow-up.
If this stuff is true about Russia, Ukraine, China, other countries, Iraq, if this is true, then he's a corrupt politician.
Right.
So don't give me the stuff about how you're this innocent baby. Joe, they're calling you a corrupt politician.
Nobody.
Hey, President Trump,
yes, we are. Yes, we are.
We're talking about the issue.
A threat to national security, motherfucker.
Right now, and I do want to stay on the issue of
bullshit.
President Trump,
I have to respond to that.
Please.
Because look,
Very quick.
there are 50 former national intelligence folks who said that what he's accusing me of is a Russian plan. They have said that this has all the 5 former heads of the CIA, both parties, say what he's saying is a bunch of garbage.
Exactly. He's a security threat.
His good friend Rudy Giuliani.
You mean the laptop is now another Russia hoax?
And that's exactly what.
Is this where you're going? This is where he's going. The laptop is Russia.
No, on the after show, I got some. We're going to debunk all this shit.
We're going to continue on the issue.
All this shit. I'm ready.
You've described the Black
You're going to talk about this. Carol, you're welcome to come in.
You've shared a video of a man chanting.
We're going to debunk all this shit right here, right after the debate.
He said that black professional athletes exercising their First
Show
Amendment.
Show you documents, all that shit.
What do you say to Americans who say that kind of language from a president is contributing to a climate of hate and racial strife?
Well, you have to understand, the first time I ever heard of Black Lives Matter, they were chanting pigs in a blanket, talking about police. Pigs, talking about our police. Pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon. I said, that's a horrible thing. And they were marching down the street. And that was my first glimpse of Black Lives Matter. I thought it was a terrible thing. As far as my relationships with all people, I think I have great relationships with all people. I am the least racist person in this room.
Well, what do you say to Americans who are concerned by that rhetoric?
I don't know. I don't know what to say. I got criminal justice reform done and prison reform and opportunity zones. I took care of black colleges and universities. I don't know what to say. They can say anything. I mean, they can say anything. It makes me sad because I am the least racist person. I can't even see the audience because it's so dark. But I don't care who's in the audience.
We're going to use that as racism right there.
In this room.
Mark my words. Tomorrow's clips.
Let me ask you very quickly, and then I have
That's two so far. Two clips.
Here is one of the most racist presidents we've had in modern history. He pours fuel on every single racist fire.
That's a CNN clip.
Every single one. Started off his campaign coming down the escalator saying he's going to get rid of those Mexican rapists. He's banned Muslims because they're Muslims.
Another clip, number 3.
He's moved around and made everything worse across the board. He says about the poor boys. Last time we were on stage here, he said, I told them to stand down and stand ready. Come on. This guy has a dog whistle about as big as a foghorn.
President Trump, I'm going to give you 10 seconds to respond, and then I have a follow-up.
You made a reference to Abraham Lincoln. Where did that come in? I mean,
you said you're Abraham Lincoln.
Where did that? No. I said not since Abraham Lincoln has anybody done what I've done for the black community.
And I'm saying,
I didn't say I'm Abraham Lincoln. I said not since Abraham Lincoln has anybody done what I've done for the black community. Now, you have done nothing other than the crime bill.
Yep.
Now, tens of thousands of black men, mostly in jail.
All right, let me ask Vice President Biden.
Because if you look at what's happening with the voting right now,
let me ask Vice President
that
Biden.
You treated them.
I got a whole bunch of shit on
what's
this
happening out there.
motherfucker.
Vice President Biden, let me give you a chance to respond within.
Stay tuned, y'all. Stay tuned.
In the 80s and 90s, contributed to the incarceration of tens of thousands of young black men who had small amounts of drugs in their possession. They are sons, they are brothers, their fathers, their uncles, whose families are still to this day, some of them suffering the consequences. So speak to those families. Why should they vote for you?
One of the things is that in the 80s, we passed 100%, all 100 senators voted for it, a bill on drugs and how to deal with drugs. It was a mistake. I've been trying to change it since then, particularly the portion on cocaine.
Didn't see that on
there. I've been arguing that, in fact, we should not send anyone to jail for a pure drug offense. They should be going into treatment across the board. That's what we should be spending money on.
I got
an idea. Set up drug courts, which were never funded.
I got an idea for all that.
They should not be going to jail for a drug or an alcohol problem. They should be going into treatment.
All right, how is this treatment going to be executed? Just tell me that. I want to hear a plan, dude. I want to hear it.
That in fact it was a mistake to pass those laws related to drugs.
What are the laws? What are the laws you want to pass, motherfucker? What?
It's all talk, no action with these politicians.
Exactly.
Why didn't you get it done? That's what I'm going to do when I become president.
Why did the news say anything about it then?
President, along with Obama as your president, your leader, for 8 years. Why didn't you get it done? You had 8 years to get it done. Now you're saying you're going to get it done because you're all talk and no action, Jim.
We got a lot of it done. We released 38.
What?
We got 38,000 prisoners left from the.
You got nothing done.
38,000 prisoners.
Oh yeah, Chelsea Manning.
We have. There were over.
All right, Chelsea Manning, right? Her. Her.
In fact, we're the ones that put in the legislation saying we could look at pattern and practice of police departments and what they were doing, how they're conducting themselves. I could go on, but we began the process.
Well, why did Trump get it done so quick? Why did he get his shit done so quick? The first step fucking plan. All right? First term. Why couldn't they do it?
You do it in the 8 years, a short time ago. Why didn't you do it? You just said, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do this. Thousands of mostly black young men in prison. Now you're saying you're going to undo that. Why didn't you get it done? You had 8 years with Obama. You know why, Joe? Because you're all talk.
And no action.
All right, Vice President Biden.
No action.
The Republican Congress. It's the answer.
Well, you got to talk them into it, Joe. Sometimes
all right.
You got to talk them into it.
We're going to move on to our next section.
Like I did with criminal justice reform. Okay. I had to talk Democrats into it.
Gentlemen, we're running out of time, so we got to get on to climate change, please.
Oh, here we go.
We have very different visions on climate change. President Trump, you say that environmental regulations have hurt jobs in the energy sector. Vice President Biden, you have said you see addressing climate change as an opportunity to create new jobs. For each of you,
what are these jobs? What's your plan?
Climate change and support job growth at the same time. Starting with you, President Trump, you have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
So we have the Trillion Trees program. We have so many different programs. I do love the environment, but what I want is the cleanest, crystal clear water, the cleanest air. We have the best, lowest number in carbon emissions, which is a big standard that I
look at China. Speak of China with their carbon emissions.
Not Joe. I haven't heard Joe use the term because I'm not sure he knows what it represents or means, but I have heard Obama use it. And we have the best carbon emission numbers that we've had in 35 years under this administration. We are working so well with industry, but here's what we can't do. Look at China, how filthy it is. Look at Russia.
That's right.
Look at India. It's filthy. The air is filthy. The Paris Accord, I took us out because we were going to have to spend trillions of dollars, and we were treated very unfairly. When they put us in there, they did us a great disservice. They were going to take away our businesses. I will not sacrifice tens of millions of jobs, thousands and thousands of companies because of the Paris Accord. It was so unfair. China doesn't kick in until.
What about the carbon? Let's talk about the carbon tax. Bring that shit up too, bro.
And we kicked in right away.
The implementation of carbon tax
destroyed our businesses. So, you ready? We have done an incredible job environmentally. We have the cleanest air, the cleanest water, and the best carbon emission standards that we've seen in many, many years.
Vice President.
Now I want to bring up Flint, Michigan. What was it? Mercury? Was it like mercury in the water or something like that, John?
Climate change, climate warming, global warming is an existential threat to humanity. We have a moral obligation to deal with it.
Playing God.
And we're told by all the leading scientists in the world we don't have much time. We're going to pass the point of no return within the next 8 to 10 years.
It was 12 at AOC.
Eliminating all the regulations that were put in by us to clean up the climate, to limit the limit of emissions, will put us in a position where we're going to be in real trouble. Here's where we have a great opportunity. I was able to get both all the environmental organizations as well as labor, people worried about jobs, to support my climate plan. Because what it does, it will create millions of new good-paying jobs. We're going to invest in, for example, 50,000 charging stations on our highways so that we can own the electric car market of the future. In the meantime, China is doing that. We're going to be in a position where we're going to see to it that we're going to take 4 million existing buildings and 2 million existing homes and retrofit them so they don't leak as much energy, saving hundreds of millions of barrels of oil in the process. And
the Green New Deal, that's over $100 trillion.
And
okay.
By the way, the whole idea of what this is all going to do, it's going to create millions of jobs, and it's going to clean the environment. Our health and our jobs are at stake. That's what's happening. And what right now, by the way, Wall Street firms indicated that my plan will in fact create 18.6 million jobs, 7 million more than his. This is from Wall Street. And I'll create $1 trillion more in economic growth than his proposal does. Not on climate, just on the economy.
President Trump,
they came out and said very strongly, $6,500 will be taken away from families under his plan. That his plan is an economic disaster. If you look at what he wants to do, if you look at his plan, his environmental plan, you know who developed it? AOC. Nothing about the climate. I mean, she's got a good line of stuff, but she knows nothing about the climate. And they're all hopping through hoops for AOC plus 3. Look, their real plan cost $100 trillion.
Exactly what I said.
The best year in the history of our country, for 100 years, we would not even come close to a number like that. When he says buildings, they want to take buildings down because they want to make bigger windows into smaller windows. As far as they're concerned, if you had no window, it would be a lovely thing. This is the craziest plan that anybody has ever seen. And this wasn't done by smart people. This wasn't done by anybody. Frankly, I don't even know how it can be good politically. Right. They want to spend $100 trillion. That's their real number. He's trying to say it was 6. It's $100 trillion. They want to knock down buildings and build new buildings with little, tiny, small windows. I mean, and many other things.
Okay.
And many other things.
Let me have the Vice President respond, and we're running out of time, and we have a lot more questions to get to. So let's hear from the Vice President. I have a number more questions.
I don't know where he comes from. I don't know where he comes up with.
You don't know where you're at.
$100 trillion. Give me a break. This is planned endorsed by every major every major environmental group, and every labor group. Labor, because they know the future lies. The future lies in us being able to breathe, and they know they're good jobs and getting us there. And by the way, the fastest growing industry in America is the electric, solar energy and wind. He thinks wind causes cancer, windmills. It's the fastest growing jobs, and they pay good prevailing wages, $45, $50 an hour. We can grow and we can be cleaner if we go the route I'm proposing.
President Trump, please respond, and then I have some follow-up.
We are energy independent for the first time. We don't need all of these countries that we had to fight war over because we needed their energy. We are energy independent. I know more about wind than you do. It's extremely expensive, kills all the birds, it's very intermittent, it's got a lot of problems, and they happen to make the windmills in both Germany and China, and the fumes coming up, if you're a believer in carbon emission, the fumes coming up to make these massive windmills is more than anything that we're talking about with natural gas, which is very clean. One other thing.
Find me a scientist
solar.
Say that.
I love solar, but solar doesn't quite have it yet. It's not powerful yet to really run our big, beautiful factories that we need to compete with the world. So it's all a pipe dream. But you know what we'll do? We're going to have the greatest economy in the world. But if you want to kill the economy, get rid of your oil industry. You want, and what about fracking?
All right, let me allow Vice President Biden to respond.
I never said I oppose fracking.
You said it.
Yes, you did.
I did.
Wow, what a lie.
Put it on your website.
What a lie.
Put it on the website. The fact of the matter is.
What a fucking lie. There's even. Well, I'm going to find that post too.
Because the answer.
We want to debunk this dude, man. For real. I never said. He said he wanted
to transition to get to ultimately a complete zero emissions by 2025. But I will
here we go. Another spin.
Make sure that we can capture
the
emissions.
Welcome to the spin, yo. Welcome to the spin.
Well, that way. We can do that.
There you go.
And we
Welcome
can
to
do
the spin, yo. This is his spin right
here. It's a transition to that.
I have one more question in this pod, and then we have.
He was against fracking. He said it. I will show that to you tomorrow. I am against fracking. Until he got the nomination, went to Pennsylvania, then he said, but you know what, Pennsylvania? He'll be against it very soon because his party is totally against it.
Fracking on federal land, I said. No fracking.
No, I never heard that.
Oil on federal land.
Let me ask this final question in this section, and then I want to move on to our final section. President Trump, people of color are much more likely to live near oil refineries and chemical plants. In Texas, there are families who worry the plants near them are making them sick. Your administration has rolled back regulations on these kinds of facilities. Why should these families give you another 4 years in office?
The families that we're talking about are employed heavily, and they are making a lot of money, more money than they've ever made. If you look at the kind of numbers that we produce for Hispanic, or Black, or Asian, it's 9 times greater the percentage gain than it was in 3 years, than it was under 8 years of the 2 of them, to put it nicely. 9 times more. Now, somebody lives, I have not heard the numbers or the statistics that you're saying, but they're making a tremendous amount of money economically. We saved it, and I saved it again a number of months ago when oil was crashing because of the pandemic. Okay. We saved it. We got, say what you want about relationship, we got Saudi Arabia, Mexico, and Russia to cut back, way back. We saved our oil industry, and now it's very vibrant again. Right. And everybody has very inexpensive gasoline. Remember
Vice President Biden, your response, and then we're going to have a final question for both of you.
My response is that those people live on what they call fence lines. He doesn't understand this. They live near chemical plants that, in fact, pollute. Chemical plants and oil plants and refineries that pollute. I used to live near that when I was growing up in Claymont, Delaware. And all the more oil refineries in Marcus Hook and the Delaware River than there is any place, including in Houston at the time. When my mom get in the car when there was first frost to drive me to school,
I thought it was from scratch.
Oil slick in the window. That's why so many people in my state were dying and getting cancer. The fact is, those frontline communities, it doesn't matter what you're paying them.
Probably got a house in Scranton in Delaware.
Safe. What do? And you impose restrictions on the pollution.
So I'll give him a pass on that. You know what I'm saying? Just on that.
Okay, I have one
just on that.
It falls.
Would you?
Because he got lots of houses and shit on a senator income.
I would transition. It is
Where'd that money come from?
Because I would stop.
Why would you do that?
Because the oil industry pollutes significantly.
I see.
Here's the deal. But
That's
you
a
can't
big
do that.
statement.
Well, if you let me finish the statement, because it has to be replaced by renewable energy over time. Over time. And I'd stop giving to the oil industry, I'd stop giving them federal subsidies. You won't give federal subsidies to the gas, to solar and wind.
Yeah.
Why are we giving it to oil industry?
We actually
Because solar and wind's not really everywhere.
Statement in terms of business, that's the biggest statement.
Okay.
Because
We have
basically
one
what he's
final
saying
question,
is he is
Mr.
going to
President.
destroy the oil industry. Will you remember that, Texas? Will you remember that, Pennsylvania?
That's why they have emission regulations on cars, dickwad.
Final question, Vice President Biden.
He takes everything out of context, but the point is, look, we have to move toward a net zero emissions. The first place to do that by the year 2035 is in energy production, by 2050 totally.
All right, one final question.
I know.
No, we're finished.
I was in Fort
We're
Worth.
going to our final question. We have to move on to our final
rejoin Paris
question.
Accord and make China abide by what they agreed to.
All right, this is about leadership, gentlemen. And this first question does go to you, President Trump. Imagine this is your inauguration day. What will you say in your address to Americans who did not vote for you? You'll each have 1 minute, starting with you.
We have to make our country totally successful as it was prior to the plague coming in from China. Now we're rebuilding it and we're doing record numbers, 11.4 million jobs in a short period of time, etc. But I will tell you, go back. Before the plague came in, just before, I was getting calls from people that were not normally people that would call me. They wanted to get together. We had the best black unemployment numbers in the history of our country. Hispanic, women, Asian, people with diplomas, with no diplomas, MIT graduates, #1 in the class. Everybody had the best numbers. And you know what? The other side wanted to get together. They wanted to unify. Success is going to bring us together. We are on the road to success. But I'm cutting taxes, and he wants to raise everybody's taxes, and he wants to put new regulations on everything.
65%.
If he gets in, you will have a depression, the likes of which you've never seen. Your 401ks will go to hell, and it'll be a very, very sad day for this country.
All right. Vice President Biden, same question to you. What will you say during your inaugural address to Americans who did not vote for you?
I will say, I'm an American president. I represent all of you, whether you voted for me or against me. And I'm going to make sure that you're represented. I'm going to give you hope. We're going to move. We're going to choose science over fiction. We're going to choose hope over fear. We're going to choose to move forward because we have enormous opportunities to make things better. We can grow this economy. We can deal with the systemic racism. And at the same time, we can make sure that our economy is being run and moved and motivated by clean energy, creating millions of new jobs. And that's the fact. That's what we're going to do. And I'm going to say, as I said at the beginning, what is on the ballot here is the character of this country. Decency, honor, respect, treating people with dignity, making sure that everyone has an even chance. And I'm going to make sure you get that. You haven't been getting it the last 4 years.
All right. I want to thank you both for a very robust hour and a half, a fantastic debate. Really appreciate it. President Trump, former Vice President Joe Biden, thank you to Belmont University for hosting us tonight. And most importantly, thank you to those watching tonight. Election Day is November 3rd. Don't forget to vote. Thank you, everyone, and have a great night.
Thank you.
1 second. Take this bad boy off, then we'll have a discussion. Hold on 1 second, getting back on here. All right, John, we've seen it. What's your thoughts?
What, Biden lying most of the time?
Yeah. What was the lies that you caught? Oh, put the stream. Put the if you can put the, because I had to take my YouTube off. Put the link. Put the link on.
When he said that about the fracking,
Right.
And then at the end, he admits that he did say, government property, federal property.
He never said that.
Property.
I never heard him say that. Have you?
Well, he said he would stop the leases on federal property.
Okay. All right. But all right.
But he said he never said that.
Put the link and try to get
Carol. He admitted that he was lying.
Yeah, I'll put Garrow back on here, and I'm gonna find from that video. Matter of fact, we're gonna debunk this. We're gonna debunk this right now. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna put in Trump rally. Video on.
I think that last one he did in Pennsylvania, he played it.
That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing right now. All right. All right. Here we go. All right. I'm going to go back on go back on here. I'm going to share this. Now, we all heard him right here. Okay? Erie, PA. Most deaf. We all heard him about him that he said on the debate, right? He said on this debate that he's not against fracking. Then he sat there and said on the no fracking on federal grounds, correct? On federal land, correct? Is that what he said? Is that what he said, John?
Yeah. He said he wouldn't bring any more in.
All right.
No more subsidies.
Right. He said
leases.
All right. Right here. Here we go. Here we go. As I said, we're going to debunk this fool right now.
I always want the cameras to show. They never like to show. They don't like to talk about it. You can hear how big these crowds are. And by the way, in all fairness to Erie, all over the country. Makes you feel good. All over the country.
Can you put the link up for the StreamYard, brother?
Bigger than what we had 4 years ago. Bigger. Oh, and you have to watch what we do to 60 Minutes. You'll get such a kick out of it. You're going to get a kick out of it. Leslie Stahl is not going to be happy. The Democrat Party hates fracking. They hate coal. Good, beautiful, clean coal. They hate American energy, and Joe Biden will shut it all down. He's going to. Tonight I want to do something. I want to give you, this is an original Donald Trump Broadway play. I had it done specifically. First time I've ever pulled it out. I had it done specifically for the people of Erie because you guys like energy. You like being energy independent. Do you like that? Energy, doesn't that sound? We don't need all these faraway lands and everything else. We are now energy independent, and we're going to keep it that way. Take a look at this clip. We had it put up, and I think you'll like it. First time I've ever done this, right? First time. Go ahead, wherever it is, put it up.
Would there be any place for fossil fuels, including coal and fracking, in a Biden administration?
No, we would work it out. We would make sure it's eliminated and no more subsidies for either one of those. I guarantee you, we're going to end fossil fuel. No fracking. I'd gradually move away from fracking.
And I think it's critically important on day one that we end any fossil fuel leases on public lands.
Well, what about, say, stopping fracking and stopping pipeline infrastructure?
They want to do the same thing I want to do. They want to phase out fossil fuels, and we're going to phase out fossil fuels.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking.
And what we don't show is his more current version. Oh, yes, we'll have fracking. And the fake news, they don't do anything about it. They don't even talk to him about it. But right now, he's got bigger problems than fracking, I think.
Now, there you have it. All right. There you have it right there. What's up, Carol? You back?
I'm here. Thank you.
No problem. Right there. All right. Right there. Y'all seen it. We watched the debate. We heard what Biden says. Was he lying?
I think for several different portions he was.
Okay, what was that?
One of the biggest parts that I saw that I saw was him not telling the truth was the fact that they were pushing to continue to keep things open and the border open and things like that, and denying the fact that this was going to be a problem.
Can you elaborate a little bit?
Listen to them. And here we are.
Wait, can you say again real quick? I mean, elaborate on that thought, please.
Well, what they said off the get-go was the fact that they wanted to keep the borders open because they didn't want us to seem like a xenophobic nation and the whole bit.
All right.
But at the same time, we're not take it seriously enough for the American people, and it became the problem that it is today.
Okay. All right. Here's what I'm going to do. Since we're on that right here, I have a video by our very, very, very good friend of mine. Love her to death. Her name's Political Avenger. Look at Political Avenger on YouTube. Real close friend of mine, and she went to. What happened was that during the time of the border crisis, you know what I'm saying? During the time of border crisis, when all them cats were coming, you know what I'm saying, to the United States and trying to overrun the border and all that type stuff, right? This was crazy, you know what I'm saying? Well, she was trying to get over the border and all that stuff like that. She went into one of the places where a lot of the immigrants was coming to. So you know what? This is straight from there. Okay, then what I want to do, oh yeah, and then Oscar, he's out of Mexico. He lives there in Mexico. Okay, and so this is like what was happening during the immigration and migration. Okay, this is exclusive footage that really nobody. If you want to see the video and stuff like that, right? I'm going to take the link. I'm going to put the link inside once I get this done, once I get to the point of where I want to be. All right, there you go. Wait a second, almost. Oscar and Political Avenger. All right, so we're just going to let you look at this a little bit, what's going on and all that stuff like that. And let me get the link. Let's get the link off of here. As soon as I... Hold on.
Incident? This over here you have, this is where they do their Christian service, right here all the way to the back. It has a capacity for around 150, 300 people, and then those will be open.
This was filmed last year. She came over to Vegas.
When migrants arrived, the first caravan that they came, they were taking this little cart right here, and they were making food in this little cart. They have three different areas. This is for mostly men and people that work.
Okay.
They have a room specifically for people that work. On this side, that's where the dining room is, and all the way to the back they have unaccompanied children. At one time they had more than 17 unaccompanied children.
Unaccompanied children.
Right now,
he was talking about parents.
Has two. She has this shelter, Agape, and this pastor that his name is Alberto, have a case, really delicate case of 14, 15, I think that is 17-year-old, that she's pregnant, and she talked to a political Democrat that came all the way down here to talk to all these migrants. They've been political congressmen that they've been coming over here by the Democrat Party.
From the United States?
Yeah, from the United States, and then they had a gigantic problem right here with activists. The problem was so big that the activists from this organization that is called Caravan Support Network, they were bringing drugs inside the shelter, and it became so much of a problem that the people that they were bringing drugs inside the shelter, they were distributing drugs inside this shelter, and it became so much of a problem that the cartel, because over here in my city is, every part of every city is run by a cartel, so the cartel people were so it was so suspicious that these people were getting drugs from where if they were not getting them from them. So the cartel came here and talked to every single one of them and let them know that this place was run by them, and if they were going to buy drugs, it was only going to be through them, not through nobody else. And everybody started saying, it's the Americans. So after that, nobody came. So this is the pastor. Let me introduce him to you.
Okay.
So you can talk to him. Pastor, ¿cómo está?
Bien, gracias a Dios, ¿cómo estamos?
This is live. This is in Mexico.
Her name is, she goes by Political Avenger.
Oh. Hi, how are you?
She is from Miami, and she is originally from Venezuela. This is Pastor Alberto. Pastor, okay. I'm talking to her about all the situations that you've been encountering here with the caravan. You've been really a lot of help for these people. Not only that, the pastor has helped, Mexican people first. The thing that the pastor is more proud of right now is he had her first graduate from college that she was raised right here in this at this shelter. But after the caravan began, he had problems with activists, trafficking children, drugs. He had problems with the cartel coming in here, and he's been experiencing all bunch of problems in his shelter. The way that he has been controlling it is just all out of courage. Yeah. Really, all out of courage. This man has been going to the governmental, offices and, putting complaints about, these activists coming over here trying to traffic children from America. And not only that, he had a really big case with a human trafficker, a minor human trafficker, that he was from Guatemala. He put his trust all on this man, that he was from Guatemala, and he was in charge of the security. And this guy, basically backstabbed, the pastor, and he was trafficking children. And right now, how many unaccompanied minors do you have?
Well, we only have 2, but there's some other ones that the kids they don't want to say that they're coming along. So when they meet someone in the caravan, they say, oh, "Can you say you're my uncle or my auntie?" We have had that problem. Then all of a sudden, they get the number, and the uncle, the alleged uncle, or auntie or cousin or something, he goes to the United States for his appointment, and then the minor's here by himself. What happened? Where's your cousin? Or where's your uncle? And everything. Oh, Pastor, I want to be honest. I came by myself. I did not want to tell you that I came by myself, but he's not my uncle and everything. He already applied to the United States, and he's down over there. So we have had all these kinds of things going on.
Can you explain by your own experience, Pastor, what happened with these activists from the United States? They came and they were bringing these drug problems, and also that the cartel came over here, and basically the cartel, in a way they threatened everybody, telling you better stop this, buying from this, these people, and
So just you can tell us your experience period with everything that's been going on since the beginning of this whole crisis.
Oh, it's a long story and everything, but basically, there was a government shelter real close to the border. Okay. I do not know if you heard the news that the United States fired into Mexican territory because a whole bunch of immigrants were trying to cross real down to downtown Tijuana. That shelter was, let's say, about 3 blocks away from the border. So it was 24/7. That municipal police, state police, federal police were there with satellites and everything. I need backup. Could you help me out? There's 100 people trying to cross the border. They tried to avoid international problems. The health department shut the place down. The activists protested there. We're not moving. We're staying here. And we were in the middle of the negotiation. At the end, the place shut down, and everyone came to our shelter.
And these were American activists. This was United States activists. Okay.
Several organizations from American activists. But when they were coming all the way from Honduras, some of them were coming with them on the train and everything, filming them, and there's.
So the American activists started in Honduras.
Started on Honduras,
and they were with the caravan.
Yeah, basically they coordinate, and there's like non-profit organizations that have attorneys and everything. So they come and they tell the immigrants, you have free attorney. We're a non-profit organization. You go there. If you want to apply political asylum, you will have an attorney. Everybody gets motivated. Okay, let's hop on. We're going to have free attorney and everything. Once they get into Mexico, you get legal status here in Mexico. When you get legal status, usually they take a picture of the passport or take a picture of so that they could enter here, like let's say like humanitarian visa, and then they go up to the web page. And when they go up to the web page, we need some money so we could represent these immigrants who wants to donate $90,000, $60,000, $40,000, $30,000, and people donate. So when they come over here, they go to every shelter. Okay, how many immigrants you have? They try to get all this information so that they could put their names. Okay, these are the people that we have. We need so much money.
Okay, so they're fundraising for supposedly for the immigrants. So they're getting the information, the names. Okay, so
in the United States.
All right, so they're supposedly doing like crowdfunding or GoFundMe's or some type of donation webpage.
Yes.
And they put out the names of these immigrants, and then they take donations based supposedly for these immigrants that are poor.
So every immigrant believes that they're going to have their own attorney. But what happened is that there's so many immigrants and everything that when their day in court comes and everything, all of a sudden it comes out, okay, there's no attorney for the immigrant. The immigrant, wait a minute. We went down to a place called Enclave Caracol. We had a meeting and everything. Okay, you show me how to fill out the paperwork. You guys help me out and everything. I'm expecting that you're going to represent me with an attorney and everything. And now when my day in court is there, you don't show up.
What?
To court. And then the United States give them a big list of different non-profit organizations.
Yep,
you can call up all the time. You can get an attorney from there, but they never answer the phone. So basically what the attorneys say, okay, we want to represent these people, but if they're not giving enough money, that's why we did not represent them, because not enough money came in.
Well, where is the money? Where is the money?
So they're not really free attorneys.
So no, they're not really.
So they're expecting
it's not there.
The donations to get enough donations for them to, I'm sorry to say, waste their time to represent these.
Basically, that's what.
So it's not. So it's. Okay.
It's not basic. They're expecting the non-profit organization to give them the money so that they could represent them, because there's just so many of them. Now, some of them, they do represent them and everything, and when they do represent them, sometimes they win cases, sometimes they don't win cases, and if they don't win cases, okay, you gave money and everything, the guy that you sponsor, the person, that name that you sponsor and everything, we didn't win the case, he got deported. And the next person like that.
So what do you think, I mean, it sounds kind of like it's not really for the benefit of the migrants, right? What do you think that's going on? What do you think is going on in this situation?
It's more a little bit like a business.
Okay, so it's a business.
So it's not the non-profit is actually like functioning like if it really was like a business and everything, and they're getting a whole bunch of basically they go down and get a whole bunch of students that are studying, and you need to do like your free work and everything. So usually what they do when they have their meeting, they have a whole bunch of students and everything. Get the immigrants that are studying. The students are practicing law, so they come here to Mexico, train up the immigrants, give them advice and everything.
They coach them.
They coach them. Now, if they do not have enough information or something, there is several attorneys that are professionals, so they just lift up their hands. Oh, he has a question. What can I answer in this case? So the attorney will give them their advice. So it's basically it's a big problem that all these immigrants are expecting And then when they come here, they say, wait a minute, they lied to me. They told me that I was going to get an attorney. I went there. Now, they did not represent me. I went to the training class that they told me. And even when I had my day in court, that they were going to tell me, okay, you got your number, you're going to go there. They even met me at the border at that same time and everything. Oh, you're coming in and I'm going to coach you and everything about what's everything. But at the end, no one was with me in court.
So what do you, how did these people even get the idea of start coming? How did this whole caravan, how do you think this all started?
Well, social media. It was with social media that they were communicating.
They were told to.
A group was going to come, and there's some attorneys that will represent you.
So organizations were setting up this. They were like organizing this whole thing.
Well, basically, what's happening is they found a way how to break the United States immigration system. Okay, right now the United States immigration system is broken. Legally, what the law states is if you're in United States territory, anywhere in the United States, you could apply for political asylum.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if you jump the fence right in front of the police, the border patrol, and you tell the border patrol, political asylum, it's illegal. You cannot say that's illegal. Legally, in anywhere.
It's like the wet foot, dry foot from Cuba type of scenario. You touch U.S. land, you have the ability to apply.
Okay, so now they found out that law exists and they have that kind of right. So they tell all the immigrants, okay, if 5,000 of you cross all at once and everything, we could jam up the court system. If we jam up the entire court system and everything, if you have family and everything, they could only hold you in detention, let's say for 20 days, without seeing the judge.
Oh wow!
After 20 days and everything, if you don't get to see the judge, okay, they could release you in United States custody. So that's what was happening. That a whole bunch of them were crossing all at once. The court system was so jammed, the judge did not have enough time to receive them in court. The 20 days came up.
And they had to release.
When it came up, all that, okay, we're going to release you inside United States territory with a bracelet lock or something, a monitoring so that they could monitor. So then what happened is, I have immigrants here. They all have numbers. They're at the back of the line, trying to wait down over there. So they're waiting about 2-3 months just so that they could have their application to be heard.
Right.
But the other immigrants, attorneys, and also activist groups tell them, just jump the border. You jump the border. If you pass those 20 days, you're going to be in U.S. territory. So now the United States, they say, okay, we don't have enough time to have these families for them to have their date in court before the 20 days. So they jump the border. Next day or 2 days later, they release them with ankle lock, with a monitoring. So then,
and this is the way you've heard. This is what you know.
That's a fact.
Okay.
Then after that, this happens. What happens is immigrants that I had here that jump the fence and everything go on social media, Facebook, and show all the immigrants here. Oh look, I jumped the fence 3 days ago, and now I'm here at the beach eating a coconut and everything. So everyone says, oh, let's jump it also. Why wait for the number? It's faster if you jump the fence. The judge is not going to. So what did Trump do?
And it pisses them off.
The Trump administration.
Because they fought to be here legally
with Mexico, that we could deport people back into the United States.
Or back to Mexico.
Back to Mexico. So you could deport them back to Mexico. So when they deported people back to Mexico, basically the court system, if they're going to be there more than 20 days and everything, and they're not going to have enough time to see the judge, they deport them back here to Mexico, so that they would not release them in the United States with a bracelet. Mexico agreed with that. They said it was okay. So now people here are frustrated. Oh, it's not to our interest to jump the fence now. Before, yes, because they release us, but now they're sending us back. So basically now what they're doing is when they send them back, they try to put them on the back of the line. Okay.
So what's your thoughts about them saying that they were going to raise the minimum wage?
To have their application, but now
mathematically for some companies it won't work.
Okay, you go to court 5 months from now. They say, wait a minute, we're on the back of the line.
Hey Jay, play that other video when this is over.
It's much faster.
I'm trying to look, where did you send it to?
But basically, some people that are getting numbers.
My messenger?
Their application.
Yeah.
I ain't getting it.
In another 2 months.
I ain't getting inside my messenger.
Just go see the judge. Then when they go see the judge, sometimes they deport them back for another judge date.
I'm gonna give you my.
I've been here since October, and they have been three court dates. They're still back here waiting because actually
inside the private chat.
Immigration are asking more evidence. You need to show more evidence, and they need to investigate that everything that you're saying is true and everything. Investigation in those countries. So basically, that's what's happening, and people here gets a little bit frustrated of everything that's going on.
Okay, so my second question is in reference to the activists, the American activists, the situation that you had that he was talking about. Can you explain like what went on, or the situation with that? I mean, these are people supposedly that are supposed to help the migrants, or I mean, supposedly that's what they announced to the U.S. citizens.
There's some activists that you could call the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Right.
There's some that are good. There's some that are like conservative, that they want to do everything according to law.
Yeah.
There's other activists that are moderate and everything. Okay, they do agree with certain laws, but not with certain other ones, and they protest. But there's also the other ones that are extremists.
Okay.
The problem is with the extremists. With the extremists, they don't believe in no rule of law. They don't believe that you have to apply and do the things according to U.S. law or Mexican law, and these are like the extremists are those that unaccompanied minors come. They know they're unaccompanied minors, but they don't want these minors to go to shelters or for Mexican officials to know that they're not accompanied with, or they don't want no rules or no regulation or no supervision of the state.
Can you share it now? Pick it up because it's not. It's not taking a whole URL inside the.
There's underground shelters for unaccompanied minors, and they tell the minors if you go to a shelter, they're going to report you down to the state.
Can you share it, John?
They know they
don't share it to me if I can stick it up there next.
Do not have facilities for you. Since they do not have facilities for you, they will turn you into Mexican immigration. Mexican immigration will deport some of them. So the kids are scared for them to say, "Hey, I'm here by myself." They're scared to go to the authorities because they say, "Okay, the authorities are going to take me to immigration. I'm going to get deported." So everything's underground, but their lives are in risk. So there's no supervision. Right now, there's over 8,000 kids that there's registered in Mexico immigration that are unaccompanied. That immigration knows about it, but the state don't have no knowledge at all where they're living, where they're at. They're not supervised. They're not supervising if they're being abused for their security, their protection, nothing at all. They're just out on the street. So that's a big problem. And the state says, wait a minute, I do not have the facility to hold them with, to have a place especially for
You're in the show, Stacy.
So they're at risk to
human trafficking, everything. There's a whole bunch of big problems. I had 4 kids that were kidnapped. Like coyote came and took them, and then turned them into another coyote, and at the end they ended up to be kidnapped. We filed a police report and everything because we felt the legal responsibility that the authorities knew that we had unaccompanied minors, so we had to tell the authorities they're no longer here. This is what happened.
And these were like young people or young kids or children? 13, 15, 16 years old, 14 years old.
We had some minors there. But there's a lot of things that are going on that even United States Mexican authorities know. Like, let's say here in Tijuana, prostitution is legal. So since prostitution is legal, everyone sees that these kids like an open market. So a lot of these, if you go downtown Tijuana, in a certain area, the red zone that they call, there's certain minors that are out there and everything because it's prostitution is legal, and they get like false documentation. Somebody gives them false documents, and they say that they're 18 and over and everything,
and they pimp them up.
Yeah, so it's a big problem.
Oh wow.
That's going. That's
look at your private message. Look at the private messages, John.
I have had.
It's these elites. The elites are down with the kids.
They have gone to the United States and claim.
And it's a problem.
They have their kids. Okay, here's my kid and everything, and then they have found out that they were not their legal kids. So they deport the immigrant.
Trump was saying
China too.
The kids have kept the kids
because the kids are not theirs.
The kids are not theirs. So we have had cases like that.
Also, so that's a huge problem. Yeah.
It's a huge problem, and for us here at a shelter, there's no way for me to verify or confirm if they are really their parents or not their parents or something. We just try to serve as much as we can and try to help. We have rules and regulations. No coyotes here with us. If you're going to do, you need to do things legally. A coyote comes here and takes and crosses people over. Sooner or later, there's going to be an investigation. They probably think that we're involved. We have something to do with that. So no stealing, no robbing, no drugs, and things like that. So we have certain rules and everything. And actually, we don't try to run this place like a shelter. Like basically, try to treat everyone as family.
Okay.
Basically, that's what we try.
So what do you want to tell the people in the U.S.? Because obviously, this is a big issue for the United States government, citizens. They see this as a crisis. You know, I'm sure the Mexican government sees it as a crisis. The Mexican people see it as a crisis. What do you want to tell the people of the U.S. in reference to this situation here? I mean, not everybody knows exactly what's going on. They can only assume or take into account whatever the media is saying. But what from a person that's actually living it, seeing it, helping as best as they can, what would you tell the folks in the U.S. about the situation?
Well, the thing here is that the immigration system in the United States is broken.
What? From a Mexican?
A legal loophole that they feel that they have certain rights, and basically this is why this crisis is going, because they found out that this loophole and how it exists. So one of the ways to do it is try to cover that loophole. If someone could legislate or do something, let's say, okay, you could apply for political asylum in your own embassy, in your own country, or you're here in Mexico, you could go to your country's embassy and apply there and do it to your embassy. That's like another option. Or there's
Biden was saying, well, what was Biden saying? He said no, but look at him. What did the Mexicans say?
I don't know why they do that. They could do that.
Your own country.
There's a U.S. embassy here in Tijuana.
Okay.
Do it to the U.S. embassy here in Tijuana, not close to the border. That's another option. But since laws do exist and everything, you cannot just take away one law and everything. And the problem is there's no political will, no political agreement, no political coordination on this. So I think the problem is gonna persist. Mm-hmm. So basically, that's the way I'm seeing it. Mm-hmm. There is a humanitarian crisis in their own countries, and there is violence that is occurring, and not all the cases are are correct. When the immigrants come here, I tell them, look, it's not about you giving a sad story and everybody cries about the story. If you have a sad story that people are going to cry and everything, you need to bring evidence. You need to take evidence. You cannot say they killed somebody from my family and now they're after me. Okay, they killed someone. Okay, bring the death certificate, and the death certificate it's going to say, okay, how did he die? How did he die? You cannot say, okay, I had a business, it's extortion, they took all my money away and everything. Okay, if you say that, okay, you need to bring bank records. Okay, you had a
I've heard it. That's exactly what you're saying. I've heard it from pretty much all the migrants I've come in contact with. They say the same story.
So, but I tell them, you need to bring evidence. Right. It's not like that. You have evidence and everything. Okay, go and apply and everything and do it. But if you don't have evidence and everything, they tell me, oh, they deported me for 3 months and everything. Okay, what kind of evidence do you have? Well, I don't. Okay, you have 3 months. Get your evidence and everything. You file a police report over there, a complaint, everything. Okay, go ask for it. Bring it here when you have your next day in court. Take it. Take it there, prove it and everything, and then they'll probably say, okay, come on inside the United States if you prove it. But if you're not going to take documentation, you're not going to take proof and everything, it's going to be difficult for them to give you. I try to be upfront. I try to tell them about false organizations and lawyers and everything. And I tell them, look, if there's a law firm that's under federal investigation, FBI and everything, why do you want an attorney like that?
Oh, wow. Is there something? There is? Oh, wow.
So I tell them, look for an attorney that's not under federal investigation of the United States.
Yo, if y'all have other things on or playing under it, please put them down. I had to put my TV down, but I still got to hear you.
Their decision. Some of them want to stay here in Mexico.
You should still be able to hear us.
I'm going back. Right now I have...
Do y'all hear the video?
I can hear into Mexico.
Yes.
Now I'm hearing like 30%, 40%. They're saying, I want to go back to my country. Is there a system that the Mexican government will deport me back to my country? So now we're organizing and coordinating with, let's say I have people from Guatemala. So the Guatemalan consulate comes here and they say, we want voluntary deportation back to Guatemala. Okay. So the Guatemalan consulate will give you a visa, the passport, for let's say for 20 days, 25 days.
Right.
A passport for 20 days, and then UN will actually pay the plane so that they could go back to the country. So the consulate gives them the passport for 20 days here in Mexico. With that, you could board inside the plane. Without a passport, you can't. And then they board the plane and everything.
The UN
pays it, and then they leave. So basically, that's what's happening now. So a lot of immigrants are asking, okay, when will my consulate come here? Because I want to go back.
Okay, so now they're wanting to go back because they don't see that they have a chance to get into the.
But I'm very upfront with them.
Yeah.
They say, wait a minute, you're saying to the United States you want political asylum because you go back to your country, they're going to kill you. Now you want to go back? So basically that's what the United States is doing. Okay, they're sending you back. And if you really fear back for your life,
you're not
going back. You're going to fight it.
Yeah.
And everything. So now that's like a purifying system and everything that, okay, if you don't have a case, you're going to go on your own and you know you're safe in your own country.
So I have another question for you, man, because you just mentioned the UN flying you back if you want to go back once you get the visa, the temporary 20-day visa. So at the beginning of this caravan, the first one, or the first situation where they were organizing, we were hearing rumors that people were receiving UN-sanctioned debit cards or cards. And supposedly a lot of people that were coming in from African countries, there were different, and there were people coming in. I
got video on that too of Africans in Mexico trying to get into from the Congo.
So how are they getting to the
I have video on that too that hasn't been shown.
To fly in,
real video like this.
Or from another continent.
There's a lot of money
By the way, shout out to Political Avenger, my homegirl, my sister, my sis from another miss.
So
she does excellent work on investigative reporting.
Let's say I have had immigrants that they're coming all the way from Honduras or Guatemala, El Salvador, and everything. And they are reporters and even some that do.
I need you to get my cell phone number.
But for Hollywood.
So try to get on this chat so I can stick it in.
So they film with the whole.
Or if anybody is or go on my
And then they're filming and everything. Like in 2021, they want to do a movie, the life struggles and battles that you're going through, just to try to reach the American dream.
Okay.
So when the immigrants come here with our
Facebook, Jay Foster.
They have come to us and tell us,
or
we film inside your shelter because we're doing a movie.
I got you.
And we want to know what's the life of an immigrant inside of a shelter. Can we film just for 2 days? Yeah, go ahead. So things like this happen. So there's too much money involved from everywhere. There's a whole bunch of people that really wants to help.
40clever at Hotmail. That's my
activist groups.
40clever at Gmail. Excuse me.
There's a lot of people that are helping very extreme.
Subscribe.
That really don't have that much the best interests on these people's behalf. But if they find out that these activists, like on my case, they were bringing dope, marijuana, crystal, and everything with the immigrants and everything.
And they were bringing it in to use or to
They were bringing
sell?
it here so that the immigrants could smoke and everything. And they become buddies and friends and everything. So then all the addicts intimidate the right folks. You know, there's very good immigrants and everything. So the good immigrants and everything, they're frightened of those that smoke dope and everything. So the activist groups control the immigrants that they give dope to, and they are the ones that control the immigrants that are real good families. So I had to kick them out. I'm sorry, you can't be here. And everything.
And then do you think that's common? Do you think that's a common thing?
With extremists, yes. With activists that are very extremist and everything, that's common. So it's they coordinate it.
Is it still echoing?
And you know, I question in
the
group that if they have unaccompanied minors.
I do.
They don't want to give an accountability to the state. Are you treating that?
Let me go on another device real quick.
I would question that.
Okay.
That's
something you should.
Yeah, anyone should question that.
Right.
And I believe that's very big negligence on the federal police, state police, and municipal police, and DEEF and Child Protective Agency here in Mexico. It's a lot of negligence on that. They don't pay much attention to that because they're going to have to invest a lot of money to have these kids, take care of them, facilities, see where you're going to place them, and everything. I tried to negotiate with the government and said, okay, how about our shelters and orphanages? We could take in the kids. We take in the kids. We will report to you, to Mexican officials, to DEEF, Child Protective Agency. We have these kids and everything. If you want to place them somewhere else, so you can place them, but don't.
Somebody got something on the underground. It's not me.
Just give us your word that if we take them to you, we present them to you and everything.
I was muted.
Turn them into immigration so that they could be deported.
So am I.
Because
you're muted?
They don't give us their word like that.
Yeah, we're muted while it's playing.
They're going to continue on the street and they're going to be abused.
How is that happening?
So many things that are going to happen. So one way or another,
hit your mic.
Even though you don't want to.
Yeah, you're trying to help. You're trying to help these children. You're trying to make sure that they're okay.
And I understand the politics also. Wait a minute.
There should be an echo.
That they're not going to turn them into immigration. I understand that too.
But you're looking out for the safety.
But for the best interest of the child, I think that's the only option that we have right now.
You got to unmute yourself, John.
That would be very difficult. But thank you so much. I mean, thank you for
being here.
Unmute you. Okay, you're good.
Actually be saying this.
Right. If we don't have no government funding from the government for none of the 3 levels of the government, if something
helps
wrong with
you.
the government,
I still hear that.
All that confident to say it to their face, you're not doing your job. Like I tell the state, you're not doing your job.
How's that?
Right.
I have unaccompanied minors. You want to apply the
that's better.
And supervision.
Yeah, the echo's gone.
That's it. That was it.
She has 8 months and 2 weeks pregnant with no mom, no dad, with her sister 13. I have the Child Protective Agency all behind me. Are you taking it to the doctor? How are you treating her? What's going on and everything? Wait a minute, you're doing this? How about the 8,000 that
you fixed it, Jay.
Who do you give an accountability to? Okay,
you fixed it.
I'm willing to give accountability. I have nothing against that.
But there's kids out there that are in jeopardy.
But there's some that they need to find out. So, and basically we have been fighting for that so that all these activist groups, they will give an accountability where they have these unaccompanied minors, and you need to report to someone, and you need to be supervised by somebody. You cannot just have somebody's child and no authority, nobody knows about it.
And these activists, they're from here, or they're all
from
US?
the United States.
Wow.
That's the problem. So what they do is...
So you don't even know who they really are? Or?
Yeah, there's Antifa, there's Caravan Support Network.
Antifa?
There's 2 or 3 that work.
They've been everywhere since the 1800s.
But right now it's like a network.
Right.
Different activist groups are netted together, working together.
And they're all U.S.
They're all U.S. They have doctors, dentists. They come down to shelters and to all the shelters. Oh, we could help you and bring you food and help you with the shelter and everything.
And what do you think is going on behind those organizations when they're doing? Obviously, you said that there's some that are good, some that are bad. For the most part, what do you think that most organizations? Why are they really down here?
Everything has to do with money.
Okay.
That's
just basically the bottom line is money.
Nobody wants to investigate an organization like that.
Better.
So it's a big deal, and not only that, who wants to target if they're attorneys and everything? I mean, even DEA agents and federal agents and everything are scared to go look for attorneys and everything because the attorney might sue them back.
Wow. Well, do you want anything else to say? Or
no, basically that's it.
Okay. Well,
is that mic on here?
I'm glad that you...
Yeah, my mic's on.
We definitely in the U.S. really don't understand exactly what's going on.
Is that mic good?
Yeah.
We get this type of information across the board. So we can get a clear picture of what's really happening in the migrant crisis, whether good, bad, ugly, we need to know.
Right here in Mexico, it's a little bit more difficult right now. Because
okay, y'all got me right now. All right, I'm on here.
Yeah, how you doing, Hood? Where you from, bro?
What's up, man?
And everything.
Yeah, I want to talk about how you get done about some of the blows that Trump did.
It's going to be election for governor.
Okay, all right.
Hey, Mike, he's got the video of the press conference.
No one that has immigrants.
That was earlier.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, let me get to that.
Politics that was going on.
That's that video I just sent you.
For mayor, governor.
Okay, that was in my Facebook.
No politician.
It was on Messenger, but I put it in the private chat.
No immigrant or no shelter or something.
Yeah, I tried to get it, but it came up as a StreamYard post.
they cut 100% of the funding.
Hey, but Da Vinci, what's going on?
We don't receive anything at all.
I hear a little bit of feedback, Da Vinci. I don't know if it's because you're playing the video or something. It might be after the video you get done, be all right.
And the United States nonprofit organizations and churches and everything, they're the ones that help us. But nothing to do with no government.
I just sent it to you on Messenger again.
Okay.
In Mexico, but there are some immigrant shelters that have.
Trump hit some blows tonight, man.
Oh yeah, he did. Here, let me go. Let me get off. That was plenty of information.
So those shelters.
Yeah, I got notes too written down. So
they're the ones that have been calling us.
Mike's ready to go.
I'm ready to go, man. Yeah.
Ready to
All right, here's a look at the way these cats. And this is where I'm waiting on the states, all them lying, and this is what happened. This is all Mexico.
Okay.
What's going on in Mexico? What is this?
This was where the immigrants were and how the United States are scamming. I was debunking. I got a whole bunch of stuff to debunk Biden.
Oh yeah, well you know Trump already said it tonight. He already talked about the cages and all that.
Right. But what he was saying, right, about these parents, right, about these kids without their parents, what Biden was saying. Now, what was happening, right, that these kids that come up, you know what I'm saying, to get across, they're not their real parents.
No, come on, we should know that. Yeah. What they are, they use the children to get to America.
Right. They're coyotes.
Right. Yeah, that's what they were talking. That's what he was talking about.
Yeah, one of the things I remember they were doing, they were trying to, I think, do some sort of testing, genetic testing between the adult and the child to prove that there was some sort of blood link and blood tie, so that you could prove that was family.
Yeah, they've been doing that for years.
Right.
That's been going on for years.
That echoes back.
All right, what was some of the blows that you that you were talking about?
Well, one of the blows, especially when they started coming to it about race and stuff like that, he came in there with that blow. I can't even find my damn motherfucker. Okay, you got. Okay, this must be yeah, because you know what? That's from your speaker, Da Vinci.
Yeah, I know, man. I got to know it, and I'm trying to find a way to get my computer away from my TV. It's on a desk. It's like my second monitor. You feel me?
Well, just cut your speaker off so that you're hearing us talk off of.
All right.
Yeah.
It's oh shit. Okay.
That's all.
Well, I messed up. I'm getting ready. I'm going back. My computer is getting ready to come back on. Hold on.
See, test right now. See, it's better.
There you go. That's it.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah. Hold on.
So you don't see when you're doing that, you haven't having like your monitors on with speakers on, and you want to hear the conversation that's going on off the thing too at the same time. Kind of hear. A lot of people do that. They like to hear themselves on the broadcast, just to see how they talk and stuff, like how they feel.
All right. Okay. Is that better?
Yeah,
that's
better.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, brother.
Now, like this part right here.
It's back.
No, right here. This part right here.
Hold on. I gotta get back to that screen.
Yeah, you can still hear the echo.
Yeah, man. I know what. I'm gonna have to switch to my Get off this.
No, do you have your speakers on? You
because my headset be messing up. You feel me?
So if you cut the speakers off, you can't hear out of your head.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to figure it out. Man, I'm getting a new computer. You know what I'm saying?
Well, then all you gotta do is turn the volume down.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I hit the wrong button on my TV. You know how they have these buttons all.
So you got it on your TV. You got it on your kind of.
No, I'm using like a 32-inch as a monitor because it's bigger and it's easier for me to see.
Mm-hmm.
All right, go ahead. How's that?
Good.
Testing. What?
All right, go ahead. I can hear you pretty good. Go ahead.
Jake, can you screen share that video?
I'm trying to get to it too. I'm getting to it right now.
Well, here go one part right here. This is part right here.
The laptop is now another Russia. That's exactly what. This is where he's going. The laptop is Russia. You have to be kidding. Here we go again with Russia.
Yo, that right there was a blow. Yeah, that ain't gonna work. Yeah. Because I can.
Well, what was he saying? Because we watched it though, man.
Well, what's kind of echo is echoing to us. We can hear our own voice when we talk.
You can't hear your, because I hear you fine.
No, I can hear my own
voice back twice.
Yeah, we hear our own self talking.
But you don't hear me?
I hear you, but I don't. Yeah, you're fine.
Okay, so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get this video up on my screen. That
well, are you using monitor speakers right now?
Yeah, because I got this.
If you have your headphones on, turn your monitor speaker down, and I'll show you how to where you can go to your headphones. You got to go into your laptop.
All right, let me plug these bad boys in. I gotta change these settings. I've been really having problems with it.
Well, I can show you how to get rid of it.
Yeah, am my mic right? My mic is
too loud. It's not your mic, it's us.
Huh?
It's our mics. Our mics, we hear feedback. We hear the feedback, but we don't hear feedback off of you.
Okay, so it's not my mic.
No, it's us.
All right, we gotta find out who's who.
But it's not from our.
It's not us. It's not us.
It's from the speaker in your room playing us back.
Okay, let me.
Okay, I'm on my mic now. You see how loud it is?
Now that's better. That's better. There we go. Yes, now we can hear you. Yeah, there we go. No reverberation.
No echo.
Yeah, there we go. See what it was when we talk to you, we can hear ourselves on your speakers that you have on your computer.
Oh, okay.
See what I'm saying now? Yeah, we can hear that. We can hear it.
He kept repeating everything over and over.
Oh, yeah, it's kind of hard to kind of talk and stuff like that.
You got to keep your mind focused, man, to be able to get through that ninja foo.
Let me play it one more time. It's only 16 seconds. Now look.
The laptop is now another Russia hoax.
That's exactly what.
This is where he's going. The laptop is Russia.
I want to stay on the issue of race.
You have to be kidding. Here we go again with Russia.
He came with that blow, man. Trump was throwing some blows. You know what? To be honest, out of this, I gave Joe Biden a couple blows. He might have tapped Trump on a little chin and might have backed him up, but the rest Trump, because there's more in this. I'm trying to get all the audio together from this because Trump was laying some blows down on his ass, and it was another thing about I think it was healthcare. I don't know how to go look there. I can't find.
There was part of the healthcare about them trying to basically lay off 180 million people off of healthcare, and him saying, "Well, you're going to take 10 million people off here, 30 million people off of here, and 100 million people off of there," which by simple math is still 40 million more people that would be able to have coverage.
And he also said that under Obama, people were able to keep their plan.
Right.
Yeah,
and you couldn't.
Yeah. You couldn't. You know how much my premiums went up for me at that time? A lot of people that didn't have health care, do you know they was penalized just because they didn't have health care?
Right.
They had to get Obamacare. If they didn't get Obamacare, they was penalized almost $1,000 just to get Obamacare.
Exactly, and people were using that money to be able to catch up on bills, to be able to buy things for their children, to have Christmas, to be able to pay off house notes, to be able to pay off property taxes. Take your pick.
And the other one that I'm trying to go off the mind right now, top of it, is the other one when Trump said about China and said, Biden, you're the one that been getting the $3 million and stuff like that. Trump wanted to say about Hunter Biden, but he didn't. He kind of threw it in there, but he was saying that, and Joe Biden said, "No, that's not true." And Joe Biden started stuttering because one thing you got to look at, why we don't have the little the meter down there anymore. You remember we had in debates back in Obama and George Bush Jr. We had the little debate, little meters go up and stuff like that. If you're telling some real stuff, they let you know who the voters are and stuff like that, going up and down.
They didn't want you to see it though, bro.
Yeah, they didn't want the freaking Facebook search bar was broken because people were looking to talk shit during this debate. I know it.
Yeah, who was that lady? I give her some credit. She was kind of nice. She was, because Trump said it too. You're doing pretty good. You know, you're kind of not.
Well, she ought to. She's the same one that caught on a mic feeding Hillary the answers and some of the itinerary for the debate last time.
Right. So this time she did all right, Caroline. She did all right.
She did a little bit better, but she was losing control in parts of it.
Yo, hold on.
Because he mentioned. Go ahead, David.
Hold on 1 second. I gotta go pay the water bill real quick.
Well, okay, we keep talking. Yeah, I mean, there's another part, man. So y'all gotta download this stuff,
Jay,
quick, man.
Can you play the video while you go to the? Oh, you're gonna watch it with us.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
We can talk about it.
Right. Okay.
But see, if you think about it, y'all got to download this stuff now before it gets taken off. You got to download it.
Yeah,
quick.
like this video is probably gonna get taken down.
Yeah, you got to do it.
The one that he's got lined up to come up. Because he's spilling the beans right there on camera.
Yeah. There's another one. Let me pull up the other one, man, before they delete this shit, man.
They're on Discord.
Those on. Do you got it? You got it, Caroline? You got it downloaded?
You bet.
Let me see if I pull this one up and see if they show this on YouTube. Joe Biden and China. I said China, Joe Biden. Man, because Joe Biden was saying that Trump.
Hey, they said that 74% to 24%. Trump won tonight's debate.
He won it tonight. That's good.
74 to 24.
Because you know how Trump just stumped his ass when he talked about China? He said, yeah, he's got a fucking bank account in China. And Trump told you the truth. He said, yes, I did have a bank account.
And that's been public for years.
Yeah, yes. So that's
you can't hold something on somebody that they've had public for years and then talk shit when your own family's been busted for doing the same shit.
And he closed it before he ran for president. Before he ran for president, he closed that account.
Exactly, because he said what? It wasn't a good plan. It wasn't a good venture. Wasn't a good business venture.
You know, and I mean, come on, and the whole thing is that everybody, man, like no matter what, I mean, check this out. And this is some real shit, right? When I was in Florida, right, we were this is when I was thinking of, I was looking into doing streaming, right? And I basically came from the music industry. You know what I'm saying? I did a lot of shows in Vegas. Now I live in a burbs in Indiana because the cities are all fucked up. You know what I mean? But anyways, we were talking to these cats that they were from Asia and China. What was that? Well, anyways, we were coming from.
No, that was my phone. That was my phone. I got it.
Okay, but anyways, so we were going to sit there and start airing. We were going to do music videos and all that stuff like that, right? And we were going to get aired in China and was going to get paid for it. So even I was fucking with China, and that was in 2017. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't gonna lie, you know what I'm saying? But I wasn't fucking with China on some fuck shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, I was fucking with China, dealing with hip hop music. You know what I'm saying? Because they really liked hip hop.
And what's the other thing that Trump said tonight about North Korea and stuff like that? He said he went there 3 times, talked to them, and Joe Biden, y'all didn't do shit with them. You ain't did shit with North Korea. You was letting them get these weapons and doing all this shit. And you already said that Kim Jong-un didn't even like Obama. He didn't like none of that shit. Like, man,
right.
Yo, that's some blows, man. Them are blows, man. That the media and the people in hierarchies in the swamp doesn't like that shit. They don't like a person. He told you tonight. He said, "I'm not a politician." No, I'm not a politician. You're gonna listen to this man? Listen to this man talking shit. And I kept seeing Joe Biden get slower and slower slower. He started stuttering. He just got slower. You can see this shit, and you know Trump is a heavyweight.
He accepted his defeat too early.
Right? Yeah. I mean,
and guess what it is? He said the same thing about the checks for us to get the $1,200 checks that we need. He said Nancy Pelosi is sitting around ain't doing nothing. That's gonna hurt her in the long run. Just sitting around because she wants to wait for the election or after the election to give people money. Because, like he said, she want in that bill, most of that money that Nancy Pelosi wants is for Democratic states that had the rioting going on. They want to recover from that. It ain't got shit to do with the COVID. And that's some real shit right there.
And that's up to and quite simply, it's up to the federal government to decide whether or not they want to foot the bill and the American people to have to foot the bill for the incompetency in these cities.
Right.
Yes, because Trump already said, I'll pass the bill just to pass the $1,200, where everybody just get that, and that's it. No, Nancy Pelosi, no, it's Mitch McConnell. It's Mitch McConnell. No, it's not Mitch McConnell, man.
It's not. It's not.
Because there's people waiting on getting their cars fixed and their property fixed that's been fucked up since the early days of this rioting and stuff. And there's people that are still waiting. And one of the big things is with property, and this is proven on one of the different streams I was on by a lawyer.
Right.
The states don't have to pay for your property.
All right. Check
the federal government doesn't have to back the states to pay for that property. Ultimately, everybody that lost property during that riot can sue the city.
Right, and all that, and that's exactly where. But they're not going to kick the money because here's the whole thing.
No, come on, man! You got billions of dollars going to these Democratic cities and to these congressmen and these congresswomen that's getting that money.
They're pocketing the they're pocketing the money.
Exactly. Yo, come on, Da Vinci. If you pocket $20 million,
right? You don't think they're
play the video. That's what he talks about. Play the video. He talks about that shit.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that now. I'm trying to find that part right now. I can't find. I gotta play the whole.
No. The one that Jay's got right here. He's gonna play.
Oh,
play that video, Jay.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. I'm getting it now. Hold on.
Trump and them talked for 2 hours and 54 minutes.
Oh no, this was before the
No, this says stream. This says 1 hour. Fox News, 1.3 million views. It says 1 hour. It says 2 hours and 54 minutes.
That was the pre-show.
Oh, okay, yeah, I got it. Yeah, because mostly the debate was just 1 hour and 30 minutes.
Okay, y'all ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Turn the volume up.
This is what I'm talking. You don't hear it?
We barely hear the volume.
No, you gotta turn that shit all the way up, man. You gotta do full power.
Switch over for that one.
See, what you have to do is mute yourself and go to that application, so you can play that louder. You got to be computer savvy now. I mean, it's kind of hard work to be computer savvy. It should take work. Because we're all muted. I'm going to mute myself. So
Yeah. Jay, you're going to have to unmute yourself.
Do y'all hear better?
Hour-long meeting with Joe.
Yeah, better.
That night, we discussed the Biden's history, the Biden's family business plans with the Chinese, with which he was plainly familiar, at least at a high level. After that meeting, I had numerous communications with Hunter, Walker, Gilliar, and Jim Biden regarding the allocation of the equity ownership of Sinohawk. On May 13, 2017, I received an email concerning allocation of equity.
Start it from the beginning.
Which says 10% held by H for the big guy.
Yeah, Da Vinci, start it over. He can't hear us. He can't hear us.
Big guy for his father, Joe Biden, and Jim for Jim Biden. In fact, Hunter often referred to his father as the big guy or my chairman. On numerous occasions, it was made clear to me that Joe Biden's involvement was not to be mentioned in writing, but only face-to-face. In fact, I was advised by Gilliar and Walker that Hunter and Jim Biden were paranoid about keeping Joe Biden's involvement secret. I also had a disagreement with Hunter about the funds CFC was contributing to Sinohawk.
Wow.
Hunter wanted $5 million of those funds to go to himself and his family. So he wanted the funds wired directly to an entity affiliated with him. I objected because that was contrary to our written agreements concerning Sinohawk.
He said, referring to the chairman, his father, that CFC was really investing in the Biden family, that he held the Trump card, and that he was the one putting his family legacy on the line. He also said to me on May 17th, 2017, that CFC wanted to be my partner, to be partnered with the Bidens. During these negotiations, I repeated to Hunter and others that Sinohawk could not be Hunter's personal piggy bank. And I demanded that proper corporate governance procedures be implemented for capital distributions.
Throw the link
Hunter
out for
became very
Byron.
upset with me. CFC through July 2017 was assuring me the funds would be transferred to Sinohawk, but they were never sent to our company. Instead, I found out from Senator Johnson's September report that the $5 million was sent in August 2017 to entities affiliated with Hunter. Tomorrow, I will be meeting with the Senate committee members concerning this matter, and I will be providing to the FBI the devices which contain the evidence corroborating what I have said. So I will not be taking any questions at this time.
Do you have any evidence that... You will be taking questions?
I will not be taking questions at this time.
Well, we're going to ask them anyway. Can you tell us a little bit more about this evidence that you're giving to the FBI?
Hey, where this came from, John and Carolyn? Where did this come from?
This will all be discussed with Senator Johnson and his committee. And
John had it.
What's fact?
Who paid for you to be here? Who paid for your expenses to be here?
Thank you.
Who was that guy right there?
That was one of the business partners of Hunter Biden. He explains it if you play it from the beginning,
or something like that.
If you play it from the beginning, he explains who he is and everything.
He's matter of fact, here it is right here. I got the let me take that off. All right, here's the article, because now, man, for all y'all out there, we're going to hit Biden hard.
Man, you would have hit his ass hard, man. Y'all be some pussies, though. Y'all don't hit his ass hard, though.
Yeah.
Pussies, though.
All right. Here we go. Let me get my all my links I have. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I sat there, I spent like about an hour. You know what I mean? Just going through all these links, man. You know what I mean? Okay.
Yeah, man, that shit take work, man. You get it, take work.
Oh yeah, man. I'm putting in the work, especially for these blame things, man. I mean, I got so much. Hunter Biden's and his business associate will be.
I don't care if you get 50 people to vote for Trump. Hey, that's 50 more people that ain't for Joe Biden. Oh shit.
Right. I can't wait till I get a new damn computer. I really need one.
Hey man, you play Grand Theft Auto online?
Hey Jay.
Yo.
Jay. Brian's backstage, he said.
All right, there you go. Bam.
Yeah, Da Vinci. You play Grand Theft Auto online?
I started it, but I'm having issues with shooting from a car.
No, what you play on PlayStation?
Xbox.
Damn, man, if you had an Xbox, a PlayStation, I could have helped you right now get $1 million each fucking 10 minutes.
But I do.
Xbox.
I like Xbox, man. That's my shit.
Man, that's called X-Flop, man. That's Dust Box, man. You need to get rid of that Dust Box.
Hell no.
For real, man. I can show you a glitch right now to get you $1 million on every 5 minutes. $1 million.
Now,
Fuck playing Grand Theft Auto online. Go outside, do it for real.
Oh, you on Grand Theft Auto?
There we go.
Man, I do Grand Theft Auto, man. You come go look up Mike Hood on Grand Theft Auto, dog. I'm the man on that bitch.
What's up, guys? Hey,
how you doing? How you doing?
I was watching Mo's live stream from last night, man. I respect what you do and what you had to say. That's why I figured I'd come over here and check and see if you were still going tonight.
Oh, well, thank you, man. Thank you, man. What did you get from it?
That you're a Trump supporter, and thanks for your service.
Thank you.
I'm a Biden supporter, so.
I don't support any of these fucking bureaucratic.
I love Biden and Nancy Pelosi. I hope Nancy Pelosi becomes president.
Look, I'm gonna tell you what. I don't support any of these fucking morons. Now, I do respect the office of the president.
Bite your tongue, Michael.
When you say Caroline, don't be a troll. Don't be a troll.
I do respect the office of the president.
You know I'm good at being a troll,
and that's about as far as that goes. But as far as supporting any of these guys, if you want my opinion, there hasn't been anybody that's ran and went into office that has the American people's best interest in mind in my entire lifetime.
Cause listen, I'm in South Carolina. I'm born and raised in South Carolina. This is a red state that will always be a red state. Technically, I don't even have to vote.
Right.
You know, like
technically, what do you think they're going to do going forward with the sound bits about Trump saying he was the least racist person there?
Oh yeah, they're gonna use that, but we have to be the people that go ahead and show people what he really meant.
But that's why all this is going to be on record, and I'll have this on my hard drive.
Have it on record, yes.
And I'm going to upload it to Rumbler.
I mean, Brandon Tatum, he gonna do his thing. All of us, we need all of our parts to do this, man.
Right.
Everybody, even your local streets or something, to tell people. I don't care if it's 5 people.
So I live in Trump territory, basically. So there's really, you know what I mean.
But I live in Indiana, man. It's all mixed around here, man.
Y'all know how long South Carolina been a Republican state?
Probably since its inception.
Since after the Civil War.
Yeah, South Carolina has been a Republican state for a long, because that's one of the 13 colonies. So Charleston, South Carolina. So I mean, this down here is like, what's the point of, like I tell other people, what's the point of voting? I got a homeboy, he voted for Biden. We bet $100 that he think that Biden is gonna win. I said, you better have my goddamn $100.
You know what though, man? It's really fucked up about this whole thing, man. I mean, I never seen a man sit there and lie so much. Like, here we go, right here.
Yeah, real talk. No, go ahead and play it, man.
This right here is the Oh, here we go. Shocking interview.
I'm just trying to figure out why during debates the moderators always attack Trump and nobody ever asks.
Yep. I had my homeboy say that when he was watching. He said
real. They don't ever ask him anything that's hard and to the core and anything controversial, anything that might be going through the media. But yeah, you can bet your sweet ass if that was Trump or one of his kids that just came out with that shit, that's all they would have been talking about.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, you're right about it. Because if it was Trump kid that's smoking crack, laying up in the bed with a crack pipe in his mouth, I saw the pictures of him.
You could best believe they were going to be dragging him all day.
Yeah. That would have been the whole debate.
All you got to do is go back. All you got to do is go
ahead, John.
16 debates.
Is that a crack pipe or is that a ice pipe?
That's a meth pipe. I think it's a meth pipe.
That's what I see. It looked like a meth pipe.
I don't see a pipe. What pipe? Where?
He was an Army intelligence officer.
Who are you talking right now? What's your name again, man?
Brian, man.
Brian.
Oh, Brian. You didn't see the picture of Biden laying in the bed, passed out with a meth pipe in his mouth?
No, I read the articles, but I didn't look at the pictures.
Wow. Yo, John, you got a picture. Save them motherfucking pictures, though. I saw them pictures.
I saw the picture of his gnarly ass snaggle teeth, and I know for a fact that the only way you get that is from 3 things: smoking crack.
Let me tell y'all the real shit I'm about to get. I'm about to get the pictures of him naked with the woman. No, listen, I'm about to have I know sources. I'm about to get the damn videotape of Biden Harris messing with the 13-year-old Chinese girl.
You better not keep that on you.
No, hell no, though. I don't even want to talk about that now, though. Hell no.
That's it. What's going on is no different than what is it now? 15 guys up in Michigan that got arrested for wanting to kidnap and arrest Whitmer because that was done just for political reasons. None of them guys wanted to kidnap and arrest her. There was no ploy going on. You want to know how I know this? I know them all, and I was at the Ohio meetings that they've been talking about on the news.
Da Vinci, what you about to say, Da Vinci? What you was about to go ahead and say?
You know what? I'm going to be honest with you because I'm so sick of this fucking shit. You know what I'm saying? That, you know what? I'll go send that video over me. I'll air it, and I'll put it on Rumbler.
Nah, you'll get banned so damn quick. You have it up for 30 seconds, and it'll be down in 10 seconds.
I'll put it up on Facebook, man.
I won't post it on Facebook. No, I ain't going to post it on
You ain't going to be able to post it nowhere, man. Ain't gonna be posted nowhere.
I mean, nowhere. Sucked me fucking 3 times in the last 2 months.
Gonna ask why you got it. How did you get it? And shit like that.
Everywhere, dude. Why? It's everywhere. Everybody got it.
No, it ain't. It's not everywhere. Go to the dark web and you'll find it.
Oh yeah. Same thing.
Don't fucking mess with the onion router. Damn it.
Yeah, go get the onion router. Go get you a VPN. Get you a nice VPN.
Stop trying to talk him into getting in trouble.
Are you guys talking about that press briefing that that Navy vet gave?
No, What's your name again? I forgot already. What's your name again?
Brian.
You said Brian. You ever been on the dark web?
A couple times.
No, most of y'all never even been on the dark web. So
I don't know how to get on it yet. So I will, but I ain't gonna do it until I get a new computer and have a.
Caroline told me not to train you to get on it. So I'm not gonna train you to get on it.
Because you might fuck up DaVinci. That will get people fucking jail time, dude. Don't do that shit.
DaVinci, dude, I'm not gonna show you.
I don't need to fuck with the dark web.
I'm sick of this shit, though, dude. I'm sick of the fuckery. I am.
Do you know the whole? Do you know? No, listen to this. You know the whole Biden hard drive is on the dark web right now, and I'm not gonna give you the site, the onion sites for it. No, it is everything. You got videotape. I didn't see her doing. No, I didn't see Biden, Hunter Biden playing with things that you wouldn't think be playing with, though.
DaVinci,
yo,
don't you need a Tor client to get on the dark web?
Yeah,
you need a Tor browser.
I just got an old computer and it's really fucked up. You know what I'm saying? I haven't bought one.
Like Caroline said,
what, like a Mac 2 or some shit?
Nah, it's a Toshiba satellite.
An Apple IIe?
No, I don't fuck with Apple because China got the
Rob. You could.
China with our IPs, I don't want them all inside my shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and even them VPNs aren't reliable anymore.
Right.
I know the right VPN for you to use. I know the right VPN to use. That's not advertised at all.
And how do you know that? And how do you know that it's reliable?
There's a different way when you get it. You got to do something else to it.
I mean, Christ, because fucking Snowden was sitting there, screaming out about what is that fucking Signal. Because it was supposedly encrypted on end to end, and by the time he was talking about it and saying that was the fucking messenger app to use, they already had that fucked.
Well, shit, I could buy half a pound of fucking heroin right now and easy and get it shipped to your house or a PO box.
What the fuck makes you think I want that shipped to my house?
That's up to you. If you go to the fucking honeypot site, if you don't know what honeypots are, then you might go to a honeypot and you might
ship me a fucking book.
Y'all gonna get my black ass in trouble on this motherfucker.
If you're gonna ship anything to my house,
Kelly know what honeypots are. She knows what a honeypot is.
It better be a sheet of fucking doses and a
you have to be trained for this. I've been trained for many years for this and knowing what to look at and what not to look at. Because certain sites, you can go buy an iPhone right now off the internet, dark web. You can get plenty of shit off there, but you only have to pay with Bitcoin. Because when you use Bitcoin, you're anonymous with Bitcoin. That's the only way you can buy things on the internet, on dark web, is with Bitcoin, not cash. Because cash is traceable. Bitcoin is not traceable.
For now.
But if you about to go ahead and get it now.
Look, dude, if they keep going with this fucking this global reset that they're fucking trying to push, using a fucking pandemic as their way to push it.
Well, cryptocurrency.
Everything's going to crypto, and it's going to be trash.
I saw an article.
I want to tell you what, Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, and I've talked about this before. All right, now check this out.
I know about cryptocurrency now.
Right now, okay. This is my question: Are these companies with Bitcoin, are they trusts? The reason being is because I really don't believe that Bitcoin is tangible enough.
Well, there's more than one Bitcoin. That's not the only thing that they use. They use another name too. They're different names.
Apple. There's Apple Pay, Google Pay.
No, that don't make no money. No, we're talking about the head people who make money. You got Bitcoin. You got BitChute. You got a couple other ones that are in the hierarchy of the stock market.
I got a question for you then.
Not Apple or none of that stuff.
I got a question. Okay, first of all, for just to give you a little background on the question, you know that the Fed is going to the Treasury, right?
Well, yeah, Trump did
next
something
year.
like that in 20.
All right, now that's it. Now that's a double. Now that's it for me. That's a double-edged sword.
Hold on, time out. What do you mean the Fed is going to the Treasury?
The Fed's going to be gone, and it's next year. It starts.
What starts?
The Fed into the U.S. Treasury. But I understand.
So what?
Hey, Jay, are you going to be on for about another half hour?
Yeah.
Yeah, you might have to keep going, Jay.
I'm gonna go eat and then I'll come right back. So I'll be right back.
Back, John. Yeah, he ain't going nowhere. I'm gonna keep his ass on here for another 2 hours.
Well, I was under the understanding that the Fed already ran off our money anyhow, as it was.
Right, but you see, Trump will put in an executive order, and I think it's getting ready to pass after.
What executive order?
To bring the Fed into the Treasury for the president to have control of the Treasury. Now, I understand the concept of why he's doing it, because of interest rates, because they're in control, and also you have to understand that the Fed is, it's already begun. That the Fed.
No, you see, the way I'm seeing what you're saying is the Fed's going to be in control of the Treasury now instead of the American government, because the Fed's a separate entity, all on its own.
It's a private business.
Right. So if he gets rid of the Fed and brings the Fed into the Treasury, that means that the Fed now has control of our fucking Treasury.
No, the Fed will be gone, and the president has control of the Treasury. That's why he's making it go to the Treasury.
I don't know. I think you're seeing it the wrong way, brother.
That's why they killed Kennedy, because he was going to do the same thing.
There's a difference in getting rid of the Fed.
Let me tell y'all something, man.
There's a difference in getting rid of the Fed altogether and then bringing the Fed into the Treasury.
Yes, for the president to have control of it. Now, here's the thing is...
Wrong. The president is not going to have control if he gives the Treasury to a private entity.
No, the Fed is going to go to the Treasury, not the Treasury to the Fed.
Yeah, he's giving control of the Treasury to the Fed if the Fed's going to the Treasury.
And when did he pass that? When did he pass that law?
I think it was something like about 4 or 5 months ago.
So that happened when he put the whole country in a national state of emergency and FEMA got control of the country then.
Well, the reason being is because the Fed themselves, you see, they're in control of the interest rates. They're making money. The Fed is part of the central banks.
Yes, guess what? Who the Fed is? The Fed goes back to England and all that bullshit.
Right.
That's why.
So we're trying to get.
It goes all the way back to what's his name, Amstel Rothschild, and he gave
Byron Rothschild. You had Byron. You had all of that. I know. I expose all this on my shows and stuff that I do.
Yeah, the tangible. So what's happening? Okay, what assets would Bitcoin have if they're trying to talk about digital currency and basically go back to the greenbacks? Now, this is a problem for me, but I also
we ain't going back to the greenbacks.
Well, you got to go back. You have to go back what they say about the COVID. Hold on. One thing you have to do is you have to go back to what they say about the COVID-19. They saying that the COVID lasts on money for 4 weeks.
That's bullshit.
Well, yeah, they're going to tell us that. We know that's bullshit.
A virus can't live in the air like that.
Technically,
who are you going to tell that to? You going to tell that to the scientists, or who are you going to tell that to? Or are you going to tell that to us?
You do know that the science is fucking split right down the middle on this COVID thing, right?
Yeah.
None of the scientists can agree on shit. It's like
do y'all know most about
the narrative? The ones that are getting pushed on TV, and the ones that go against the narrative are the ones getting censored.
Thank
you. Y'all know. Yeah. See, I got to laugh, man. Y'all can't see my face when I laugh, but I'm laughing because you have to understand, man. There is the occult world that runs America and runs the political system and the monetary system of the occult world. I
got a mask too.
Yeah, put your mask on, man. That's what I'm talking about, man.
I don't got one because I refuse to.
Oh, you refuse to wear a mask? You got an AK, man? Y'all got weapons?
I do.
Hey, y'all ready to fight November 4th? Y'all know you're gonna have to fight if y'all patients, right?
The only way I'm fighting is if they come to my door after my family.
But you won't go out on the street and fight for other patriots?
I will if it comes down to that, and you ain't got no choice. Look, dude, I've been doing this shit for a long time too, and I'm not just going to fucking get up and run. You know what I'm saying, and run the streets.
Right.
You know, the only way I'm getting up out of my house and leaving from protecting my family is if I know there's going to be a way that if I know there's going to be more than 10 motherfuckers out there, because I'm not going to die a fucking martyr.
Hey, you see this right here? Look. This is what we do.
Don't do that, please. I know, but I understand. But we don't have to do all that, man.
See, we're a militia down here. I'm in a militia. We are militias down here, and we're patriots. We're Proud Boys down here in South Carolina. So if you come down here to South Carolina with that fucking Marxist communism shit, you might get your ass fucking shot the fuck up.
Who, me?
No, I'm just saying anybody, any motherfucking body come to South Carolina. I'm not coming to South Carolina.
You seen my fucking AR hanging on the wall back there, right?
Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about, man. That's what I love. I love to see your second
right beside it.
I want to tell you.
And my pile of gear right over there in the corner.
As I said, I think very tactically. Number one is like this, man, and I'm gonna be honest with you that I don't want to go. I really don't want to go there, and I'll go there when I have to. But
yeah,
you know what I'm saying, and that's where
being real about shit.
You know what I'm saying? Because number one is I don't want this to even go down like that. Because number one is, I mean, I'm starting to think like the people like that was in a civil war and all that stuff like that. That you know what? That on the other side of the battlefield could be your cousin.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I don't want to kill.
Yeah, because to be honest with me, if y'all in there, but see, one thing you have to do is though, you got to have a certain flag that you're throwing now. Because if you out there in the streets and you out here doing some shit though, and somebody shoot at you, man, it might hit you though, and they shouldn't have hit you. You gotta have a code word, or you better say something, man, that know that patriots know who the fuck you are, though.
I'm ex-military, man. You know what I'm saying? All my
tactics. You should have a code word when you're in urban warfare situations that saying, "Oh, yo, I'm safe. I'm friendly. I'm a friendly. I don't know if you're friendly or not. If you're running up in the group." So
right. But at the same time, right? Okay, I'm trained. All right, I know when to shoot. I know when not to shoot. Okay, but I don't want to shoot. I don't want a war.
That's the difference between people that have been in the military and seen war and people that have never seen war.
Right. It's not pretty, dude.
No. See, but the thing is, y'all never saw urban warfare before.
How do you know that he never saw urban warfare?
So what do y'all saw urban warfare at before?
I decline to answer that question because I'm still under oath.
You can't do that in Iraq because most of the time in the cities you ain't really doing no urban warfare. I'm talking about urban warfare.
What is fucking urban warfare, bro?
I could say this. I was trained for it.
So what is urban warfare in American cities to you?
I tell you
war in the city.
I want to tell you what though, man. This is I'm not the type of person to sit there and hype up all that, man. You know what I'm saying? Only thing I'm saying is though, man, we all got to come to the table and not fight for what we want, but what we need as a people. What we need
is right.
What we need and what is right is more important to me. Our wants don't matter. My dad used to tell me, you want, I want. Think about what you need first. Then after you get what you need, then we can start talking about what we want.
You know, not only that, we also got to remember, man, a lot of us got children, man.
Right.
We're supposed to set an example for these kids, man. Do we really want our kids seeing us dying out in the streets? You know, if there's any chance that we can do this and it be somewhat peaceful, then that's the route we need to go. I mean, that's just being realistic about it.
Yeah.
You know, because everybody's going to sit and say that they'll fucking go out in the street and they'll pull that trigger and they'll fucking run and gun until they're actually asked to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, because most ain't going to do that. They ain't going to do none of that.
But most of them be scared anyway. It's a special breed of person to be willing to put their own life on the line for others.
Okay, I want to tell you where I.
That's why down here in South Carolina, we are brothers down here. If you was down here, Raw or whatever, Da Vinci, y'all down here, and you need protection and you need help or something, you will get help, dog. And you was in the shootout and you needed help, you will get that help.
Thank you. You know what, man, and thank you very, very, and I really, really appreciate that. But also at the same time, man, let's sit back and think and see how these cats play out and watch it. Because number one is what you do is you scout. All right. Right now, okay, even I'm sitting right here, I'm watching the news, I'm watching my town. I talk
Dude, you ain't never lying, bro. I got 3 different devices going on 3 different shit.
Right, you know what I'm saying? I'm not, and I'm just watching, like basically.
So y'all don't see my face. You didn't see my face right there. For that millisecond, you saw my face.
I want to tell you what, I want to get to the point that I have the fucking bat cave. You know what I'm saying? I mean, why? I mean, if you want to sit there and really, if you want to think about it,
he wants Justice League Tower and shit.
Nah.
Do you know some of us? You know, some of people like in different states that have SAMs and stuff. You know, y'all know what SAMs are, right?
Right.
Yeah. Some people have SAMs and stuff like that around here in America, but there's a lot of individuals that are not part of the Patriots that do have SAMs, and they're gonna use these SAMs and stuff against on November 3rd. Y'all haven't seen shit yet after November 3rd, so you better have some bullets already stabbed up. You better have some food. You better have anything that you can have to go ahead and take care for your family, man.
Look, brother, I'm gonna tell you right now, since COVID hit, I haven't saved a dime of our money. I pay our bills every month, and whatever's left over, I spend on supplies since day one. I use every fucking penny till it's gone.
I don't like to brag, but I'm at the beach. I'm in areas, in the country areas. I'm not in major cities. So where we at down here, we don't have to worry about none of that stuff, though.
I'm like right on the state line.
You said where you at?
Right on the state line, pretty much.
Oh, South Carolina? No, you ain't.
No, I'm on the Indiana-Ohio state line.
Oh, you up there? So y'all up there, and what you at? Da Vinci, you in Vegas?
No, I used to be in Vegas. I got away from the city because of all the bullshit. You know,
I live like right on the edge of Muncie, man.
Okay. Well, so what's up, man? What's up, Hip?
Oh, I'm doing good. How you doing, brother?
Oh, to go to Hipster, man. The Hipster, man. Hey, y'all sub to your channel, man. Man, you all right, man?
This is my man.
I appreciate it, Mike.
That's my man right there.
I fuck with you, Hippie, though. I fuck with you, Hip, man. I do real talk.
You know, I always thought about starting a YouTube channel, man, but they get shut down so fucking quick anymore.
Yo, Hip, look at me, Hip. Look at my face. I fuck with you, man. Real talk, though. I fuck with you, man.
I like that, yeah.
Yeah, but you know, nice, the whole thing at first, before all this, man, you know what I'm saying? What we gotta do, man, is we all gotta come to the table. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah, we gotta try and fight this fucking divisive fucking war that they've been putting on us, man.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, so what is the devices of what they put on us?
What kills me is for the last couple of weeks, I've been finding these panels and shit where people talk. And I talk to a bunch of different people that have a bunch of different backgrounds and have a bunch of different beliefs. But for some reason, we all can pretty much agree on the fact that everything's fucked up and the government's fucked up and it needs to be fixed. And it doesn't have nothing to do with us doing anything. Right. You know, I don't see all this fucking infighting and racist war shit going on other than what they want to fucking perpetuate on news and to push their fucking rhetoric.
Let me ask you a certain thing. Do any of y'all believe in the occult world?
Yes.
Oh yeah, man. I studied that for 20 years.
Yeah.
Look, I'm gonna tell you what.
Yeah, I'm 35 years old.
Them Satanists don't care if we don't believe. Them Satanists don't care if anybody don't believe that shit. You want to know why?
These are not really
they believe that shit, and that's all that matters.
Right. Really.
These are not Satanists down the street from me. These are cultists, advanced cultism. These are advanced people. Yeah, real deal, fucking Mike Tyson, Holyfield, Roy Jones type shit, dog. These are motherfuckers that's in this shit that does magic. Like, you ever heard of Aleister Crowley? I know you heard of Aleister Crowley.
Yeah, man. Jay-Z's down with that shit.
Yeah, you're the dude I was talking to the other night. Now I remember you. I fucking dude, my phone died.
Yeah, that's me right there. Yeah, that's me.
Right, that's me. My phone died after my fucking kids got to fucking
Okay, that's me right there. I'm the one that talked about all that type of stuff.
Yeah, you was the one that was playing bumping that fucking Aretha Franklin or some shit while I was fucking frying eggs.
He was there everybody. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
I was feeling that, man.
But see, go ahead, Hippie. You go ahead, man.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm good. I'm listening. I'm just
okay. For you, boy. What's your name again, brother?
Ryan.
All right. Okay.
You done asked a couple times. I think I figured it out.
Okay. Check it out. Okay, starting from okay, let's start from Hippie and we'll work our way back up. All right, because that's the way it is.
You know what? Let's talk about the election. I mean, the debate tonight. Hippie, how do you feel about what's some key points of the debate tonight that kind of made you kind of cringe a little bit? I mean, on both sides of it.
Yo, actually, I mean, I've been here the whole time. I liked y'all's points y'all brought up. You brought up some points that kind of slipped, and they were excellent. I think this is what we should have seen on the first night. Trump was very refined tonight. Even when, if I was Trump, I might have would have walked over there and hit like, motherfucker, you say I'm getting the money from China? You say I'm getting money from Russia?
Yeah. He went straight Negro on him.
He did too.
He went straight Negro on him. I don't care what anybody says. Get triggered, whatever. But you know what? And
those were ghetto tactics Trump pulled.
Yeah, Trump. Remember, he's a Queens dude.
Right?
He's a Queens dude. People forget
he's
about
not a bitch,
that.
Man. He's not stupid.
Right.
No, because because he said something about New York. He said New York is a deserted zone right now and stuff like that about Cuomo. He brought up Cuomo and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, people leaving. He's like, people's leaving New York. People's leaving California.
Never go back.
And the other thing that we really have to talk about is the $750. And Trump said it. He prepaid the motherfucker. How the hell you gonna be a billionaire and you only pay $750, dog? There's no damn way. I can see if you paid $100,000 or some shit like that.
Hey, look,
about $5 million.
If you look in the fucking tax code, the way it's set up, all those tax breaks are designed to help the rich and fuck the poor.
How much Trump has? $42 billion? He has $42 billion.
You want to know why I think Trump doesn't want to release his tax records? Because everybody's going to find out he's not worth as much as he's been putting out.
No,
and that'll embarrass him. Because having money, having the wealth, and having that status symbol is more important to him than anything else.
Yeah.
No, I mean, that's true too. I agree.
I think he's such a narcissist. He has to go down as the George Washington of our time. He wants to go down, not only saved America, but saved the fucking world, weeded out the corruption. He's bringing up pedophilia. He's bringing up corruption. There's not much the average Joe don't know now. My father-in-law just came over with a video showing my wife. My wife is so hip to the game now. 4 years ago, every fucking person I knew, I was crazy, tinfoil.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm right there with you, dude.
I was
right there with you.
Yeah.
Everybody thought I should have been locked in a fucking padded room.
Man, I feel bad for y'all state that y'all live in, man. I feel bad for y'all, man.
I'm free here. I'm free like a mug.
But hippie, I feel bad for you, man. I feel bad for you, Rob, or whatever, and you, Da Vinci, because y'all live in this. I live in South Carolina. What do you think South Carolina is? I'm in the heart of South Carolina, in the streets of South Carolina. I'm a general in South Carolina, man. Y'all don't know who I am yet, but y'all gonna know.
Titles don't mean shit to me, man.
Hey,
honestly, no offense or anything, though. I mean, seriously.
I'm from Houston, right? Raised in Houston. I got hustle on my throat. I know it took some sacrifice to get there, man. My first wife was a tattoo artist. She passed away.
True.
11 years ago, 12 years ago. I'm with my wife now. We've been together 11 years. Got married 12, 13, 14. She's the best mom in the world. And then we got a beautiful 3-year-old. I totally changed my life around. But
hey, bro.
Man.
Hey, bro.
Cool. Yeah,
I was down in Houston after Harvey hit, dude. Me and about 10 guys came from Ohio, and we dropped off about $1,200 and big ass. It was one of them big 74-foot fucking U-Hauls full of supplies and clothes to this little church in Devers, Texas, right outside of Houston.
But hippie, how old are you, hippie?
35.
Yeah, you the same age as me. Damn, I'm 35. So damn, we the youngsters on it. We the youngsters on the damn panel, ain't it? We got a long way to go, don't we?
I got some.
I ain't that much older than you.
Yeah, how much?
I've been in some weird situations. I look back, I'm like, how the fuck I did that?
Mansfield, Ohio.
I did that.
Shit, I'm 35 now. So you a 1985 baby, ain't you?
Exactly
hippie.
On the dot, man. 328.
I was the last year of fucking Generation X, man. 79.
Man, oh god damn, y'all, man, we talking about 85, man. Y'all motherfuckers, man, we 85 babies around here.
You guys were born when the wall was coming down. I remember Ronnie Reagan standing on fucking national TV saying, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this fucking wall."
Yeah, I was born in 72.
God damn, all y'all motherfuckers old as fuck. Damn, me and fucking damn.
Dude, I'm only 41 and he's only 48. 47.
Oh, you 47?
48.
Okay, I was right the first time.
Yeah, I'm 48.
Sometimes I don't math that well, man.
Well, damn, man. See, the thing is, man, motherfuckers better get
good, man. At 48
motherfuckers
years old,
better get
their hands
this
right here now.
Because a lot of y'all motherfuckers don't know how to fight, man, and y'all don't
Why
know
you
about
pointing
urban
your finger at
warfare.
me,
Y'all
man?
can talk urban warfare on the fucking damn book and on Twitter and all that shit, but y'all not really ready for that shit, man. You gotta understand this shit. This is some real shit about to happen after November 3rd when Trump wins.
Let me tell you a story, okay, real quick. Can I tell everybody a story about myself?
Yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Reason why I got involved was kind of a selfish reason. You know, I'd always been one of them kids, you know, was kind of conspiracy minded and shit and looked into everything. But the reason why I actually got involved in the militia group and the militia itself is about 7 years ago, I had 6 guys break into my house at 2 o'clock in the morning, kick my bedroom door in, and hold me. 3 of them stayed in my bedroom and held me and my wife hostage while they were fucking going through my house and stealing everything. I went to try and lunge at one. Dude popped off a fucking round right out of his gun. It went a foot above my fucking head right into the fucking wall. And after all this shit fucking happened, you know, I'm sitting here thinking I was going to fucking die. My wife is flipping out at the time, you know, because that never happened to her. I'm trying to calm her down. I'm trying to calm all these other motherfuckers down that are now all fucking hyped and excitable and shit because they just popped a fucking round off in my house. You know, so I'm trying to calm the situation down and get people to just fucking leave. You know, take what you came for and get the fuck out of here. Well, after all that shit, after the smoke cleared and everything happened, look, dude, I called the fucking sheriff and these motherfuckers, the police department was literally 3 blocks from my house and it took these motherfuckers 25 minutes to get to my house. And then when they got there, they fucking accused me of setting it up.
Oh, are you selling dope? That's why they did it.
Well, then after that, look, dude, I came to the conclusion that nobody's going to help you but you. And I was never going to fall victim in my castle again and have anybody fucking victimize me in my castle. See, I knew who one of them motherfuckers were. And I hunted that motherfucker down for 3 months. I was going to run him over with my fucking Durango 6 times if I ever saw him in the street.
Hey, Rob, you think that's bad? Come and bring him free. Come and be Frank White right now, man. And you can.
I'm just saying, dude, that's why I got involved, because my life was threatened and my security was taken.
You got dope boys trying to rob your motherfucking ass, man. Come down here and you see how it is to be dope boys and shit like that. But motherfuckers got to rob you in the hood and some shit like that, man. Come in the hood right now. I can show you, Rob. It ain't like in the suburbs or no shit like this around here, though.
I'm Brian.
Well, I'm a general around this motherfucker.
No, I'm just saying, dude. Man, I've lived in the hood before, dude. I used to live in the hood in Indianapolis. I never had that shit happen to me.
I want to tell you something. You know, man. As I said, I got mad love for all of y'all, though, man. You know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. Hood, I do it. I get what you're saying. You know what I'm saying. But number one is like this. I mean, this is with age. You know what I'm saying. Relax, dude. Relax. You know what I'm saying? The first thing they taught me in the military, relax.
You got to be able to keep your heart rate down.
You know what I'm saying?
So yeah, if you're in a firefight, how do you do in a firefight? If I tell y'all to flank, would you flank? If I tell y'all the person is flanking to y'all, what do you do when I tell you they flanking?
Then we flank, but let alone but still at the same time.
Well, no, I have to give you cover fire first. So for you to go in and flank them.
Dude, that's a given, dude. That's a given right there.
No, that ain't a given, man. That's called.
So what he's saying is nobody's even going to be useful if they can't control their heart rate and keep themselves calm and steady. See, that's why I was able to.
Rifle. You can't shoot a rifle with a high heartbeat, like you said. You got a high. Your pulse is going, adrenaline rush is all pumping through you. You're gonna miss the shot, man. You got to be humble.
Right, but let alone man. You see, don't be so hyped for war, though, bro.
Right.
We're not worrying about war. I mean, the thing is, though, when these Democrats act crazy, Da Vinci, they might come and slap your ass up. What are you gonna do if some white girls come up there and grab your ass and slam you to the ground and shit, and they burly too?
Ain't no white girl gonna come up and slam my big ass to the ground. I promise.
You know what? Hippie know about that shit, going to protest and them other places protesting.
Hey, dude, I've been nose to nose with fucking Antifa, bro.
Them motherfuckers up there that ready to slam your motherfucking ass to the ground. around.
Dude, bro, I've been nose to nose with Antifa, man.
The way I look at it, man. All right. Number one is we all ain't gonna live forever. We're only here for a minute. All right.
Man, fuck that shit, man. You can't be talking like that, man. You gotta say you're gonna live forever, man. Fuck that. You gotta have
live forever until after you die, brother. It's a cycle you gotta go through. You got
look, I ain't gonna live forever I ain't living forever on this world.
I bet you I'll live for another till I'm 50. I'm 35, so damn, I got to live till
you're
I'm
only hoping to be 50,
old.
man. That's a fucking short life. Because you know what? I'm only 9 years away from that motherfucker.
You know what I look at? You know the way I look at it? I
think me and Hippie want to be 50, or I don't know. Me,
hey,
dude, I'm like this.
If I make it to 50, I'm blessed. I truly feel that. Honestly,
dude, I'm blessed to see 48, man.
Yeah, I'm blessed. Yeah. Trust me, man. I got street.
The matter is, all of us are blessed to be sitting here talking right now with the way things are.
Right.
Amen. I agree with that.
You know, because look at some of the shit that's going on. You never know when someone's just going to run up in your house right now and fucking kill you and all your fucking kids to take what you got.
Rob down here in South Carolina and Charleston. See, I walk in the gas station with 100 rounds on me. So what is that to anybody that running up on me, though?
Man.
I
was like, whoa. You know, because
I walk around Indiana fucking with my fucking 9mm strapped right to my side, dude.
Well, I got an HK MP5 fully auto. So I mean, you know how much I paid for that?
I didn't think the full auto was legal in fucking in North Carolina.
Well, if you do your paperwork, you can get it in a year if you get a Class 3 license.
I was gonna say you got the fucking tax stamp for that.
Well, yes, you got to pay a tax stamp and all that. You got to wait a year to get that.
Because I know that Louisiana, you can have full auto.
Well, no, they gotta do their tax stamp too. They gotta do their form. But
what I'm saying, in some of these states where you're allowed to have full auto, it's easier to get that federal tax stamp.
Right.
You know, like in Indiana, you ain't getting a federal tax stamp unless you're a dealer.
But you think about it, you're still gonna have to wait a whole year for the paperwork to go through.
Wait, are you here in Indiana, bro?
Yeah.
Where at?
Muncie.
All right, man. I'm here in Indiana too. We gotta get you up sometime.
Where you at?
Kokomo.
Hey, yo, Hippie.
Oh shit, you ain't that far from me, bro.
Oh, yo, Hippie. We definitely got to get you up for a drink, though,
Hippie,
bro.
This is how we roll up on.
Yeah, for real, dude, because you're only like 45 minutes from me.
Patriots all day, Hippie, though.
All right, we definitely got
all day.
We definitely got to get you up sometime for
Who is that?
Hey, Hippie, don't. Hey, what'd you tell him? Don't tread on me, man. Don't tread on me, though. Do not tread on me, because if you tread on me, though, I will fucking bring urban warfare to your motherfucking ass like you never seen before, dog. I'll throw pipe bombs, any goddamn thing you want on you motherfucking asses, dog. So if you motherfuckers better vote Trump, because when Trump wins, it's gonna be a fucking civil war. That's when the civil war starts. Because you know why? You're gonna have the communists, Marxists going against the Trump supporters now, because they're gonna see the Trump supporters in the streets going crazy. Yeah, we won, like we won the World Series or some goddamn shit.
Like
we won the Super Bowl, dog. Man, they gonna go crazy, dog.
I mean, I'm gonna go to Rambo philosophy. It's like this: they drew first blood, not me. That's it.
Well, if you're in the major cities and stuff like that, if y'all in the major cities, man, y'all better protect your houses, man, and your family, man. You best do that. Protect your family. If you're in a Republican state, you're all right. You ain't got shit to worry about. But
who's from Kokomo?
Democratic states, and they coming into your house and tell you to get the fuck out because of gentrification and all this bullshit that they trying to do to you, you fucking go ahead and you stand up, man. Real talk. Because if I was there with you, I'll stand up with all you motherfuckers, dog, and show you how real gunfire works. But you know, I'm in South Carolina. I'm in the hoods right now in South Carolina, man.
It's a different mentality out there in the hood, and I understand that. But let alone
in South Carolina now, black folks now. The town I live in, it's 85% black folks.
Mm-hmm. I know.
I'm Frank White. You can call me Frank White from motherfucker. You know who Frank White is.
Right.
Yeah, you call me that in the places that I'm in right now, though. Motherfuckers give me respect.
I'll tell you what, I moved out the city because I just got tired of the fucking bullshit, man. One thing I want to do is just live my life and leave me the fuck alone. That's all I want. It's that simple for me. You know what I'm saying? Don't make me turn on that soldier mode. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want it. You know what I mean? I don't want it because it's not. Because I tell you what, Joe, man. As I said, it's good to sit there and talk all that. You know what I'm saying and stuff like that. I'm not saying to degrade or anything like that, but man, I tell you what, I'll never ever forget the smell of dead bodies and burnt flesh. All right, I'm not. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I got a gun. I didn't even want to buy a gun.
But you got a little 45 or something?
That's real talk right there, man.
See, the guns we work down here is more SMGs, scars, and stuff like that.
But that says I'm not going to sit there and clout. I'm going to do what Trump did inside the Bay. Or
yo, isn't this my Second Amendment right to do this right here? Isn't that my Second Amendment right to do that?
I understand, but number one, at the same time, for what's going on, I'm not going to have a target on my back.
Yo, I'll have my pistol ready if I need to use it, but I'm not going to fucking be walking around.
We're doing a review of the Scorpion Evo.
But I'm not down. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I'm not down with that rhetoric unless I have.
You know how much this gun costs right now? This gun costs $4,000 right now. $4,000. You got $4,000, I'll give it to you.
Nah.
You got $4,000? You know what this is right here? This is $4,000, dog. This is a SMG Scorpion Evo Micro, and if you got $4,000, I'll give it to you right now.
I don't want it. You know what I'm saying?
$4,000. This is a $4,000 gun. You cannot find this gun nowhere right now on the internet. $4,000, and you get 35 rounds. I give you two mags of 35 rounds right now, man, and a binary trigger on it. Right now for $4,000.
That's great. That's gravy, though, bro.
That ain't great. I mean, I'm not gonna sell it. I'm not selling no shit like that. Hell no. You know how hard it took me to get that motherfucker? It took me hard work. I ride around that bitch in my car, dog. It's about to be wintertime right now. I'm gonna have a jacket on. I'm gonna have that bitch in my jacket at the gas station. So if somebody motherfucker want to pop off at the gas station, I'll pull that motherfucker out and pull out that stabilizer in the back of it and let motherfuckers know I got 3 points of contact. Okay, motherfuckers gonna get hit the fuck down. I might not kill you. Not saying y'all, but I'm saying I might have to hit the motherfucker in the leg or something. I don't want to kill motherfuckers. I never was a person like try to kill anybody. But damn, if I had to destabilize that person, I would destabilize him and incapacitate him.
But only thing I'm asking, dude, just you know what? Just relax. All right. And look, and try to go.
Yo, hippie man, he ain't ready for that gangster shit. I don't think they're ready for that.
Dude, I've been around. You know what I'm saying? I've been around.
Hippie, he ain't ready for that gangster shit, man.
I'm 28 years old, man. I'm basically an old man and mature.
I feel you, man, but I don't think you're ready for that gangster shit yet, babe.
Dude, I'm retired. I'm retired.
You retired, man? You better get back in the game.
Dude, I don't need to be a gangster.
It ain't being a gangster, man. It's being a hustler, man. Try to make money to start businesses and stuff like that.
That's what I'm doing
right
now.
Residual income and stuff like that,
That's
man.
What I'm doing now. You know what I'm saying? I go to work. I put my money.
Well, you know, like sometimes residual income, $30,000 a month. You know, try to get shit like that, man. Try to get it up to that level. You know, it could be $15,000 a month. It could be $10,000 a month.
You know what? I'll be honest with you. All right. Fuck dollars. Get tangible assets.
Food, guns, and water. Bullets and food and water are going to be more useful when shit fucking goes down than anything else. I promise you.
Right. Yeah, because you know what I'm gonna do to you, Rob? What do you need? I'm gonna sell you 3 loaves of bread for 200
100 rounds of 9 mil.
Yeah. What you need, Rob? You need 9mm. How many bullets you need?
All right. Rob? I got a case of water. I'll give you for them 223 you got in your bag.
Mm-hmm.
Well, for that 223, I can only give you like 40 rounds, man. If you want to extra
40 rounds, will at least fill up a mag.
You want to throw me a mag in with it?
No, I said 40 rounds will at least fill up a mag, man.
Well, man, if you could do that, man, see, I want that. I give you the water for the 40
I'm giving you
for the 5.56
rounds to fill up my empty mag.
But what I'm gonna do to you, I'm gonna give you a loaf of bread for it too. Or you want some gasoline? How much gas you need?
No, I'm good on gas, man. I've been saving that shit up, man.
But see, this is how barters talk, man. This is what you're gonna see.
And that's how we need to. That's what we need to go back to, anyhow.
Yo, so okay, I got 2 boxes of 9mm.
That's free trade.
No, but hold up, Rob. I got two boxes of 9mm bullets. Can I get two packs of cigarettes for that? I need 2 packs. I need 2 packs of cigarettes for them for 1 box of bullets. 50 rounds.
I can do that, but they gotta be can they be roll your owns?
Well, no, they hollow points. If I give you hollow points, you need to give me some liquor too. You got liquor?
Oh yeah, man. My wife's Irish. I gotta have liquor or I'll die.
Well, you got primers? You got primers. If you look at, we can do a deal. If you got primers, though, I need over
No, I ain't got no primers, man.
I need gunpowder.
I got some chocolate though. You can give your kids so they'll stop whining.
Well, I don't want no chocolate. Fuck the chocolate, man. I need.
No, but your kids do.
Well, nah, the kids be all right though. They don't want chocolate no more.
I see, but yeah, I get what I'm saying. What we're doing right now.
Well, yeah, what we're doing is
the shit that's going to be more important than fucking even gold and silver, dude. Because gold and silver only has the value that we give it.
Yeah, how the fuck can you carry silver out the fucking house if you got fucking? You gonna go to the warehouse where you got silver at, and you're gonna get a truckload when you know people in the street that shooting at motherfuckers and all type of shit like that? What are you gonna do? Because you might probably get robbed and get killed for your fucking silver. Then they take the silver, then they get killed for taking the silver from you. Then they get killed, then they get killed. It's like the silver don't mean shit, and that shit weighs how many pounds for one? What is it? Can you remember that movie with Bruce Willis and Samuel Jackson, when he went in there and took that that gold piece, and he broke the window? He was like, God damn, this shit weighed about 12 pounds? 12 to 13 pounds? That shit ain't light now. So how the fuck you gonna take that with you home or some shit and you gonna barter with that?
That Carolyn Lowe, she's right too, man. Seeds are going to be a big commodity too, as well, brother.
Seeds too, yes. Yeah. You gotta know how to plant tomatoes, squash. I mean, anything that can go ahead and keep you surviving, man. But foods, but see, a lot of things.
Marijuana, because everybody's got to be able to fucking have that antidepressant that nature gave us.
Yeah. See, since I'm in the South, I would sell marijuana for an antidepressant, like you said. That would be my main.
Weed is an antidepressant.
Here's where I'm at right now. Okay. Here's where I'm at right now with this so far. And you see, weapons. Okay, but I'm not going to tell you what weapons I have. You know what I'm saying? Because that's not the point. But also, I have a tin can. All right. I have those 10. Remember those old school 10 garbage cans?
I do.
All right. I do have another computer. I have it wrapped in cloth and tin foil. All right.
So you got it wrapped in a homemade Faraday.
Right. Why would I do that?
That way you can still fucking connect. That's why when everyone else can't, because the system's still going to be up for everybody.
Y'all don't understand one thing. That's why I need to do a show on this, man, so y'all can understand this.
But no, I know. But, okay, do you know what I did in the
military? You're not understanding one thing aspect of it, but keep going. You know one thing you're leaving out.
You know what I did inside the military that would make me an asset?
Intelligence? No, you were a destabilizer of fucking nations, weren't you?
No, I was a signal communication specialist. Oh, bye.
I was hoping you was going to say you were one of them intelligence guys that like to destabilize governments.
Nah.
Shit, maybe I'm in the NSA and CIA. Oh,
but the only thing, what
I will throw some shit like that out there, man. What's up?
Just scare you up, Rob, because I said that.
But the whole thing, right, man, is number one is, especially in wartime, number one is I'm looking for a whole bunch of different. If it comes with a whole bunch of different people, that's communications is key. Number one, in order for it to be organized, we have to be communications. You see, inside the military, they basically hate us because they say we never.
First thing you need to know how to do is Morse code. That's what you need to know how to do first. First, you need to know how to use a ham radio. Then the other thing you need to understand is that if an EMP attack happens 300 miles over America, that shuts down everything in America. Then that shuts down the nuclear silo, the nuclear plants and stuff that does that for energy. They'll go offline in about a month. They will start going offline because the nuclear rods is not getting water to them. So the water will evaporate in these nuclear energy plants. They will go on called fire. They will go on fried. They'll be fried. And what when they blow up, boy, that's worse than a nuclear bomb.
Yeah, you saw that on History Channel. I saw the whole thing. If men left, I know what you're talking about. I watched.
No, listen, I'm in the desert, dog. I'm a desert prowler. If you know what a desert prowler, I work with cosmic clearance, extraterrestrial beings and stuff like
Where
that.
the fuck is the desert at in North Carolina?
No, y'all know about extraterrestrial, man. I work with damn Greys and Palladians and Andromedians, and I work with fucking damn reptilians and all that work in the fucking bases that are underground in America. There's over 800 DUMBs in America. DUMBs stand for Department of Underground Military Bases. Y'all got to understand this shit. Y'all humans are fighting over a fucking nonsense that's happening. Y'all like this. When y'all jump rope, you're fighting over the next person to get the jump rope from you so he can do the same jump rope just like you. That's what the fuck y'all doing. That's an analogy that I had to say right there. I had to say that.
Man, to be honest with you, man, I believe in God and Jesus Christ.
I believe in God too, but I believe in poltergeists. I believe in poltergeists. I believe in shadow beings. I believe in reptilians, and I believe I'm a remote viewer. Y'all know what a remote viewer can go to certain locations and stuff in the astral world.
Yeah, you told me that the other night. I'm still waiting on you to show me that you can see what I'm doing.
Okay, I can see right now something about a drink earlier before you came to show us the drink that you was getting. I saw that, but I can't see the drink. I can't see the drink what you was getting I see the drink that you was getting. You was getting a drink before you.
What color was
one drink? You was getting the ice and all that. You was getting the ice, and one of the ice trays were empty or something like that. I was thinking that thing.
What color is the cup? I'm telling you with my mind right now, dude. Listen.
Dark blue. It was a dark blue.
Son of a bitch. No. Son of a bitch. It is dark blue, dude. You think I'm lying? I'll show it to you.
No, you don't have to show it to me. Yo, there's some crazy shit going on, though. I'm telling you, man. I told you, I know about this stuff, man. Show me some of the dark blue cup, man. Let me see that. Let me turn my phone sideways so I can see it better. Yo, what the? No, it ain't no damn way it was no dark blue.
That's dark blue. It's a dark blue thermos.
And I was seeing something else with you about the dog too. The dog.
I don't have a dog.
Okay, I don't know what I got that from. Maybe I got that from Da Vinci or something. I'm seeing something about a dog in a dog bowl, kind of like the dog takes the bowl somewhere and kind of hides it or something. I'm seeing something about a dog bowl. The dog hides the bowl or something.
I have a dog. No, I have a cat, and he just does his thing. I have a black cat.
Dude, I have a cat that we found a dead fuck. Man, that motherfucker killed a goddamn rabbit and ate all of it, but it's one leg, and left the leg on my back patio, and I found it today.
Shoot, I keep my cat in. The reason being is, man, because there's so many squirrels out here, man. He'll be bringing squirrels in. Wow, I see something about some brown shorts too, or something. Man. It was the other day about some brown shorts. They just popped in my head about brown shorts. Something about brown shorts with you. That's what I'm seeing right now. I'm getting. So I got.
Call me Rob one more time, dude. And I'm gonna come through this fucking phone. You're gonna see that.
he knows some shit about some brown shorts. He's like, that's what I'm seeing. It just kept on.
No, I ain't got no brown shorts. I'm just saying, you say Rob one more time. My fucking name's Brian, dick.
Yeah. Oh, Brian. Okay, damn, Brian. Okay, stop crying, Brian.
Yo, Byron, go on my Facebook. Brian. But Brian.
You're Mike, right?
No, I'm Jay Da Vinci. But look, my Facebook's Jay Foster.
No, I'm Michael Hood. I'm Michael Hood. I'm the general. I'm the general. I'm a 5-star general.
What are you on Facebook? I'll find you right now.
Jay Foster.
Jay?
Yeah, Foster.
So I'm gonna find you too, Jay. Y'all find me. I'm on Twitter right now. One Michael Hood 745. Same thing in the chat room. Jay, look me up on Twitter right now, and you'll see what the fuck I'm about.
I got kicked off.
What's your profile picture?
My face on a Facebook profile saying, "Dear Mr. Zuckerberg."
Damn.
Yeah, wait. I'll show you.
Yo, Da Vinci, I kind of read you right now. Da Vinci, you want to see a reading real quick?
Go ahead, dude.
Da Vinci, I want you to pick one object that you can look at right now in your house, in the room that you're in right now. I want you to tell me that object on air.
I already did.
Hold up. Calm down. Don't move too fast. Do you give me permission to open up a portal to you?
Dude, good luck.
I mean, is it yes or no? Do you give me do you let me open the portal? Because I'm gonna close it after we done. So don't. I'm the real motherfucker. I'm not gonna leave no shit on because I don't.
Do what you did. Go ahead, dude.
I don't want to see what the fuck y'all doing. Okay. Do you give me permission to open a portal to you?
I don't want. What kind of portal? I don't believe in
that. The portal to give you a reading right now. I'm about to give you a remote viewing reading.
Be honest with you. I'm really not down with none of that, man. I'm pretty much straight in my spirituality.
Well, you know what? We can do a little better. We don't even have to do a portal. You know what I want you to do? I want you to look at one object right now.
I already did.
All right, you got the object right now. Tell me the object. Just tell it.
No.
Don't say where it's at. No, you have to tell it. Tell me where the object is. Tell me what the object is. You don't have to tell me where it is. Just tell me what the object is.
In my living room. In my living room.
And what is the object?
Dude, you're supposed to tell me.
No, once you tell me the object, I'm gonna tell you other things.
Nah, I don't want to play that. Just my spirit tells me no.
Why not? Because once you tell me the object, I'm gonna tell you other things that will happen to you about a couple days ago.
It doesn't matter to me, dude. I'm like this. I got Jesus Christ,
dude. A spray can of Super 88.
He said Super 88.
I'm serious, dude. A spray can of Super 88. There you go.
Well, you know where that spray can was at? It was down there at the bottom of the in your garage and stuff, right there. Because I'm seeing something else with your vibe off that spray can, but something else that you was working on and stuff, and you had a friend over there helping you,
dude.
Yeah, you had a friend helping you with that. What y'all was spray
painting. I don't have friends over here, dude.
It was somebody I was seeing.
I'm serious, dude. You want to know how many friends I have come to my house in the year and a half I've lived in Indiana? 3, and they've only been here 3 times. I don't have friends. I keep to myself.
I only have one friend, and I knew him since I was a kid, and he lives here.
The one friend that I have comes over from Ohio, and he was in the militia I was in over there. He's the only one left out of them that I trust.
Well, then that was with your wife.
No shit. Obviously, I was with my wife.
That is
because your wife talks shit to you a lot and stuff like that. Y'all have conversations.
Only when it's warranted, but
yeah, she talks shit a lot to you and stuff like that.
Really,
because I'm seeing something about y'all was in the kitchen last morning. The kitchen y'all was talking. Yeah, yesterday morning and stuff. Y'all was talking shit to each other and stuff like that. You were talking about something that she made or something like that. I don't want to get too personal.
She doesn't cook. I cook.
Well, then it was you. She got mad, kind of talk shit to you about what you cooked.
No,
so that's that. Okay, see, that's how the vibe works, man. Yeah. So it was somebody that I was seeing. So it was her talking shit to you, kind of.
No, see, but that's where I'm trying to tell you that you're wrong because me and her don't talk shit to each other. We don't do that shit.
Well, it wasn't too much talking shit. It was just joking or something like that. It's not like all the time. I can see y'all. I can see y'all being a loving individual.
That's my profile picture right there.
I see it.
Y'all love each other too. That's what I see. The vibe that I see from y'all.
It was cool with the mug, man. That was cool, but I know what you're doing right now because I've been to psychics before. You sit and ask a bunch of random questions and you hope that I start giving you clues and this, that, and the other, but I'm not giving you clues.
No. This ain't cold readings. I don't do cold readings, man. I work with shamans and
you're not reading nothing right now. You had me when you did the mug, dude.
Yeah, I'm just you know what I'm doing. I'm you know what I'm doing. I'm training myself right now to see what you're gonna say, man.
Well, see, you better hurry up and fucking train yourself because I'm about to shut this door.
You can close the door. I never even opened nothing to you. I didn't open no portal to you. I didn't open a portal to none of y'all. I said, why am I opening portal to you? I opened what's going on in your life all the damn time. I don't want to see that shit and got to feel that, man. Go ask some of my clients. Go see my receipts of what I did, man. I had one that was a client. She wanted to kill herself so badly. I talked to her for almost a week straight. I charge $100
You
an
can
hour.
pretty much talk almost anybody out of killing themselves because nobody wants to die.
No. What I had to do, man, I took her energy from her of her thinking that way. So when I took that energy from her, the next week, guess what? I wanted to kill myself. I had to hold myself. I was like, "What the fuck? I'm getting these thoughts and everything from her because I took that away from her and healed her in a way." Bro.
Hold on. Who?
Dre said he's backstage.
Da Vinci, I swear to God, the Facebook hates you because I can't find that nowhere.
JFOSTER?
Is it J or JAY?
JAY.
Yeah, JAYFOSTER.
Curlin just hit me up.
Dude, I can't find you. Somebody's feeding back too.
Somebody got their feed on.
Yeah, they do.
All right, put your Facebook. You go by Byron?
No,
man, I've been muted. I've been muted. Man. I know how radio works. I've been muted.
No, I hear you.
Now you hear me now because I unmuted myself. So
I was trying to listen to what he was saying.
No,
okay,
my Facebook.
All right. Because I know how to do radio, man. I've been doing radio for a long time, way before y'all, man. Real talk, man. I've been doing radio. I know how radio works and stuff like that. I was on Blog Talk Radio, man, back in 2007.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I was back then, almost like 300,000 fucking followers. I was like, when I went there and looked at my shit on Blog Talk, I said,
I knew some people that was on Blog Talk. Okay, what's your name?
Yeah, I was back there, Michael Hood.
Hold on, be quiet real quick for 1 second. What's your name?
Michael, MICHAEL. Hennon,
okay.
HENNON, Senior.
HENN what?
ON.
Yeah.
And then SR.
ON?
Yeah, HENNON SR.
Okay, Michael ONSR.
Yep.
Damn, we got the same name, man. Damn, we both.
Hennon Senior.
Yep.
Hennon. Okay.
So what I gotta call you, Michael 1 or Michael 2?
My profile picture is the Heath Ledger Joker face.
Hey, so what I gotta call you, Michael 1 or Michael 2?
He goes by Brian.
No, call me Brian.
Oh, Brian.
I just sent it to you.
Yeah, I see me on the bottom one, dude.
Yeah.
Hey Jay, is Dre backstage?
No,
that's my third. That's my third profile in the last fucking 4 months because I've been zucked twice now.
John, back. You good, John? Man, your stomach, man, feeling good, man. You got your stomach out.
Oh, okay. Because he said he was backstage.
Tell him to get back on.
Oh, okay.
What's up, Samir, man? What's up, Mesopotamia? No, I ain't about that. But no, Rob, what's your name again? God damn, Rob or John?
Man, I give up, dude. I give up on you.
I mean, the point is, man, tonight, man, Trump had some fucking blows, man. But there was some things kind of Joe Biden gave him a jab, a little cut on the little lip or something like that.
I was just impressed that Joe Biden was able to hide his fucking his cable for his microphone and shit that's in his ear. I mean, that was a goddamn miracle. I was waiting for it to fucking fall right out of his pocket this time.
I mean, like this. Even though I don't like Biden, he don't got my vote. He did a lot better. Even though he was a lot better at lying.
Hey, dude, I'll tell you what. The way this debate went, honestly, though, is the way the first one should have went.
The man, Joe Biden, all Joe Biden had to say, he's a lie. That's it. Because you know what? When Joe Biden said that, y'all got to pay attention. When Joe Biden said he was a lie, she went back to Trump. She said, Trump, you get 10 seconds. She said, Trump, you get 20 seconds. Trump, you get 30 seconds. When Biden said, you're a lie, she said, you know what, Trump? Go ahead. You got 20 seconds. Because she's a fucking reptilian, dog. Real talk, though. These are magicians, man.
No, she works for MSNBC.
Yes, she deleted her account before the debate.
Yeah, because
she deleted her account on Twitter.
Because her and her parents donated to the Democrats.
Because they Hindus. They Hindus like Kamala Harris. There's a Hindu.
Right. I mean, you know what? No, all that says, man, this is just good and evil, man. You know what I'm saying? And I said,
well, you know what? To be honest, it's getting to that point now. I thought I always got like I never was a big time politic person. I mean, I was born in '85, but when I was 10 years old. Who the fuck voting at 10 years old? 15 years old, you ain't voting. 20 years old, you ain't voting. Maybe 25 years old, you're voting. You know,
you know what? I was 18 years old the first time I voted, and it was for fucking Bill goddamn Clinton.
Damn, you know what I voted for to get off this felony charge? Cut that out, man. Cut that out of your show, man. But I mean, yeah, you voted for Hillary Clinton. You was a Democratic slave.
I voted for Bill Clinton.
Well, you was a Democratic Bill Clinton slave.
Dude, to be real with you, most generally, 98% of all young adults fresh out of high school are Democrats because they're still used to having mom and dad pay for everything. They think everything's
I don't know what state you live in. You would not do that down here in South Carolina. You better not play that in South Carolina.
No, I'm just saying the fucking liberal mindset. Well,
you lived in a liberal state. What liberal state did you live in?
Most people don't. Most youngsters don't become conservative until they get about 30 years old. They've actually lived some life and understand what it really is.
What liberal state did you live in?
I wouldn't so much say that I lived in a liberal state. I don't think you're listening to what I'm saying. You're just trying to argue what I'm saying.
But if you had to vote for Bill Clinton, you had to
have to vote for anybody. I chose to.
So you had influence in your town or where you live at or whatever your city, your high school.
You might want to take a screen down off the fucking
right now. We are debating. I'm debating you.
Oh shit.
I'm debating you without a mute button, and the mute button is damn Jay. Jay got the mute button, so it's the same thing.
What I was saying to you is, most generally, because the way young adults work, they are more liberal minded, and they tend to sway more toward the Democratic Party just because they want the easier way out. That is just the general mindset. I'm not saying all are that way. I'm saying that's the general mindset. Young adults tend to stay more to the liberal left because they still have that mindset of things being provided for them. Okay, that's how that is. And generally, you don't become a conservative until you've lived a little bit of life on your own and had to figure things out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, South Carolina. Yeah, South Carolina, Columbia, South Carolina. Yeah, that's where you got to be a liberal. I mean, a damn conservative to live life in Columbia, South Carolina. But the thing is, why are there so many white women and white people out there for Black Lives Matter when it ain't majority black folks out there? Because majority of what I live at, black folks are going with Trump.
Because
why are they not going with Joe Biden for?
Because look, dude, people are fucking brain dead and believe the fucking media. They're stupid. You can't you can't fucking make stupid people not be stupid, man. You know, and you got to realize we got a generation of young adults coming up right now. That most of these young white women that are in these Black Lives Matter fucking marches, you got to understand, most of these kids that are coming up were raised by fucking kids, man.
You were raised by single mothers.
They were raised by kids, though. Kids.
But they didn't have no fathers in their house. They didn't have no discipline. They didn't have discipline. These white women and these white families and stuff like that. That's why the white families go out there and protest against Donald Trump, because they the ones that didn't have shit. They scared of Donald Trump because he's gonna make get their ass up. White trailer trash motherfuckers get up and do some fucking work. That's what it is.
Hey now. I'm triggered.
Everybody,
I'm gonna make that trigger. Thick skin, dog.
The old man.
That's the truth, dog. The white trailer trash motherfuckers, dog.
Ideology of them, and it is right and wrong. You know what I'm saying?
What?
Blank. It's right. It was right, and it's about right and wrong. And these cats are wrong. I'm not even going to call them any names. I mean, I've stopped. I've stopped calling people names because you know what? That makes me. He was without sin cast the first stone. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't casting those stones on them. All right.
Down here,
they're responsible for their actions, and also you know what I'm saying, what actions they do, they get the repercussions of it. But let alone is right now, it's still our job to sit there and try to do. Why we have the time now? You know what I'm saying? As I said,
because you know what happens.
I'm not like I think it's really dumb to flip into to put yourself to get in this very aggressive mode when we don't need to right now. We have to pick our battles.
No, Patriots are going to get in aggressive mode. They're right here in guerrilla mode right now, and they're ready to go sit back and stand back.
No, see, you're missing. I think you're missing what he's saying altogether, man. Right now, you got two fucking moronic factions out there fighting each other. Why not let them fucking get rid of themselves? That way, we ain't got to deal with them.
Correct. They're eating themselves up.
If you let two people that you're going to have to deal with that are already fighting just deal with themselves, then that leaves you with one less group of people to deal with.
No, it's common sense. This is what it is. You have patriots out there versus fucking communists.
I want to tell you. I want to tell you where I'm at.
This is who you're fighting. You're not fighting another person about Joe Biden. Fuck Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. You're fighting a system that wants to take over America. This is part of the destruction of America, man.
But hey, this is what I'm looking at, right? Suppose there was a civil war right now, all right? This is my data. This is my first move. Let all the idiots go out there and fight first and let them die off. And then after it's all done, then we come out and do our thing. I'm not going to go out there first with my blame gun.
So you saying let the Patriots just stand back and let them see what the fuck goes on first?
What do you think the Patriots have been doing, dude?
Yeah, Patriots been doing it the whole time. Patriots been sitting back.
Time out a minute. Just
the Patriots always been sitting back, man.
Time out.
I'm a fucking Patriot, man. Dog, man, fucking man.
Why do you think that? Why do you think that? Dude, you won't even shut up long enough to listen.
Let him talk.
You ain't the only one with a voice here, dude. Now look. Why do you think that the Patriots, out of all this shit that's been going on this last year, are the only fucking group that has not been mentioned in the media at all, other than this fucking bullshit, fucking made up fucking Michigan attempt that happened that they're using to spin that shit as white supremacy and crap and Trump's fucking army and this, that, and the other.
And it wasn't.
And it wasn't. It's because most of these Patriots see what's going on. They're like, you know what? Fuck that. You can't work with most of these motherfuckers. So I'll let them fucking take care of themselves. And then I'll work with the winner, as you know, that I'll work with my enemy. That's the winner of this bullshit to acquire what I need to acquire next. Because you know what? Right now we can all sit back and let these motherfuckers fight it out like a bunch of morons they are. And we already acquire something off of their back and what they're doing.
That's all, bro.
That's called tactical thinking tactically, man. Read The Art of War.
You know what I'm saying? Even if it came to blame Patriot, I mean, like, dude. I mean, this is what I'm looking at. You're going to be the first person to go out there and start shooting, right? I'm going to, dude, and I'm going to say no, Don. I'm telling you, no, don't go out there. Look, I got your back, but you know what? Let's be right. But there's going to be cats that now is a good thing to say. There's your right and there's your extreme right. You're on that cusp, bro. I'm just going to be honest. You're on that cusp of being extreme. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to say that on my platform, not out of hate, but this is all out of love, bro. I care about your life. I don't want you to I don't want you to go out there, be stupid with a gun and get yourself shot, thinking that you're doing something that you're not, but you really ain't doing nothing but putting your family and the people around you in more shit. You're more shit when you think in your mind that you're trying to do right.
You know, it's a whole nother story when you got feds knocking on your door about some shit that you really didn't even fucking do. You just took part in, and your wife's sitting there like, "Oh my God, what the fuck's going on?"
You know, I mean, as I said, I'm hard on the left.
I'm even harder on the right.
But I'm harder on the right.
I condemn them more than I do the fucking left because you know what? Those are the ones that I've pretty much supported most of my adult life. So I'm going to fucking scrutinize them way more than the left.
You know,
in my opinion, I think that's where the left fails themselves is they don't fucking hold their fucking party to accountable for anything anymore.
I think he left. You know, that's all. But as I said, this is all love, bro. But there's an art of war. Sun Tzu. You know, there is. It's an art of war.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let all.
Keep your friends close, but keep your enemies closer. Yeah, that's from that.
Yep, right in your back pocket.
I'm gonna let niggas, yeah, because there's gonna be patriots that's gonna get this. Let's be real. Let's be 100 about this shit, right? There's gonna be patriots that are gun happy, all right, and they're gonna go out there and fight, all right. They're gonna go out there and fight, all right. And I'm gonna say no, not yet. There's a time.
But you know what some real shit is? Y'all gonna have to fight in y'all fucking cities. Because if you come to South Carolina, we don't play that in South Carolina. You ain't gonna have none of that talking that bullshit, throw paint on my house and all that shit. You walking down the street with your fucking flags and all that shit. That shit ain't gonna fucking work around here.
Look,
you act like he's sitting and saying that nobody's going, that we're just going to let people come up on our property and do dumb shit.
I don't know. Y'all might let that happen because y'all live in a democratic state.
That thought right there is just fucking. You know, it really it insults my intelligence and it insults.
But you live in a democratic state, don't you? You live in a democratic state, don't you?
Republican state.
No, Indiana's a Republican state.
Okay, all right, Dan, you're good. Okay, all right.
Well, you know what? It doesn't matter about Democrat or Republican. You know, the truth of the matter is that's where a lot of people are failing. Even yourself, and I say this out of total respect. You still fall in that Republican Democrat trap.
Right.
So what about your governors and mayors and
Dude, I fucking hope to hell that fucking Governor fucking Holcomb gets fucking voted out. I want rainwater in.
So what about a mayor? It's not Indianapolis. So how far are you from Indianapolis? Indiana?
I am about an hour and a half away from Indianapolis. An hour if I really haul ass.
Same here. You know what I'm saying? Same here.
Okay, y'all up there in the Midwest, so y'all in them areas. Okay.
No, remember, I was going to Indy all the fucking time. Actually, I went down there a couple times on my bike when the fucking riots were going on down there.
Well, if y'all come down south, y'all probably will love it down here more down south in South Carolina than up there. If you come down here, you can get a nice house. You can get sit with good money.
No, man, I come down south, and the only thing I'm going to do is lose my teeth to a bad meth habit.
Well, you ain't got to worry about that though. If you in a certain in the good town, like you go to Charleston, you go to Myrtle Beach, get a nice house in Myrtle Beach. You get a nice house in Myrtle Beach.
The last thing I want to do is live next to the fucking ocean, dude.
We had a thing over at Myrtle Beach, right? You know what made me stop going to Myrtle Beach? When they took down the pavilions.
Okay, I can give you that now because I know about Myrtle Beach. Yeah, that's...
Myrtle Beach fucking sucks.
We call it Murder Beach.
Yeah, that's from what I heard.
No, actually, me and a buddy of mine has a piece of property down in Haspin, man. And he just cleared it out, man, and to where we can go down there and fucking shoot and everything. I even got a campsite out there on his property. I'm talking to you. Talking to you, Vinci.
Well, most deaf.
But see, if you come to Charleston, South Carolina, you have like Folly Beach. You have all these beaches are secluded beaches. They're secluded, so it ain't with like Myrtle Beach where you got the Murder Beach like this. No, this is by yourself. You out there on the beach by your damn self.
Sure, I lived in Florida, man, for 11 years, man. I'm beached out.
Well, don't you mind having a beach house when you by yourself or your old lady and shit? You got your old lady and go to a beach house by yourself?
Nah, man. Nah.
Man, hey, why you got a fucking 800 number, dude?
Huh? Who got that?
I'm just Da Vinci. I just looked at that. I ain't gonna say what the area code, but I was like, 888. How this motherfucker get an 800 number?
I mean,
that's just a Vegas number. That's the number I was assigned.
But the real talk at the end of the day, man.
Hey, I said you
talk.
Oh, okay. I was sitting there.
See, y'all talk all that fucking gangster shit, but y'all not about that gangster shit.
I'm not talking
gangster. Y'all not about that life, though. But the thing is, y'all not about that life.
How do you know, dude? You don't know what I'm about.
Man, you ain't gonna be in no shootout, no firefighting, no hood, no projects.
Dude, I'm telling you right now,
you ain't coming to no project. If you coming to project, you coming to get some weight from me.
How you gonna sit here and talk shit to somebody that you don't know?
You ain't coming to no project.
I promise you come running up in my house and see how quick I back down.
Well, I'm talking about the projects. Come in the projects and do that.
Come running up in my house and see how quick I back down.
I ain't got to come to your house. Come on the strip. Come on the strip of these projects. Just come on the strip. Then you be like, "This some real gangster shit."
I don't need to.
You be like, "Why is this white motherfucker on the block with the gangsters and shit?" But no other white people can come on the block though, but me.
Bro. Seriously.
The only one that can go on the block.
Why does everything got to be all ghetto and gangster with you?
This is where I come from. I gotta tell you where I come from. I'm not gonna sit there and sugarcoat shit. This is where I come from.
I'm gonna ask you a question. Now, how are you gonna change that? Do you want to have a better life that you have right now, away from the bullshit?
Well, yeah, man. Fuck all that gunfire and being a fucking gangster and all that. That shit don't mean shit anymore. Once you get in a certain age, I mean, say at the end of the day, you got to try to make some damn money, man. But some people don't know how to make money because their minds are not into that level of thinking.
Stay on topic, brother. You're fucking moving around like you.
No, I'm not moving around. I'm telling you because they don't think they're topic. They don't think. So what they do, they strong arm your ass and kidnap you and throw your ass in the bathtub.
You're killing me. I don't even know what we're talking about anymore, man. I really don't because you jump topics.
The owner of this show knows what the fuck I'm talking about. He knows what I'm talking about. Being gangster dog in the streets, dog, and be kidnapped in the bathtub and all type of shit.
What the fuck?
Kidnapped in the bathtub, man.
Well, you know, wait. I want to tell you what, though. You know why I sat there and I left Pennsylvania? All right.
Pennsylvania sucks. Too hilly.
Right. But at the same time, that's where I'm from. But, you know, out there, it's not really the cities. Now it's the burbs. All right. And here's what's really fucked up. Okay. This is what happened that started inside the Clinton administration and continued to get worse through the Bush Foundation, the Bush administration. And then now it's really bad when Obama came into the picture. Okay. Now, number one is I lived in a burb. Okay. And what they did was through all the Section 8 bullshit, there was black families. Okay. People don't understand because no one ever talks about us. No one ever talks about us. There are middle-class black families.
Yep.
All right.
A lot of them.
I came from an upper middle-class black family. All right. We started in the hood and moved up like the Jeffersons. For real.
Moving on up.
You know what I'm saying? My dad maintained. My mother maintained. I went to school. I was average in school. Actually, I'm very smart. I really didn't do much.
So basically, you hung around the bad influence people when you was younger.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I had balance of it because I was already taught when I was real young.
Because you was hanging around the dope boys, the big boys and stuff like that, and they accepted you. They accepted But they accepted you and they let you come in without being in the gang or nothing like that. You was accepted. You was like, yo, that's what's his name.
You know what my friends you know what my friends were? All right, most of my friends. Okay. Most of my friends, like my black friends, were family members, my cousins. You know what I'm saying? My cousins.
True.
But the area that I lived in was mostly white.
Okay. That's a fucked up combination.
So basically, you hung around more white folks than black folks.
I hung around both. I know, but I have the best of both worlds.
But you know where I come from. I don't know no white people.
Well, here's the thing: is you better learn. That's the first thing. That's your first thing.
Well, I gotta learn what's the name on the phone, man. I gotta talk to him.
But here's what's happening. Here's what happened. So now
I'm Frank White, dog. I'm Frank White, man.
This administration took these city boys from the hood and brought them to the burbs, and now they fucked up my town.
True, I feel you on that. I mean, I feel
people in my town were straight up. Yeah, I mean, there were some, you know what I'm saying, that were knuckleheads. You know what I'm saying? There were some that was knuckleheads. But let alone is, in all generality, you know what I'm saying, we got our asses whooped every single day when we fucked up.
Oh, so when you was hanging around the white folks, you got your ass whooped?
I got my ass whooped. No matter if I did wrong, I got my ass whooped. It didn't matter what it was. There was white people that sat there and came, that stayed at my house, or like family. I got white family members. Now I have all these cats sitting there telling me, "Oh, well, you're black
go ahead. That's my
racial and all that." I said, "Look, if I
that's a fucked up ringtone."
I sat there and said, if my race.
No, that's Poppy, man. That was something else.
I said, my I told this dude last night.
I'm trying to turn it down though, but
okay. you were there, and I said, look, man, I don't tell you I have my race first. And now, you know what I'm saying? My race ain't first. I said, you know what? Humanity first, because you can't put a color in front of it.
Hey, brother, you want to know something, dude? I actually had some that I was racist because I didn't see color. But in the same breath said I was racist if I did see color.
I mean, it's fucked up. I mean, we're hating.
But see, where I'm from, I'm in the streets, dog. I don't see white people where I'm at, and when I do my thing and try to hold my weight down, when I hold my weight down and what I got to do in the streets, man, motherfuckers in the streets give me respect. When white motherfuckers come up and the white girls or whatever, they come around, they want to fuck motherfuckers around here, fuck my homies. So go ahead, stuff like that. But they'll talk shit to me, talking about what you doing, who you did. Then when I get in their motherfucking face, dog, I'm like 6'4", dog. You know, get in my damn face, dog, talking that bullshit, dog. The first thing I'm gonna do, you push me to my points, I'm gonna fucking smack the shit out you.
You know what?
Real talk, dog.
All right, so then I'll be honest with you. One day, you know what I'm
be
saying?
On me. Oh damn, you like got hands like that? Okay.
One day, you know what I'm saying? There's what you're gonna do that, then somebody's gonna get you, no matter what. No, I've seen it.
Because you know why? A person who has hands that knows how to fight. And know and knock a motherfucker out instantly and blow them apart. Maybe a couple punches you might swing on me, and then you get knocked the fuck out.
Why do you want to fight so much, bro?
That's what we do down here. We fight, dog. We fight.
People, you know what happens to fighters?
We don't give a fuck down here, man.
You know what? Then you gotta take your family, and go to somewhere else that's decent.
Man. That's crazy.
It's crazy down. Look, we don't have buses like out here where I'm at in the town. We ain't got no fucking buses like y'all. I'm to the sidewalk and stand for a bus. There ain't no fucking buses around here. You better have a car around this motherfucker because you in the woods. You got woods and highways you ride on with woods and nothing but woods. Ain't no cities and
hey man, I figured him out. I figured you out, man. You got like 5 motherfuckers living up inside your head, don't you?
He said 5 motherfuckers inside your head. No.
Yeah, you do.
You better go, man. You better go look me up on Twitter. All you gotta do is go look me up on Twitter, man. Go look me up on Twitter, Rob, or whatever your name is again. I keep forgetting.
That's your name is Rob. Motherfuckers up in your head, dude, because it ain't that hard to remember the name of the person you've been talking to for an hour. I know your name, Mike.
Brian. Yeah, you got hesitant over that. God damn, you're going crazy.
Mike, it's Brian.
It's Brian. Okay, thank you, John. Thank you.
Last time John talked to me was 2 days ago.
Well, goddamn, Brian, keep crying and shit, man.
I'm not crying, dude. Look, this is Joe, man. This is Joe. Everybody meet Joe. He came back to the show for a little while because Doug just left. Mike just left. I think Doug was the other guy before Mike.
Well, I got you. Damn.
Well, you know what, though, man? It's like this, you know.
I got you, Brian. Man, I got you, man. Calm down, Brian. I got you, man.
People, places, and things.
Bro, I'm just clowning on you, man. Don't take it serious. I'm just.
I know when we debating right now, boxing each other, and we playing. I'm saying the same thing too. We just fucking around, man. But people think we serious, though. We can do an act right now, and people think we serious.
Let alone, though, man. On a 4
we can make it look serious, Brian.
On a 4-wheel, though, to your mind capacity, right? I mean, not your mind capacity. What word I want to use? I'm having a Joe Biden moment. I'm
gonna have to use that one, man. Yeah,
I use it all the time. Like that. I'm having a Joe Biden moment.
Yeah, hell yeah, man, hell yeah.
But seriously, you know. You see, it's like how long? So you've been in South Carolina all your life?
Yeah, all my life. All right, man. Born and raised.
Get the fuck out and go see the fucking world, dude. Before
dude, for real, you need to seriously because there's more than wherever the fuck you're living in South Carolina, dude. Yes. Even in this fucking country.
Yes.
You know the only way I got to do that is do my music.
Then
go ahead and do my music, and the music will get me the fuck out of here. Because if I don't do the music, I'm going to be stuck.
You know what the first thing I did when I turned fucking like 19 years old? I was a year out of high school, and I fucking disappeared for like 3 years and didn't tell nobody in my family where I was. Shit, my mom was madder than hell. But you know what? I went out and saw the world and did things. Dude, I was a squatter. I was a bum. You know, I didn't have shit. I got around, but I saw the country and I had fun. I had a lot of fun. I ain't gonna lie. I had a lot of motherfucking fun.
Because you know what I think about when I look at it? You got to have a dream, man. If you ain't got a dream, man, something, man, just any kind of damn dream, man.
For me, I don't have dreams. I have goals.
Well, dream is a goal. Like you have a dream to be a sports player, a musician or something.
A goal is an achievement. All right.
I can go do IT and be a cybersecurity damn person. I mean, I can do anything. I mean that's fine doing that, but that ain't a dream.
Brother. My wife's goal is she's in the corporate level of working in retail, and her goal is to make it all the way to the top.
Well, that person, I did that. More power to it, and I love that. Some people have like
we got someone new.
Oh yeah, that's Stacy. That's one of my friends from Las Vegas.
Some people want to do music. So, what do you tell about people that want to do music? Do you have to be a certain age to do music?
No, I'm a musician, dude, and I'm 41 years old.
That's what I did with shows. I did a lot of shows in Las Vegas.
So, what age you had to stop doing music?
Never.
I'll give y'all that. Yeah, that's a good. Because like I'm 35. People say, "Damn,
dude, music is what bridges gaps, brother. It brings people together. Music helps people understand where they come from."
Hey.
What's up? What's going on?
I miss you. I'm listening. I'm going to eat my Jamaican jerk.
I don't know how you miss me. This is the first time we've ever met, young lady.
What's your name?
I don't know. Ask Mike what my name is. Maybe he'll remember.
Oh, his name is Joe Biden.
No, I'm Brian.
I'm Ronald.
No, he's Brian. No, that's Brian.
With Alzheimer's. I forgot my name.
Biden moment. Another Joe Biden moment.
You ain't got no Alzheimer's. Stop that, lady.
I'm gonna take off my video and my mic and eat my Jamaican jerk chicken and listen.
Oh shit! Hey, how you doing, lady? Do I need to show my face to you there, lady? How you doing, lady? You getting it in? You getting in? You hungry? You get that shit in, ain't you? Go ahead and get it in, man.
I slept 5 hours in 6 days. I'm having a cocktail.
Cause I want to look at my phone. So go ahead, keep going. I'm looking now. I'm watching.
And the TV is about 2020 women's prison.
So you watching MSNBC Snapped or something?
Orange is the New Black. It's own.
It's an old video.
Netflix, and it's not pretty.
You know, I haven't watched an actual television program on TV like a real show in probably 4 or 5 years now.
Hey, Deadpool, I'm gonna call you Deadpool, man. If you keep that damn profile, I'm gonna call you Deadpool.
You know what I watch? Only thing I watch on TV.
Goddamn Deadpool.
What?
Well, I've been watching. I'm trying to finish watching Mandalorian.
Deadpool. You see my damn avatar, Deadpool? Do you see my Da Vinci? You see my avatar? Do all y'all see my avatar?
No, it's on a little phone screen, dude. My eyes suck.
Well, Da Vinci, look at my avatar. You tell me what the fuck.
Hold on, one person at a time. What do you say?
What's your new favorite Xbox game?
I got 98 of them, and I love them all.
Oh, you know what? I don't play Xbox. I'm a PlayStation motherfucker. But my favorite Xbox game is State of Decay. State of Decay 2. I want State of Decay 2 on a new Xbox system.
I'm not familiar. I want one for Christmas.
Right.
But I have an Iranian terrorist father.
And a Greek mom. Borat? You got Borat?
With the wife beater in Huntington Beach. With the white power boys and the KKK.
I love it.
I'm fucked up. And confused like the news makes me.
Hey, you made me laugh tonight when you just said, you made me say a terrorist father, though. You just made me laugh. You said it so but when you said it. Yeah, when she said it so calmly, though. It was just so calmly when she said it. It wasn't like she was trying to say it.
You're making it out like you have Bin Laden. You making it out like Bin Laden was your dad. Like, man, I can't stand this.
No, Bin Laden was Osama Bin Laden. No, oh damn! I said Bin Laden was Osama Obama. Obama was Bin Laden. No, Obama was dressed up. He was dressed up like the guy from Osama bin Laden. That's who Obama was.
Yeah.
He dressed up. The CIA dressed him up
Well,
as
why did
Osama bin
Trump
Laden.
think? Oh wait, I have a question.
See, that's a conspiracy for y'all asses right there. You talking about that Obama was Osama?
Let her talk 1 second. Let her talk. What
I have a question.
Go ahead.
A Freemason Russian radiologist friend of mine.
Wow.
She said that Biden is a clone.
Everybody
buy that. Well, no, hold on. She said Freemason. What do you mean by Freemasonry?
She's a Freemason, like my ex-husband's family.
So who said that as a Freemason?
The Russian radiologist friend of mine, Laura.
So what was his name?
Laura.
And what part of Freemasonry branch was he from?
Navy.
The Navy? They a Freemasonry branch. A Freemasonry branch.
I mean,
what the hell you mean?
I know about Freemasons, but I don't know.
Man, y'all can't tell me nothing about Freemasonry right now, though. You can't tell me shit about Freemasonry right now, man.
You don't even let me finish.
Man, well, go ahead, G, though. But at the same time, y'all don't know nothing about Freemasonry.
I said I don't know, but I don't care.
Earlier.
Well, you can't blame it on Freemasons.
I'm not blaming shit on anyone. I'm asking a question for clarity.
This is how people get
Is she
fucked
a
up in the
lunatic, conspiracy theorist, or is it true? How could Biden be a fucking clone and his son be dead and he not actually trap and kill Osama bin Laden? I mean, what the fuck? I'm so confused.
I wish I could talk.
Wait. I want to tell you. Number one is his son is dead and he's a clone, right? So
how are they clones?
Let me finish. So
I'm listening.
Okay, so my question: if Bin Laden's, if Biden's a clone, then why is his son still not here?
And why doesn't he age? Did he come out of my asshole?
But you gotta stop that. You gotta stop that nonsense of what the fuck you talking about. Talking about Freemasons. You need to stop about that bullshit right there about Freemasons. You need to stop that shit. You're not in a Mason. You're not a Mason. So stop talking that shit.
She never said that she was a Mason.
But no, she bring up Masons. You can't bring up Masons and say that's Mason's fault.
No, it's no one's fault. I asked.
But you said Masons. You said it was a Mason fucking person that told you. And I asked who was the Mason. Now you're going back another question. You sound like Joe Biden right now.
I'm confused as fuck.
you sound like Joe Biden.
Motherfucker, cut her some slack.
Man, hold up, Brian, Ryan, whatever the hell your ass.
I'm asking if Laura is a lunatic.
Right. What are you saying?
How are people like Biden supposed to be clones?
They're not. That's it. Don't worry about it.
I don't believe that.
Then don't.
That's why I asked.
Then don't. I heard what was told to me one time that Hillary Clinton was a robot. Do I believe it? Nope.
Nope.
No, but I think she's got brain damage from eating too many little babies.
Oh no! Eating them? No, eating people.
No, they eat the blood after they ritualistically kill him, like Zuckerman and
Zuckerberg.
Dude, I swear to God, I listened to this podcast one day, and it was this one guy talking to an old rabbi from the Jewish faith. And this rabbi said that they actually take little kids across all the little kids that come up missing in America. What happens to them is they take them and at first they drain them of all their blood. That way they can put their blood in their Sabbath.
I have 2 daughters. So.
No. Okay, I won't tell you. I'm sorry.
No, she made me watch 10 videos. I had nightmares for weeks.
I won't eat McDonald's ever again for the rest of my life or Burger King. Well, I stopped eating McDonald's itself 5 years ago, but I will never eat it, and no one in my house is allowed to eat that shit.
I won't either.
Because they put fucking human meat in their fucking meat.
Nuh-uh.
Adrenochrome.
What, dude? You think them fucking Jews are going to waste any shekels, dude? After they're done draining them fucking kids, they take that meat and they grind it up and they put it in the sausage and the fucking beef and they sell it to your fucking local fucking fast food restaurants and put it in their sausage patties, hamburger patties, all that shit. Don't eat it.
I never have. I used to when my mom
call me nuts or a lunatic, man. I'm just saying. I heard it come right out of Rabbi's mouth.
Well,
yes,
not
sir.
only that, McDonald's Chicken McNuggets have yoga path material
Don't
in
eat
it.
any of that shit because all of it's fucking unnatural. Humans aren't supposed to eat humans, and then everything else is fake, man-made shit. Dude, there's a reason why you can sit a McDonald's cheeseburger on the dash of your car and leave it sit there literally for a year and not have the wrapper on it. And that will never, ever grow mold. It'll never grow mold, ever. A year later, it'll look just like the day you put it on your dash. It'll just be hard as a rock.
What's up, Trucker? What's going down, bro?
What's up?
What's on your mind?
Did you see the debate?
Oh, oh yeah. We should be allowed to chew gum and walk at the same time, man.
I say IQ test, man. IQ test before debating.
Wow. That debate was a joke.
Dude, it looked like 3-year-olds trying to rub their stomach and pat their head at the same time.
Right.
I was surprised Trump reserved himself as much as he did, though.
That's because they shut his microphone off on him, dude.
I'm ignorant.
No, they didn't.
Who was Trump to
They did twice that I saw. There was twice they cut him off.
Okay, I heard the one. But he was talking, but he was being reserved like that.
Wow.
And he was,
well, really, he did himself a favor by being that way because Joe Biden will sink his own shit. All you got to do is let him fucking talk, man.
Right.
I mean, like him trying to convince people the only reason why there ain't a whole lot of people in my rallies is because we have small ones. That way they can socially distance. No, motherfuckers, because nobody wants you in office.
He said Trump's about his, what did he say? Something about a dog whistle like a foghorn. And he couldn't even remember Proud Boys. He's like, yeah, he told the poor boys to stand down and stand ready. I'm like, no, they were Proud Boys, you idiot.
Stand back, stay ready.
But you're 100% right. Whoever was talking about that rabbi that came out and laughed about what he was doing. It was about a year or so ago on WV Prepared Minds channel. I had a call in and we had a show wrapped all around just that entire thing. And then the song, who said it's an old song? I think it was called The Machine. It was just the video showed the kids all lined up going into this grinder.
You talking about the Pink Floyd song?
Yes, I couldn't think of who it was, but the Pink Floyd song. Yes.
What is that?
I've inhaled too much aluminum over here. I'm dumbed down from all the fluoride.
Is that in that song Another Brick in the Wall?
Wait, question. What's in the chemtrails?
A bunch of shit to make the sky reflective.
Barium, strontium, and aluminum are the three that they disclosed years ago, but God only knows what now because we have black clouds, we have when the sun sets, there's purple clouds on the other horizon, which is normal.
Dude, have you seen how the moon fucking rolls across the sky at night?
I heard lithium. They're also sprayed because lithium is in an antidepressant, so they're trying to dumb down society.
It's schizophrenics.
Lithium. Somebody said lithium is what causes the ionosphere to turn purple.
Lithium can induce hearing voices.
So can
DMT.
All I know is I was telling Carolyn the other day, I was not even talking to nobody. I was sitting in my truck thinking about home security. Just thought it was one thought. And the next day I woke up and then to this day forward, I've been getting emails about home security rebates. Sign up with us to get your home security. And I'm like, I never even searched this thing, let alone to speak about it to anybody.
Dude,
besides
what
now.
do you think Elon Musk has been doing with them satellites, man? He's putting them up there in a grid so we can read everybody's mind.
It's that smart dust we're breathing in. I got to get detoxed. It ain't smart enough for me.
Well,
No.
whatever gave Ronald Reagan Alzheimer's gave it to me from lack of sleep.
Well, that they keep you guys. We're fed all this fear day in and day out. Ever since we had access to the World Wide Web and the dial-up, we were able to get news around the world we were able to get online and go find stuff before. I just remember sitting down as a kid and catching local news and then world news right after that. And then after this became a huge thing. It's been
Hey, dude, do you remember when the TV?
24/7.
You remember when the TV used to sign out at night?
Yes.
Yes.
And it would play the national anthem and it would go and then
it'd go to snow.
All that
They
fuzzy
turned into
stuff.
fucking poltergeist in your house.
You know what though, man? You know what about that snow shit? That's one thing I can't stand about. I'd rather see the fuzz and snow than deal with this digital shit now.
Wait, Jay.
Well, they have the entities, the interdimensional entities have easier access with this technology. That's one reason.
I need an answer. I have a question.
Go ahead.
When I was in elementary school in Huntington Beach, when they shot at Ronald Reagan, they wheeled in a TV into our classroom. What year was that?
1982, 81.
I was born 1970.
And we're all old in this mofo now.
You're younger than me, Jay.
I know, we're all old. 2 years. Wow. 72.
I'm 50.
I'm 48.
You're a baby.
Right. But check this out, man. I gotta close this out because I said I was so everybody get on hippie channel, you know what I'm saying? Support him and stuff. He's on and stuff. And I told him I'd be up there. So let's just close this out.
Who's on?
Hippie for Trump.
What's his channel?
Hippies for Trump.
I own a yoga studio in Irvine, but I'm not a hippie.
Right.
I shaved my arm.
He was in the chat room earlier.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. That's funny. Hippies for Trump. Look, dude, I understand why people want to vote for Trump, but look, I see all of them as evil as fuck, and I think they all need to go. I really do. They all got to go.
Listen to this. Let's not look at the personality, right? We're not voting on the personality. We're voting on the principles behind the personality.
Yeah, and I don't know anybody that's got principles. That's why I'm voting for fuck you for president, eat shit for vice president, and get the fuck off my back for whatever else.
Right. Well, hey, I want to thank you for letting me on.
I'll be on. I'll be on tomorrow and stuff like that. What's happening this week?
Most bye, Jay. Thanks for inviting me.
All right, man. Good to see you, my friend.
I'm coming to Indiana. Don't come to Vegas. Fuck Vegas. I need the ocean. I don't want to die in Sin City.
All right.
My daughters are in San Diego. My dad's in Laguna Beach. And Thanksgiving, I'm going fucking home.
All right. Right, come visit anytime. All right, man. You be cool. Bye. And definitely, man. You know, as I say all the time, everybody, God bless. All right. And the last thing I say, fuck you, Zuckerberg. I'm out. Everybody have a good time. Ending broadcast.
Keep the faith.
Okay.
All right, man.